Mic check. What is going on around? Talk to me right quick. We got a nice one lined up for you today. It is your host, LordCognito, here on a Sunday, the Lord's Day, appropriately. What's going on? I'm Max, what's up? I see you, football season upon us. Gerald Mack, my guy, man. Yo, I appreciate the love, support. We outside early. I see the videos. That's a lot of love, brother. You already know. Gaming Forte. Hey, Forte. What's going on? Nam Omar, the homie. Linear Master. What's going on? Tim Purr. What's up? Necromancer Zale. What's going on? Christopher Hart. You're on time. That's what I want to see. What's going on? We got a phone, man. Supposedly the legend. Hopefully the legend will come through. This will be fun. And talk to the people right quick. Lords are pulling up. You know what I'm saying? I had to pull it up right now. Atomic Sands, what's going on? I see you. A little tired today. We got a big show. It's been a crazy week. We got a big show, some great topics. James Morrison, what's going on? I see you. So we're going to wait for the legend to get in here. You know? Oh, you can't be late for the audio video version of the... All right, Forte, I see you. You know what I'm saying? Master Clowns, what's up? You know what I'm saying? We're going to wait for the legend to get up in here. Throw the crest up. We'll show him some love. We're going to talk to a legend in the game. Ham Solo, what's up? I see you. Great birthday weekend. Okay, happy born day, Def. Singer, what's going on, bro? I ain't see you in a minute. Fuzzy, what's going on? Blam Crew and them. That's what's up. The Car Master, my guy. Lloyd Metroid, Nintendo in the building. Salute. Everybody pulling up. That's what's up, man. We got some fun show. Great topics lined up. Trying to get the legend up in here. JasonRubin, y'all. This is legendary. The accomplishments. Hopefully we get the chance to talk and really dive deep into some things in the past and in the future. Kurt, what's going on? So look, I'm going to go make sure everybody's good. Go see what's up with the rest of the Lords. And yeah, we got to go. I'll talk to you out a bit.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them reins. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing? Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again.
Hear ye.
Update.
So shout out to Lord JasonRubin.
ILP's canceled.
ILP is not canceled. But my man's, running a little bit late. So he will be joining us in progress most likely. But we're gonna wait for him. We're gonna wait for the legend. So he's still coming. Everything's a go. So real quick, let me read some super chats before Sav get here. Shout out to Master Clown. Shout out $20 super chat. Leave a comment, brother. Morale's through the ceiling. Okay. And then hold on. Gerald Mack, $2 super chat. All hail the ILP. Salute the Lord. So yeah, the legend is still coming. JasonRubin. I got off the phone. We good. You know what I'm saying? Just need a little time. So we might start maybe like 5-10 minutes after. But I'll keep you guys posted. Waiting for the rest of the Lords to get in here anyway. So we good. But we're going to have a good show. Just wanted to make y'all updated.
I would say what we might do, depending on what Saul wants to do, is go live briefly just for him to do the Patreon stuff, and then we'll go back.
We'll see. Like I said, if Saul get in, we might read them joints off, and then like I said, we got to give the legend his proper intro, his flowers though. We got to give him his flowers. So we will be back. We will wait. Hollow, I see you. What's going on? I'll talk to you out of it.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason, I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason, I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason, I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again.
And we are live. Iron Lord Podcast. LordCognito here talking about the latest with Advanced GG. There's a lot of things going on with the new product line. Let's get right to it. So we got that focus line, y'all. This is that standard. This is what we use right now. Kind of our caffeine substitute. And what we usually do right now when we're gaming, we don't use coffee anymore. We're utilizing its focus. On deck number 2, you already know it's my favorite right here, the energy line. You already know, birthday cake, one of my absolute favorites. Completely delicious. This is a pre-workout equivalent, and also doesn't use beta alanine, so you don't get the jitters and stuff like that. So it's really good for that. And then the new, we got that hydration line, y'all. This is really good for people who don't like caffeine, who want an electrolyte substitute, and it is really sugar-free, absolutely delicious. So you got your 3 choices. Once again, you know Cog Lover is sour. You already know, and we're doing this right now. So go get yourself to advancedgg.com. Use code IronLord on the checkout. This is something I use all the time. We got to support AdvancedGG. Great products if you want to get your workout on. Even if you don't work out, you're just gaming, you need that focus. And again, the hydration line for those who don't want caffeine, no sugar, electrolytes, you're good to go. LordCognito here, Iron Lord Podcast. Peace.
I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young wolf, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender. I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
All right, a little mic check so I can see a level there.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, there you go. Now we looking good. All right, hear ye. And we are live. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net, episode number 267. And it's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. And today, I'm extremely excited about our special guest. And we've got Metaverse Content and the co-founder of Naughty Dog. Is Sony scared of Xbox owning Call of Duty? DeusEx return and a Series S SDK to discuss, so we're going to get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord who not only began his journey as a young savant within video game development, but whose illustrious career is highly revered as a visionary to iconic franchises and the virtual universes he now empowers our developers to create. Introducing the VP of Metaverse Content at Meta, co-founder of Naughty Dog, and creator of the CrashBandicoot plus Jack and Daxter franchises. The Iron Saint of comics, who moves in mysterious ways, but will always give the realest speech at any developer conference. Live from Cali, don't shake your head, we loved it, kind enough to make his debut at the Realm of the Lords. My man, Lord JasonRubin. How we doing, sir?
You embarrass me. That's too much. But I do note it took until episode 267 to get me on. So I know there's at least 266 that were even better introductions before this, right? Is that the way it works? But I'm glad to be here.
Absolute pleasure to have you in the realm. Man, a legend in the game. I know you got so much going on. Have you got a chance to be playing any games during all this visionary, all this creation and stuff you've been doing?
You know, it's getting harder as I get older. Mm-hmm. I mean, I used to be the gamer. Mm-hmm. If I wasn't doing something that I had to do, I was playing games. But then I you're working hard.
Yeah.
In the Crash series at Naughty Dog, I was playing games because I needed to look at the competition. At this point, with 2 kids, a wife, working at Meta, I don't get to play a lot. When I do play, my daughter wants me to play Roblox or Wonderbox or, Genshin Impact or something. I don't get a lot of time for my own gaming. So I have not as much as I like.
I hear you. At least you still getting it in. Shout out to the daughter still doing it up.
And I play the VR titles. I do try to keep up with that and make sure I see what's in the store and everything. But quite often I'm playing the stuff that isn't out yet, which I can't talk about today. But
yeah. That's right.
What'd
you say, King? What'd you say, King?
No, I said that's a great thing. I can sympathize with that. So.
Yes. And you already know we got the 4 horsemen of gaming, those original lords of the realm here at the round table with time-sensitive intros. So we want to respect Lord Jason's
Why do you have to always remind?
Have to respect Lord Jason's time, Lord King, who eats other people's minutes. But anyway,
if they hand them to me, I will devour.
My co-host with the co-host, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, Lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict, how we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. You know what I love?
What you love?
Me.
I love how King's acting like if we took up all of our time, if we sat here and did all of the time we was allocated, he acting like he wouldn't still do
time.
Why you got no time on him doing his intro?
Got all day to be listening to
He's
you.
trying to force time on me so he can steal my time. He's a thief.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much.
So quickly, sir, what you've been playing?
I've been playing a game called Symphony of War. There will be a review. Why people always say Addict's levels are low?
Yeah, it sounds like your mic source has actually changed. It does sound like it's coming from a different mic source for whatever reason, but it's all good. You still fine. You can tell it's different.
Oh, hold up. Yeah, they no.
Yeah, look at you as attacking the chat now. Excuse me,
Wait a second.
Don't worry about it. It's totally professional, Lord Jason. You see, it's a professional show we do here.
Look,
It is me. Oh no.
See, sometimes I have to keep.
There we go.
Sometimes I have to keep this chat online.
Wow,
Yes.
you sound magnificent.
Addicts World, y'all. But so Symphony of War, that's been it, sir?
Symphony of War, yes, and there will my review is done, and after the podcast, we'll be premiering into it.
No doubt.
Hope you guys enjoyed it. It was actually a really fun time.
Mhm.
You know what's funny? I was doing research on it when I was doing the review, and only 2 people made that game. It's crazy what 2 people do.
So crazy.
What kind of art
It's funny you said too. When I talk about what I'm playing, it's so interesting you said that. Oh, shout out to 108 Dragon TV in the building. Good to see you, brother. Success
sir.
on your surgery.
Yes.
Good to see you, man. I just noticed that. I wanted to give
My
108
man
Dragon.
Limpy. What's going on, Limpy?
Lord, let me stop.
Lord,
Anyway, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna be focused. We're gonna be professional. And
Limpy Lemonius.
and of course, we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Sostradamus. Lord Clarity and Patreon. You're making me laugh.
I'm Lord Clarity.
Yeah, you're Lord Clarity now of the Iron Bank. My man, Lord Sovereign, how we doing, sir?
I'm good. Doing fantastic, man. Doing fantastic. Let me see. What have I been up to this week? Papa Gabe giveth. I'm still rocking with the Steam Deck. So the thing is, I haven't been a tweaker for a long time. I fell into the console stuff and I kind of strayed away from my roots, tweaking PCs and messing with stuff. But the Steam Deck has just brought me back, like Michael Corleone, it brought me back in. And so I'm messing with that. And what I forgot that the Steam Deck had at my disposal that I just completely forgot about, FSR 2.0. Oh my.
Looking
Because
different.
I got GTA 5 on there. I'm like, okay, messing around with the settings, trying to get things so that it's looking good, running well. But there were still little hiccups here and there. So I'm like, wait a minute, FSR. So I didn't even know how to access it on the Steam Deck. So I Googled, found some stuff out, threw that on.
Difference maker.
Difference, because honestly, like you can run that at like 720p, even less than that. You can run it at 720p with basically most effects on, looking beautiful, whatever. And then the upscaling FSR makes it look native, whatever the screen is, 720p native, 800p native. So it just brings it up and it looks super crisp, and yet you don't lose any of the performance.
Oh, that is so beautiful that you got to work plays.
Hey, man.
Congratulations, Solve. I thought I didn't like combat talk. Now
you don't like Steam Deck talk now.
I definitely ain't feeling that.
Listen, you peons. Listen, peons.
Oh, he's back. Excuse me, he's back to race now. Continue.
Yeah, exactly.
He said he called us peons.
Peons now. You know he got real bougie now. Continue.
You gotta make sure that the left eye goes.
All I know, back in the day, King would buy this just to buy it, even if he was gonna collect dust. But King, I just don't understand.
Using a guide that you would have to put like a chair together to play a game. Like
ridiculous.
Time.
Excuse me. These are not expedited intros. Continue.
But as Jason has clearly pointed out, I have grown up, sir, and I'm an adult, and I don't have time to be tweaking my games.
You have grown up with all your tattoos in the back.
That's
right.
He's grown up. He's grown up. Continue.
I love you. Yeah. So that was it. That's been fun because a lot of stuff that doesn't seem to run super great. And the main thing about it is that I'm fiddling with PCs again, which I have not done in a long time. So that's fun.
Salute. And of course, we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the XS Gamer.
Ooh.
The prophet of Xbox.
That's what I mean.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience. It is the leader of the Fraud Alert movement.
Ooh.
Beloved Lord King, how you doing, sir? And Lord Jason's going to get some.
And you know something?
Hold on.
I gotta say something.
Hold on, Lord Jason.
I'm so happy that you ran and got Jack and Dexter.
Look at that.
I freaking love them.
Love that.
I'm so happy that you even just reached back. See, that's how God works, people.
Mm-hmm.
God works very well. This whole week, I was gonna do combat talk last night, and I didn't do it because it was a DAZN show. And I'm not into bum bashing.
Oh, damn.
Right? What they do is they set up the A side of the card to be somebody that is supposed to be dominated. I don't think that's how sports is supposed to go. I think it's supposed to be fair competition every time you step inside the ring. And I wasn't going to waste your time, my time, and anybody else's time on a card that wasn't worth our time.
So they're on that tomato can pay-per-view?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I mean, listen, I don't mind tomato cans if they're on ESPN. If they're when you make me pay for that.
But if I got to pay for it, no, it's disgusting.
Tomato can.
I finished Jedi Fallen Order.
Oh, okay. Shout out to Respawn. Shout out to Vincent Pella and the crew.
Yeah, because since I heard about the Black Panther, I wanted to go back and I wanted to evaluate the team.
Okay. How we feeling?
And I think it won't be a fair assessment because of the fact that it's a last generation game. So my nitpicks with the game is based on the fact that the limitations of the last generation hardware doesn't translate to current generation hardware, and I see certain things that they can improve on. But as I was talking with Addict this week, because he was like, "Oh, you almost finished with it," because I told him where I was at.
Yeah, and you didn't call me when you finished it.
Oh no, I didn't, because it was 4:30 in the morning, sir.
I woke up.
I knew you. I saw you when you jumped on. But it's such a great surprise for a certain character that does show up, and he's a very iconic character inside Star Wars franchises. And the way that they displayed him, and I love the way that they have the reverence of this character. So the story, some of the cinematics in this game is top notch, and you really feel like you're part of the lore of the Star Wars. So if they can capture the essence of the Black Panther and bring the essence of the Black Panther over,
he's coming around on Respawn.
No, because I unjustly
yes, you were very harsh. You were very harsh last week. Very harsh.
But that was off of initial.
I feel that.
And off of past reputation. So I don't trust EA in that space, especially with a character like the Black Panther that I love.
So remember, it's not Respawn making it.
Yeah,
but you assume that the influences of what you know they've done with.
Thank you for the correction, Soft.
Yeah.
So that's all I've been doing, and I've been playing Fortnite. So Fortnite has a skin in there that's part of the Jedi Fallen Order last villain that I'm trying to get. And shout out to young Chris. We were playing and we got our chicken dinner because he wants to be LeBron James all the time.
No doubt.
I think
I'm sorry, guys.
Just real quick, I think what King, what I sense what King was saying is now since he's played Fallen Order and he saw that they did respect that lore and they brought it to that game in such a great way that he can maybe
have a little bit more hope that they will do
Yeah.
that with
Yeah.
Black
It's
Panther.
single player. I get you.
I'm optimistic in their try.
No doubt. And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spreading that realness in the realm of the ILP. Not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to Defining Duke, my boy, Mr. Matty Plays. Had a good one talking about Call of Duty stuff that we were going to talk about later. Also on the Patreon, LSM Patreon, we have the Defining Duke Ultimate Exclusive, As Does Falls. Shout out to Interior Night, the little indie studio out there in London. We do a spoiler cast. We talk about the choices and all that stuff. Shout out to Ben Smith, who came through. Fun game. I highly recommend you guys give it a shot. We did Last Word with Ebontis, Ty Got Travis. Have my man Stadia Time, which is hilarious. A Stadia content creator.
That dude was a banana.
He was, yes.
And when I saw that, I said, I don't know how you kept it together.
I don't know. How, he literally did the whole show through OBS as a banana. He's super talented. As far as me, on Naraka Blade Point, I've been playing the campaign came out. Very cool. Little Dark Souls-esque 3-player co-op. And then VR, I got to shout out Purple Yonder Games, Lord Jason. They have a title. It's called Little Cities. And I'm like such a Sim Cities guy. So I'm like, oh, yeah, it's like you giving me Sim City. And then they got the touch controls now. So I put the Oculus controls down and I'm sitting there, I'm manipulating the board. It's so relaxed. It's like
your city too. Like you feel like you're the god looking over it, right? As opposed to the screen and the window that you used to have.
Absolutely, man. I've been playing that. Obviously, still DBO, of course. I'm a huge DBO fan. Shout out to the Necromancer class. But yeah, I wanted to give Purple Yonder their love. It's a relaxing game, and it's my power wash simulator for VR. Like I just relax. I'm sitting there making my cities, seeing what the demands are, and all that other stuff. So real quick, before we get into Lord Jason, let's set the rules of engagement with the super.
Yeah, guys. So we only have Jason for a limited amount of time. Well, maybe a little longer than other guys, but again, we still got to respect this time. So any questions?
Nice.
So what we're gonna do is kind of wait. There'll be specific times, maybe later on we'll have the super chats be able to read off some of them, but any super chats that come in,
yes,
any super chats that come in early on, we're just gonna hold off till later. So but again, ask everything that you want, but just understand that you got to get through the interview.
Exactly. And,
thank you guys.
Also, we caught up with super chats, right? We good?
No, we got to read 2 super chats. We got God's Hitman.
Doing it for the Lord.
Doing it for the Lord. Putting it down
Putting
for
it down for the Lord.
Please like and share this podcast.
Appreciate you,
brother. Appreciate
you, brother.
Then we got Gerald Mack, $5 super chat. Looking forward to hooking up with Kay Asante on Contractors today. ILP should join us. Wink, wink.
Yo, shout out to Kay Asante. He does a good podcast. Definitely, we're going to link up. Want to do the podcast in VR, I believe. Shout out to Kay Asante. Shout out
Very
to
nice.
Everborn Saga.
I'm charging my VR right now.
Yes, sir. What else we got?
Then we got Lord Metroid, member for 11 months. Proud to be a member of this community and the best podcast in the universe. I even get out here on Planet Zeebs. Hey, Jason, muchísimas gracias.
Hello.
Shout out to him. We're good.
All right, cool. Let's get these topics going. So, yeah, now that we've done our super long intros.
We did all right. 20
we did all right. We did all right. It's usually about 30 minutes of the show.
Intros for 5 people.
All right. True. Okay. But anyway, we got to focus on Lord JasonRubin, his video game system history, his journey into game development, co-founded the iconic Naughty Dog Studio, and of course, what led him to Oculus and becoming the VP of Metaverse Content. So, Lord Jason, let's start from the very beginning. What were some of the first video game systems you had, and what got you into gaming?
Yeah, very beginning. Channel F was the first video game system I owned. It wasn't the first video game I played, but that was the first video game system I owned. And for those that don't know, that was before Atari. That was the first cartridge-based system. It was brilliant, but then nothing came out for a while. And so I had all, this is Pong, Kentucky Breakout. I mean, the graphics were horrible. The controllers were miserable.
Yes.
It was beautiful. I was on it all day. And it was the closest thing you could have to arcade at home.
Yeah.
I missed Atari. I had a Sega system. I had Nintendo systems. And then, PlayStation and everything came out. But yeah, I mean, you want me to talk about how I got into games?
Yeah, I want you to back up a second, just a second, because we be a king. We got to get up on some questions here.
Right. I'm looking at Channel F right now.
Yeah, I've never heard of Channel F.
Hold on.
Wait, you guys have never played a Fairchild?
Okay, let me explain something to you.
Thank God someone came on the show and said,
I'm probably the oldest. I'm like, two of you don't add up to my age here. You understand? I'm 52, so like, there's gonna be a lot of googling some of the early shit.
No. Don't get it twisted. This is just for men. All right?
For real. We're
so
closer than you think,
intimidated right
Jason.
So, my earliest console was the actual Pong console, right? The two paddles, blah blah blah. I didn't hear of a Fairchild at all, but I did have Breakout and all those other games.
I think the Pong one was earlier, but it didn't have cartridges. So you bought it with the games, you played what was on it, you know, game 1, game 2, game 3, you're done. That's it, nothing new comes, because they didn't have any kind of removable system.
Right.
Channel F, the revolution was the cartridge, and that was what became Nintendo and everything else, Atari, everything came from that.
I'm looking at pictures of it right now. It looks like like one of those old cassette players that cops like recorded.
Pretty much what it was.
Yeah.
Jerry Lawson. That's a name you haven't heard. Look up Jerry Lawson.
Jerry
he was
Lawson,
one of the creators of the video game industry, and didn't get a lot of notoriety.
Yes.
Guy,
Not at all. Yep.
That guy deserved it.
Absolutely.
And my grandfather won the Channel F. My parents would never have gotten me a video game system. My grandfather won it by getting closest to the hole in some golf tournament. He was a golfer. Okay. And he was like, what the hell is, and he gave it to me. And the next thing on the next hole was a Cadillac. So he was like,
wow.
Wrong hole. And that career. And here I am, 52. That one thing, that one shot on the golf, off the tee, that was what created my career. Changed my life. So that was the Channel F.
Did you get a chance? Well, did Grandpa get a chance to see your career?
He saw some of the early stuff. My grandfather passed away when I was 17, but by 17 I was working with EA as a contractor. So it's not like he didn't see me make video games, but he saw the early stuff. He never saw Crash Bandicoot.
Gotcha.
Naughty Dog existed, but it was too and Andy kids. But he looked like a hobby to him, probably.
He saw your path.
Well, the good thing
he did.
Is he saw his influence and what he did in the younger days get you where you are.
I still think he wanted the Cadillac.
Exactly. He's sitting there probably like, he's seeing you doing stuff and he's like, this is nice, but that was a Cadillac.
It was a Cadillac. So for an old man in that time, a Cadillac was like the thing.
That's what I was about to say. I said back then, a Cadillac. Man, listen.
Man, my Fairchild store. So I didn't own the Fairchild, but my grandparents did, and they lived in Brooklyn, and we always tried to visit them at least like twice. We visit them from the Bronx like twice a month, right? And I'd walk in and be like, hey, give my grandparents a kiss, and then run right for the Fairchild, right? When they passed away and they moved, and they passed away, and my grandfather passed away, and my step grandmother moved back to Puerto Rico. We went to help clean out the house, right? And they had a whole bunch of stuff. And by that time, I was older. I wasn't interested in that. So my dumbass didn't take the Fairchild with me, like this piece of history. I'm like, whatever. Back then you just like very flippant about what these things mean after you moved on to the next thing. And I just like, now that you mentioned that, Jason, it's like, oh God, I literally threw the Fairchild in the trash.
Wow.
Mine is long gone too, but that's what makes things worth a lot more in the future, right? It's everybody that doesn't pay attention to it.
Exactly.
You got a lot of people that, it's funny that, I've went through and I've played all these old Pokemon games, and then you go and you look on Amazon, like that's worth $900. Like I had that when I was 12. What happened to it?
No, it's absolutely real. It's interesting to hear these stories of inspiration and the first console. So you went from that. Now you go through. Obviously, did you do the 2600? Did you do the Colecos and then the Atari? No Atari. Like I just want to get that transition to the next kind of consoles.
Right. So the way it worked was I was into video games, but I was really into Star Wars. Like that's the first thing that hit me. In 1977, I saw it in the theater, and I came out, and all my friends were whacking each other at school, thinking they were like Luke, and I was like, I want to be, I want to be Lucas. I want to make stuff. And so I asked my father for a movie camera because you didn't have VHS and stuff like that. You couldn't get those cameras back then. And he said, no way. Like we lived in Florida.
Over the shoulder, the Canon? No, it wasn't going to happen.
Exactly. It was these things, you didn't have like your iPhone to throw in somebody's face. Everything was like expensive and ungainly. And he was like, there's no way, you're 7 years old. And I kept begging for it until someone put a computer in front of me. And that was in elementary school.
Wow.
And so they put that in front of me, and I was playing already Channel F, and I was like, this is it. This is my chance to make worlds. So I started asking for a computer, and I finally got one when I was 13. My father thought it would be the dumbest thing he ever did to buy it for, because they're expensive. Like, you know, $4,000 in, you know, this was 83. Yep. So this was a good percentage of his salary. Wow. And he bought this computer. He's like, I'm going to bounce my checkbooks. You're going to do your homework. Most of that didn't happen, but I started making games immediately. Making worlds. And so we were mostly like Apple II, Apple IIgs, Amiga, Atari ST, not the console stuff. We went the PC route.
Okay, so when you got to the Amiga, because I know Apple did do a lot of good stuff in the beginning, because I think my first PC/gaming console was the Amiga, but mine was the Amiga 64. Right. So I was a little bit further on in that because I was in the console realm. But in the Amiga, because the games were a little bit different, right? How did you experience those games? But you were making games at this period of time, right? So
yeah, I was making crappy games. I mean, let's be clear. The first stuff I made was, you know, I was 15 when I published my first game. It was called Ski Craze. You can look it up.
Ski Craze. Yep.
One thing that I do want to point out.
You said 15?
Yeah, he was a savant for real.
You published your game?
No, I'm not a savant, but I was 15. Yeah.
One thing that
my son is 11, and you know they have him in programming.
He's got
class,
4
right?
years. Tell him.
I'm gonna tell him you got to publish. You got to publish. My daughter is 17. She published her first book at 16, but
you missed it by a year. Don't count.
Yeah, no, it don't. But
it counts. That's awesome.
But you publishing a game at 15 years old,
Insane.
That's a big thing at the table. That's
it is, especially because the industry was tiny, right? So competitive packaging at that point, the first thing we did is we shoved discs in Ziplocs and took them to local stores. I'm not counting that, right? And people would be like, am I going to buy this crappy game in a Ziploc bag? But that was competitive. Like a lot of people had that. This is like, nobody used computers back then. It was total nerd territory. And we used a toolkit from a company called Vaudeville, a Sprite engine. And so we had to send the next game we made to them for approval to publish it. And they saw it and they said, let us publish it. And that's how I became a true nationally published, you know, in a box, real game developer at 15.
So you was out there with your mixtape at 15 years old. Please listen to my demo phase. And somebody heard.
Oh, I was totally listening to my demo phase. Totally. That's exactly what it was.
No doubt. Go ahead, Addy.
One thing that, you know, can already attest to like your artistic mind is like you watching Star Wars at a young age, and instead of wanting to be like Luke, like all your friends, like you want to make the Star Wars. You don't want to be in the Star Wars.
Yeah, I think that's true of a lot of gamers and a lot of like I live in LA. I'm in LA right now, and I have friends that are directors, and the same thing is true of them. Like they watch movies, it's entertaining, but for the most part, they're like, I didn't like the angle of that shot, and I would do something different. And like just from the beginning, it's about the tech and the story and the process for them.
Amazing.
So yeah, that was just who I am. I wanted to make my own stuff.
Yeah, it's an amazing, different mindset, and at that age, and at this time, I'm going to assume, Lord Andy, this is when you guys link, or this was even before that. So I'm just curious about when Andy comes into and we start to think about, okay, you're doing the publisher game at like forming a studio.
Yeah, it was actually pretty simple. I went to Hebrew school.
Okay.
I didn't give a damn about Hebrew school. There was this other kid that also had a computer, same type. He didn't, I'm not going to say it. He didn't give a damn either.
Yes.
The two of us sat in the back of Hebrew school and did what we wanted to do, which is talk about video games.
Nice.
And I made this game called Ski Crazed. And as you went down the hill, it got slower because I was really bad at programming. But it looked, for the time, okay. And he cleaned that up. And that was the game that Vaudeville published. And then Vaudeville said, can you do another one? And I said, I probably can't program what you want. And he couldn't do the art. The partnership started.
Just like
so it was that he was the person that helped me, and I was the person that helped him, because I was the artistic type and he was the coder type. And it just happened. And you know, like we were young, right? So we didn't really even think about it. But then you have to incorporate, so you need a name. And there was this guy named Mike. Mike bought our first piece of software. So Mike was part of the company. That's all he had to do.
So what was the name of the company at that time?
Jam Software. Jason,
Jam.
Andy, Mike. remember, we were 14, 13 years old. We weren't that creative. So Mike bought the piece of software, but Mike couldn't do anything after that. We had to buy Mike out of the company, get right into the company dynamics at the beginning, and then it became Jason and Andy's magic, which is even worse. Luckily, when EA finally said, we'd like to work with you, and that was the third game we published, was with Electronic Artists, it was called at that time.
Right.
When we started working with them, they looked up Jam Software, and they found there was actually a Jam Software in Australia. And they said, you can't use this name because, and so you need a new name, and you have 24 hours because we got to sign the deal we're signing. And Andy and I were like, we like dogs, Naughty Dog. And that became the name.
Oh my God.
That's crazy.
That is like, Trip Hawkins, who founded Electronic Arts.
Oh, we have stories about Trip.
Looked at me across the table. He was like, that is a horrible name. Like, no, look how it works. You see, Electronic Artists, Micro Prose, Interplay.
Right, that was
you
the
see
style.
how it works. You take two tech names, throw it together. That's your name. Activision. And I was like, Naughty Dog. And he's like, oh man.
Trip wasn't feeling it. Trip wasn't.
Thank God you didn't listen. I mean, we listened to Trip. We listened to Trip a lot. And,
oh yeah. No, he's a very smart man, but he was wrong about the name.
Yeah, he definitely was. Thank God he didn't change
What's
him.
crazy is EA pretty much influenced the name being changed to Naughty Dog. They didn't change like you guys doing it. They're like, look, this is a trademark. You got to change it because if there wasn't someone
we'd have been
in
jammed.
Australia, it never would have been Naughty Dog. So
it would have happened anyway because we couldn't get bigger without really trademarking. Right. So we would have found out. The thing is, they gave us 24 hours, and had we had more time and done it later, the name probably wouldn't have been as good. It was the flash that that was Naughty Dog.
It was the perfect storm. It was the time clock over your head, and he was like, "Hey, we bad and we like dogs."
Yeah, and I remember the logo. Like, it was very aggressive. It was cool. Yep. It had the little shades king and stuff. Like, it was cool.
Yeah, exactly. So the early logos were pretty cheesy, but remember, it's 80s, so they were totally straight up. Right in the center of everything else. It wasn't until later we got the current logo.
It was where it was supposed to be, actually. It was in that period of time. But we were always circling the same universe. You on the side of creation, us on the side of the consumer, and we were with you in this journey, not knowing that this journey will lead to this moment.
100%.
Really
the earlier you were a video game player, the more you were part of the success of this business. There is no question, because no one respected the industry at all. So it was the people that believed that these were real pieces of entertainment. They were art. They were worthwhile, as opposed to the conventional wisdom back then, which was games is toys.
Right.
Games is for kids. That's why it's sold in Toys R Us, right? All of these things, if you look back, it took people who really believed, and as they got older, not giving up on games, and taking them with them, so that now people my age and below, we're still playing games, and there's no question, it is an art form. It is entertainment writ large. It's as big as anything else.
Absolutely, and that's a fantastic point, Lord Jason, because people have to remember, like these infancy stages. It was kind of, I could only imagine what you may have went through maybe from your parents or your family, because it wasn't considered a career. It was considered,
not at all.
Yeah, like something, okay, this is some hobby you're doing, but why don't you go to school and get a real profession? You know what I mean? Like,
they're going to look at you
100%. I hid it from my high school friends. I wouldn't have talked about making video games. I was making money. Right? And I was hiding the fact that I was making money doing this because I didn't want to be a nerd. I just didn't want, I was a nerd, but I didn't want people to not on top of the fact that you look like a nerd. I didn't look like a nerd. You look like a nerd. On top of that, you make video games.
You were a straight
up nerd.
Did you go to the arcades? Because arcades was big in our age. All right, so you frequent the arcade. They didn't question how much money you had.
Yo,
at this period
you pocket watching, kid? Are you pocket watching a young Jason?
But if you're in the arcade spending, then you have some money on you. That, I mean, that's the
he has a pocket full of quarters. He's the dude walking with a pocket full of quarters. He's going up to the machine and he's put. You remember how he used to put our money in? The quarters come out. Yeah, so you that guy, and and you, Andy, and well, he's gone. It's just Magic now.
Yeah, I don't know where Mike is now.
Shout out to Mike.
No, totally. And
Mike's looking at everything and regretting selling his piece off.
Mike had the
nerds in the arcade too, though. Like before I made, right before I made Ski Crazed,
Right.
we decided that we were going to make Super Punch Out, which at the time was one of the biggest
Huge.
arcades. Like it was insane.
Yeah.
And so we went to the arcade and put, tons of quarters on the thing. I sat with a camera and we took pictures of Super Punch Out so I could come home, count pixels,
Wow.
and put that into the sprite. And we had it running. It was totally running. My father is a lawyer, and he looked at it and he's like,
You're going to jail.
"You can't do this." Yeah, I mean, it's fine for you to do this at home, but like, you can't sell this. And I was like, "No, I'm going to get Nintendo to let me put it out on Apple computers." And he's like,
This is classic. I love it.
No, you can't do this.
Shout out to his mind for him and his little cohort to go in there and to take pictures and reverse engineer Punch Out.
We reverse engineered Punch Out. And 64K. That's what we had to make this game. Your Facebook profile picture on mobile is many, many times that. Okay? So like just your profile.
Yes.
64K. Andy could fit in 2K, the code, because I took the rest for the art. And somewhere along the line, keep in mind this kid's 14.
Wow.
Somewhere along the line. Oh, also,
Yes.
save everything on a disk, no hard drives.
No hard drive. Yes, good point.
No backups. If you don't keep putting disks in, so he keeps writing over the same code, and he got himself into a place where we called it the it bug. He doesn't know what happened, but the thing crashed, and he couldn't fix it. And that was the end of Super Punch.
And that was the end of Super
Well,
Punch.
thank God, because you've been in jail.
Yeah. These are stories. Good, Addy.
I was gonna say I could just like see the back of your dad's mind because you said he didn't approve of the gaming thing at first. That he's like, maybe he should do this. Maybe after he has a little bit of legal issues, he'll stop this gaming.
No,
He supported it,
yeah.
but at the same time, like, I was going to be a lawyer. So it was fine. Having a hobby is a good thing. My father was incredibly supportive. My parents were incredibly supportive. But at the same time, I was going to be a lawyer.
Because it was a fad. It was a fad, yeah.
Right. Those two things were weighing against each other. Look, as a lawyer, we brought out Way of the Warrior for 3DO.
Hold on. Don't you go there yet. Don't you go there. I got a whole segment for Way.
Okay.
I got a whole segment. Please hold that one. Because I got to ask you a question.
He was on that journey with you.
We almost there. Because that's when we really fell in love with Naughty Dog and Jason.
Everybody else fell in love with Naughty Dog with something
exactly.
else.
We knew about this game, but we're going to get to that. So really quickly.
Don't listen to Jason. I fell in love with Keith the Thief. That's what I fell in love with.
So I just want
Every pixel on that I drew.
Beautiful. Wow.
Before we get into Way of the Warrior talk, I do want to talk about, like I said, so you go to Trip, you figure out Jam already has the the trademark thing. You switch, it's Naughty Dog. Now Electronic Arts is there. Trip's over there. Now is this, you guys doing PC games, but when did the Genesis thing come into the play?
So we did Keith the Thief, which was, PC, right? Personal computer. It was on PC, but it was also on Amiga, Atari.
Apple.
That whole sequence, because things were kind of spreading out there. There were a lot of different types of desktop computers, and they wanted us to do another game, and it was pretty clear we weren't going to do adventure games like Keith the Thief. So we started working on an RPG, that was Rings of Power, and it was also going to be on desktop computers. Like that, we started on exactly the same computers we were working on, and we had some meeting. I don't remember what it was, but it was only Andy, and he flew to EA.
Okay.
And he was at EA, and I came up the next day. I think it was the next day to meet him, and he was like, "We're making a console game," and I'm like, "Why?" He's like, "See that? That's a reverse engineered Genesis. Whoa. EA is going to put out Genesis games. They're not going to pay Sega."
Whoa!
I remember that.
And he saw that, and apparently he said to Trip, "You're reverse engineering a Genesis," because he could see what it was, and they're like, "Sign this, sign this."
Sign this NDA. So when Andy bumped into that, wasn't
did.
supposed to see that. Now,
He wasn't supposed to see it.
They
And so
forgot
were
to
like,
put the little cover over it. Oh, someone forgot.
but the
and so
question.
Andy's like, I think we should probably make a Genesis game. And they're like, whatever you want, man. Just sign this. Just whatever you want, just sign
The
this.
strong arm went down. I love this. Continue. This is great.
That's the Wild West, man. That's when you could just.
Remember when they came out with their cartridges, people have to buy their cartridges from Sega, right?
Yeah.
If that's how it went, from my belief. And EA came out with their cartridges, and it had the yellow
tab on the side. Yes.
And remember, because Nintendo had a stronger hold on the cartridge situation with them, with the licenses and stuff like that. This is how they made their money. So EA said,
I know, that's so
Trip
crazy.
is a smart man, like I said. Like
Trip
I said,
is out.
too much respect for Trip.
Trip is a trip.
Trip is a trip.
When it comes to the like cartridges, like I'm definitely the youngest one here. Like I missed out on a lot of that. I caught a little bit of it. Like obviously I play like NES and stuff growing up, but I didn't own one. So like the majority of like my experience with cartridges is like pretty much like the end of the Super Nintendo and like the N64, like, and then pretty much after that, obviously they stopped doing them. But
well, cartridges were good for a couple reasons. Like obviously they had a game on them, and I said, early Titan, you couldn't do that in early. They were really, really expensive. Like Rings of Power sold out when it came out in like 2 weeks.
Wow.
But getting more of them, like they could only get so many cartridges from Sega, and they were like, we're going to go with this other game that did just as well as you. We think it has more long-term potential as a series. And we're like, what? Wait, like what?
Sold
like,
out.
We just
What
sold
game
out.
was
Like you're not going to make more. And he's like, no. We're going to make this Madden game that came out at the same time. It seems to be doing well. We think it's going to be a series for us in the long run.
We think.
We're like,
Wow.
no, it's football. Come on, this is RPG. And they're
Yeah.
like, nope. So the cartridge itself, like just the physical goods, was $14, $15 on our thing. Not Sega wasn't making a profit on that. That's just what it cost to put
it
the materials
together.
together. And that wasn't good for the industry because consumer doesn't get any value out of that other than it works. We had to pay, came out of our money, came out of EA's money, so when CD came out, that's why Andy and I jumped
There
up.
we go.
And 3DO. 3DO was before it. Like,
Let's go.
it's that CD, cheap.
Yes.
is that just real quick, King? Is that like when you hear a lot of like stories on, companies really pushing to get out of the cartridges? Like, for instance, like when Square Enix like really pushed for Nintendo to get out of it and they didn't. That was one of the key reasons because they knew it wasn't good for the industry and they were trying to get as many people to do it as possible.
Everybody just you get more memory on the cartridges are expensive. You want a lot of memory on a cartridge because it's really,
all
really
developers
expensive.
need more space.
We had a battery backup because you have it was a 400-hour game, roughly speaking, for the few people that finish Rings of Power. Like you had to have a save game, and the only way to do a save game back then was to put a battery and a chip. On the cartridge. And so that's $1.50 for every game that Madden didn't have a save.
Yep. Good
So
point.
Madden was a cheaper cartridge. We had more memory because they were a smaller game. So they just were a cheaper cartridge. So when they were looking at it, even if we sold the same number of units, Madden was the better thing to print.
Yeah, from a business standpoint.
Make so many games, so we get.
Yeah,
So-
no, it's go ahead, King. I gotta.
No, I mean, because you're getting we're now we have to move a little bit faster, right? Because we're getting to the part where the industry is being held back by a couple of companies that are actually making money off of this cartridge-based system and the fact that it's fast. But then CDs came out. My earliest CD-based system for the house was a 1-speed drive, turbo graphics. The second one was the Neo Geo 1-speed drive, very slow, and that was the deterrent. But then speed started catching up, and the 3DO. Let's
I was about to do it for you.
Let's concentrate on EA itself. And how did that unveiling to you guys go? Because you guys are actually going to be the backbone for this concept that they have to, and they will bring it to fruition because they reverse engineer Genesis. So this is gonna happen, right?
Yeah, Tripp wanted to build a console and he wanted to change the business, right? So he started working on 3DO. We didn't know about 3DO. This whole we're not going to print any more Rings of Power is like
That's crazy. You
know,
sold out, and then they telling you can't. Yeah, I'm sorry. Continue.
That's right. And we're talking about like, you know, for kids that at the time I was 21, 22 years old, this was a lot of money for me. Like it was the difference between, you know, we did fine, but like we would have been wealthy, very wealthy. And so we were pissed. And so I decided I was going to get in the special effects industry. And Andy decided he was going to get a PhD in computer science from MIT. And so we actually stopped making games for a little while. And I started doing special effects, and I had just gotten myself the ability to do Wolf, the movie Wolf. I don't know if you remember that.
What?
It was
You did that? Wait,
no, I didn't. But there was this thing called a morph, if you remember back then, right? Where a person's face would turn into another person's face. And all the morphs were really cheesy. They were like, and you turn into another person. I did a moving morph, which means the person was turning and turning into something else. And in the case of Wolf, they wanted the person to turn from a human being into, it was Jack Nicholson.
That was one of my favorite movies. I'm a werewolf dude.
Right, so I did a moving morph, and the way I did a moving morph is I took a pen and I wrote on my monitor all the points for every frame, and it took me absolutely forever. Like it was not a computer doing it, it was me doing it the hard way. But it was such a good demo that I got the ability to do one scene for Wolf. And I was about to sign the contract when Trip Hawkins reached out and said, we need you guys back. And we're like, we're out of the industry, man. You like the whole cartridge thing. He's like, I'm not at EA anymore. I'm at 3DO. It's a CD. It's got all this memory and it's cheap. And we're like, all right, we're back in.
So now you make the commute. You took the beat, like you just
Trip can sell water to a witch.
Yeah, Trip can sell. We met Trip a bunch of times. He's amazing. So now you go, okay, you get the band back together. You now fly out, drive out, and take this meeting. Like, how does this meeting happen where now we're talking about we're going to make this game?
He sent us the hardware. We signed the NDA. Everything's an NDA. He sent us the hardware. Andy and I started messing with it, and we're like, look, it's infinite memory. It was like 600 megs or something.
And it's infinite memory.
Panasonic interactive reel.
It's got 3D.
Yes.
Right? It's got all these things. We're going to make a game. And what we're going to do is we're going to make Mortal Kombat. Like we literally just said, we're going to make Mortal Kombat. Now, just like Super Punch-Out, we had gotten smarter.
King sees the trend. Continue.
We got smarter though, so we're like, it can't actually be Mortal Kombat.
You're not going to bring the camera and count the pockets.
Your father was in your ear and he said, hey now, if you're gonna do it, let's do this. Go ahead.
So we shot. I went to Boston because Andy was still at MIT Artificial, Intelligence. He was computer science. He was gonna get his PhD at this time, but he ended up,
Terminator.
That didn't end up working out. We can get into that. And so we start making this game, and we made it basically in his dorm room, in the room that we spent together, and we put all of our money. And not the money we didn't have from the damn Rings of Power thing, but all the money that we did have from Rings of Power, put into making this game. I'm two of the characters, Konotori and the ninja.
Now
I am the
pecking order.
Round one, fight.
Oh, you was the skull?
Oh, I was the skull. I was the voice. I'm not doing a good job. I don't have a good mic like you guys. Round one, fight. I did the whole
Shaky Jake.
This was like, it was basement computing. It was just the two of us, all our money, making this thing.
Jason, is it true? Is it true that when you guys were filming, you guys had to sort of like open up your door and like there were neighbors that thought you were filming other types of things there? Right?
we were. Andy was at MIT, so we were in like a dorm. And to get. I didn't know anything about cameras. We were shooting real people like Mortal Kombat, and then rotoscoping around. So we got rid of the background. We didn't have a green screen like my friend here. We didn't have the money, so we just put a sheet on the wall. So we had a sheet screen. And I would do every pixel around the edge, and eventually we hired people to do it. But the way my camera lens worked, we needed to be pretty far from, because I only had one lens, we had to be pretty far from the person. And that meant out the front door in the hallway. And so the door was always open when we were shooting, whoever it was that was doing the stuff, all dressed up in wacky costumes. At Chinatown in Boston, maximum $150. That was our limit.
That's the limit. That's the budget.
Gulab Jamun, the bonus character, that's my pillowcase with the corners cut off.
Wow.
Like a diaper on it. With a cable from our, the window shades around his waist.
They thought they
But
filmed
this was
porn
like
in here.
the lowest budget you could do, and of course, people were like, screaming at each other in the room and do this, do that, and our neighbors, they thought we were filming something. What else would you be filming like that?
Your resolution on that game, to me, looked higher.
Yeah,
Ridiculous.
graphically.
Right?
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
the
sorry.
fidelity, the 3D. Okay, so the 3D, we get it in the house, and I'm gonna tell you from the consumer standpoint, all right, because all three of us have this behemoth of a.
What was it, about 700? Right?
$700.
Like 700. We
Thank you,
committed. We committed. Yeah, we definitely were in.
100%
Way
in
too
$700.
Yeah.
And you guys were the killer app. It was you and what was that battle
They
the
had-
racing game?
They had Crash and Burn was the launch
Crash
title.
and Burn.
Crash and Burn.
Crash
Road
and
Rage.
Burn.
It
Crash
was-
and Burn's
Road
a-
Rage also came out, but it was like the first
Wasn't it
racing
Road
game.
Rash?
That was Mark
Road Rash?
Cerny.
Yes.
Oh,
And Mark Cerny ended up working with us on Crash, but we didn't know him at the time. So
Right.
what happened with 3DO is it was a CD. So all these people thought we would get what they called multimedia or mixed media. So people
Right.
started doing all of this stuff that kind of was a game, but it kind of wasn't a game.
Full
and it
motion
didn't
video
move on.
craze.
Video stuff,
Yes.
Right, and it all sucked, and no one really wanted it. And we were like, Mortal Kombat. We were going to do something that worked.
Soundtrack.
And so when we showed up at the trade show on our own dime, spent like $10,000 to get like a 3 foot by 3 foot booth.
Nice.
We had no publisher, and everyone was like, "That's going to work. It's a game.
it's a game.
Everything else that we're building is like this
Experience.
stuff." Yeah, and it came and it went, and there were just a few games that were games on 3DO, and so there was a bidding war for us, basically publishers to bring it out, and 3DO was one of the bidders, and saying no to Trip was one of the hardest things we ever did. The man, when you speak to him, I don't know if you've ever done it.
Yeah, I did. I did.
He has a magical way to make you believe.
Yes, he did. He had me believe about the
Yeah,
M2.
about the
I was
M2.
an
We went.
evangelist for him.
Yes, we were Trip guys.
Yes.
So we wanted to go with Universal, but he wanted to talk to us one last time, and we owed it to him to talk to him one last time. And everything back then was done in person. So we flew out, and I remember I had a pencil in the meeting I was in, and I put it under the desk into my leg, and I pushed up against the desk so there was a little pain, because I'm telling you, that man had an effect on you. And you believe.
You're like,
And I
don't
used
believe
the
him.
pencil to remind me of reality. And the fact that Universal was probably the better deal, and Andy and I walked out of there, the only time we probably ever said no to Trip.
Wow.
And signed with Universal. They brought it out, and then they said, "What are you doing next?"
Woo! All right, so before we go there, this is amazing. And again, the reason about we love it, it's such a cult classic. I know people like the cloud. We loved it. First of all, graphically for its time, it was amazing. First of all, let's give me a how did y'all get that music? Did you have like White
The
Zombie?
soundtrack was
Like the soundtrack was
incredible.
amazing. How did you
So
get
that was Universal. We went to Universal, and they're like, "You need some music for this," and up until that point, I had done the music for most of our games. It was it was horrible. And they're like, "Well, it's a CD. You can put on real music now. What would you want?" And we were like, "White Zombie." It just so happens we have Universal Music, and sure enough, we met Rob Zombie and rode him around the back of Universal's backlot, and he's a great man. And
Oh man.
That move,
Yeah.
that pencil in that meeting.
yeah, very
saved
important.
us because when we got that game, I mean, for our $700, right? It was some stuff. It was hit or miss, like you were saying. People were doing different things that weren't actually really games, but you watching a
Controllers were terrible.
Oh yeah. Shout out to unscrewing it just so you can do the diagonal.
So
Bro,
you do the diagonal,
Alone in the
so you
Dark
had to
was
unscrew the back of the controller a little to loosen it up, and then it worked. And if you did that, the game was okay. If you didn't do that, the game was unplayable.
Yep, you're
Shout
right.
out to Mr. Ha. We
Yeah.
have
Shout out to Ha.
we had our engineer that reverse engineered the control, right?
Yeah.
So he showed us because we really wanted to love this game.
Yes.
We were telling people it's better than Mortal Kombat. It's better because when we had our fatalities, now the pecking order. I swear to God, I love this
Yes.
game. Right? So Mr. Ha
Shout out to Ha.
knew how bad we wanted to really play with this game. He knew the limitations with the controller. You know how some people can
Intuitive,
see,
yeah.
You saw Star Wars, and he saw the controller as the limitation. He went and fixed it. Called us on the phone and said, "Give me your controller."
Yep.
Went inside his house, fixed it. Didn't tell us what the hell he was doing. and said, "Now play it."
Yeah, his fix was a couple of turns of a screwdriver.
Yes.
That's where they got everything wrong. It was just too tight. And
too
you know,
tight.
by the way, I have apologized for Boone for ripping off Mortal Kombat.
Don't apologize.
No, but what did Boone say? What did Boone say?
His response was who he is and has taught me a lesson since then. And his response was, we all stand on the shoulders of giants. Like, and it is totally true.
That's real.
I grab from him, he grabs from others, we all grab from each other. The games today, some of the stuff came from my stuff, some came from other stuff. We all continue to build, and you have to love that.
Salute.
You can't go rip off Super Punch Out. But so long as it's not a rip off, you're fine.
Question: why we didn't get part 2?
You didn't get part 2 because part 1 and the 3DO was like sales, right? The 3DO didn't quite make it. And then everybody was like, oh, this CD thing's going to work.
Right.
Sega was like, this is it. This is going to work. This is going to be our edge against Nintendo. And Sony, who had been building a CD-ROM drive for Nintendo, go look it up.
Let's go. Yep, that's the history.
Nintendo and Sony didn't work out. This is all online. You can go look it up.
That's
and
a
there are
fact.
very few people that have the original Sony-built Nintendo
system.
Like it existed. And Sony's like, oh, so that's how it's going to be?
Yeah.
And we're coming in.
Let's go. So let's transition now.
Get there.
That right there was an opportunity, because the thing about the 3DO that we loved was it wasn't a Sega, it wasn't a Nintendo. So all the big publishers, they weren't looking at it, right? They were looking at the things. And so we had a chance to make a Mortal Kombat without there being a Mortal Kombat competing with us.
Right.
So when we saw Sony come in, we, two arrogant kids, still two of us, it should have been 1994-ish.
Let's go.
We were like, we're just going to make the Mario for them. I mean, you have a Sonic for Sega, you got a Mario for Nintendo.
Let's go.
Sony's not going to have one, so we're going to do it.
Let's
And
get it.
that literally, like, the arrogance there.
This
is great.
I love your brain. Let's go.
And I love how they target the deficiencies in what they don't have, what the companies they're about to work
Find
with.
the hole.
Yes.
Always do the thing that everyone else isn't doing. If
Preach.
someone, like, I always look at these teams that are like, we're going to beat Call of Duty, and I'm like, no, they know what they're doing. Like, like, do something different. Like, if it's 100 people playing at once. Yes, that's new. I like that. Like, do something different. It's not that you can't stand on the shoulder of giants. It's that don't take them on directly.
It's a good point. It's a good point.
Don't do that. It's hard to win.
We get into this crash.
Now I'm right there. King. Let me get it. Let me get it. I got you. I'm excited too. He got me hyped.
See,
so
you
it's
know what
like
it is? You get a chance to talk to him all the time. This is all right. True.
You're right. You're right.
You are.
Let me just set it up for you, though. Let me set it up.
Fundamentally formulated our whole aggressiveness, because we're going to get to the aggressive part of Crash.
That's where I'm at right now. That's where I'm at.
Go for that, because I cannot wait for this part.
It's funny because I see Kingy making a fantastic point, because I see why we really gravitated towards Naughty Dog. It's just young, aggressive, brash. You get down to the labeling, the branding. So now we get here, and it's okay. Universal, you get the deal, and to me, this is the magic moment, right? Because now, Lord Jason, you guys create this rambunctious mascot who, let's be honest, he really set the tone for a new generation. This is a Sony, right? And like, this is Sony doing it in this console market. They've been kind of shunned by Nintendo, and it's like, okay, we're gonna do this. They don't have a mascot. Here comes Jason and Andy. Here comes this beloved character, and now what's funny is, to me, I always gonna remember the marketing. Brash outside the Nintendo.
Y'all are missing something.
That was brilliant.
Y'all are missing something.
Go ahead.
He's told me that he reverse engineers, and y'all guys are great. Who in you or Andy? Who likes the Tasmanian Devil?
It was both of us.
Thank you.
The reason Crash became so first of all, we're like driving cross country from Boston now to Universal, and they say, "What are you doing next?" So we haven't quite settled on what we're doing, and we're talking. There was RPGs, because we always loved RPGs, especially Andy. Like, Andy wanted to make World of Warcraft. That's the game that he wanted to make. It hadn't existed yet. Like, I don't know where we would have been or whether we could have made it, but I wanted to make something that could come out more quickly, and something that filled the gap, right? That like we knew what to do, we knew the parameters, we just had to solve some hard problems, and done. And so we're talking, we're like, we come up with this whole Sega's got Sonic, Nintendo's got Mario, we're going to do this thing. And then we're like, it's a problem here. It's a 3D system. What does Sonic and Mario look like on a 3D system? And now, like, you don't think of this, but at the time, everything was left and right scrolling.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, that wasn't really what people wanted, we thought. Now, Sega didn't use Sonic, did go with side scrolling,
Yes.
and came up with Knights. And we believe the reason they came up with Knights is that they didn't want to risk Sonic on it because they didn't know if it was going to work. They didn't know the
test bed.
side scrolling thing. And that didn't satisfy people. They didn't want side scrolling in 3D. Mario, which we didn't know at the time had been started, but you know, it's obvious they're going to bring out Mario. Miyamoto said it's a 3D system. We're going to totally rewrite things and it's going to be open world. Which I think in the long run was actually the right way to go. The challenge that they had was the systems were really weak. So you couldn't do that much visually with that, right? Because you just didn't have the polygons. Not that it wasn't a fantastic game when it came out, but it didn't look the same as the games you were used to, which had a lot of detail and things. It was pretty blank.
Yeah.
So what we decided to do is take the side scrolling and just turn it 90 degrees. And basically you're going in and out instead of going left and right, and you have a little bit of movement to the left and the right, and you can go around things, but really it's all on a path.
Yes.
Right? So and would this work? We didn't know. And it took a year to get it to work and feel right. And people were saying at the time, character action platformers, they're not gonna work in 3D. It's not gonna be good. Like, how do you time your jump? You can see exactly how big the jump is. Like, there were all these, it took a long time.
So
But that's what we did. And we kept the side scrolling on some of the levels.
Yes.
And then we were like, if you can go into the screen, some of them go up and down, some of them go left and right. We're doing everything. We're trying to, can you go into the screen? That was the boulder level.
Quick question before I give it to Addict. Do you think, because now that I look back at Crash historically, yes, it was 3D, but you're right. There was a hybrid in a sense because you still had the 2D levels and things like that. So do you think it was more, okay, let's play it safe in case it's not fully adopted, 3D all-in was not fully adopted? Was that the mindset?
It was a balance. Okay. What we said is, if you go 2D side-scrolling, you can get high-resolution graphics, but it doesn't feel like you should be doing that on a 3D system.
Okay. Right.
If you go completely open world, you have to reduce your polygon counts to the point where it just doesn't look that interesting.
Right.
And again, I'm not disparaging Mario 64. It was amazing. But we just didn't want that look. We wanted a look that was rich.
Yes.
And so by doing what we did, we created a paradigm in which it both felt like a new type of gaming going in and out of the screen, but it also had the incredible detail that Crash had.
Yes.
And then there was, I mean, you could go online, you can look, there is like one convention, one CES, where all of a sudden all three of these things, no one knew about anyone else, they show up. Sony, it's so complicated. Like, we started working on this for Universal, but we signed the contract with Sony, and they signed very few developer contracts. They always signed publisher contracts. And the publisher contract said, we get to approve anything before you start it.
Okay. Right.
Developer contract, they just sent you the hardware and they didn't care because you can't publish it without a publisher.
Right.
So we took advantage of that to build Crash without even Sony knowing.
Oh, they didn't even know. Okay.
And then
They
we
just
show
knew
it
you
to
was making a
Sony,
game.
and then we finally show it to Sony, and they see this and they're like, we need a mascot.
Yes.
Like, not a mascot that we're going to call the mascot, but we need one of these games. And guess what? We don't have one. Like, exactly what we said would happen. This is the luck. Like, anyone who is successful that tells you that they're a genius and it's all about the way they do business is lying.
Good point.
You need luck.
Yes.
This is the luck. The luck was nobody else had this thought. All of a sudden, you got Crash. They know Mario's coming.
Yep.
Boom.
Here we are.
Now here's the thing,
Right?
though.
And so Sony's like, we need this. And Universal and Sony went back and forth, and there's all this stuff. But long story short, we show up at the convention, and there's photos online of Miyamoto playing Crash.
I was just about to ask you.
And he's like, you can see in his eyes. You can't see it in the photos because you're looking at the back of his
What was
head.
the energy?
You can see in his eyes, he's like, this is actually going to be trouble.
So
Y'all,
pretty
what's
much-
coming? Let's go.
So pretty much.
And he is the man. Like, I
Oh, he's the
no way
legend.
disparaging
He's
him.
the
Like,
legend.
He
He's
is the legend,
But-
and Mario was the game. But he also understands the business, and
Yes.
he saw what this looked like, and he was like, yeah, this is going to be a problem.
Yeah,
And you
that's
know
all
what-
I'm saying. I got you. I just want to say this because that has to be a powerful feeling, right? At one point, you're sitting there, you know, you take this bet. There's no mascot. You bet on yourself. It looks phenomenal for its time. And then the legendary Mario Malbotosani is there. He's playing it. And you could see the energy like, okay.
Didn't he ask them about the water?
Any questions? Did he have any questions for you? Or did he just kind of look and say, okay, and then walk off?
So Naughty Dog is responsible for the core of Crash, but there are a lot of people that were working on it with us that deserve credit. For example, you know, Charles Zembalis and Joe Pearson did a lot of the early design in 2D that became Crash in the background and look. They were cartoon designers. They're brilliant. You have musicians that were doing music, Mark Mutato, Musica Mutato, Josh Mansell. You've got like, you know, sound effects people at Universal doing their work. And Mark Cerny was the real addition to the actual building of the game and the code because he had worked on Sonic, so he had a lot of knowledge.
Ties,
like,
yes.
So the other thing about Mark Cerny is Mark Cerny speaks Japanese. Yes. And so had there been a question, it would have been in Japanese and it would have been directly to Mark probably. And I don't remember if there were any questions. What I do remember is that very same convention, there were still doubts that Crash should be the mascot.
Really?
And Ken Kutaragi, who was kind of the father of the
legend, Ken Kutaragi, continue. Father of PlayStation.
He calls a meeting, and I wasn't in the meeting because, again, it was in Japanese, so Mark was in there. But my understanding, and if you ever interview Mark, you can find out this is true, is that he basically was like completely livid. That like, well, we knew that there was doubts that Americans, non-Japanese people, could make a game that would succeed in Japan. And until then, no one really had. But on top of that, the attitude, all the things, you can get into why there was the attitude. It just didn't work for a lot of, you know, from their perspective. And Kutaragi was like, what you should do is there should be a music, and the music should link to the game, and everything would be like, da, 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 da. According to Mark, he like did the da, 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 and we were like, no, Crash has an attitude. Naughty Dog. This is like, the thing about Mario is he's a very one-dimensional character. Like he's Mario, he's woohoo, and like there's not a lot of personality there. Like try to think of Mario doing Shakespeare.
Right, exactly. Let's go.
It's not going to happen. Sonic is a two-dimensional character. He's fast and he kind of like, but he's not going to do Shakespeare either. Right. Crash. You can see him doing, like, he has attitudes, he has emotions, he's happy, he's sad, and then by the time we got to Jack, that was a three-dimensional character. Jack and Daxter, they talk to each other.
Don't go to that. Don't.
We got to give Crash flowers.
Like, you have to have emotion, and he has to have an attitude, and it was that desire that made Crash who Crash was. It was American, and we had to clean that up for Japan. So if you go look at the Japanese marketing,
completely different.
Okay, so the reason, go ahead, Addict.
Go ahead, Addict, be patient. Sorry.
So
we thirsty.
What's crazy is like you're going against the grain of people who don't think that Crash should be a mascot for a company like PlayStation, and not to mention you're going against a grain of, you know, people say, yo, you're trying to go against Mario. It's like, and you're not like deliberately doing this. Like you're sure.
Oh no, we were.
What I'm saying is like that's what's going on in the inside. On the outside, like I'm sure that's not the way you were marketing stuff. Because like to me, it's like, you know, you're gonna have outsides of people. It's like, dude, it's Mario. Like how you gonna compete with Mario? So
but look what Sony did. Like Amy Blair, who is our marketing person. Like look what happened. Literally the ad they went out with. Was a guy in a Crash Bandicoot suit walking up to Nintendo, screaming, "We are here, and yes, we are taking you on directly."
Call the plumber to come outside.
Listen, they failed.
What I'm referring to,
they failed before that to try to make a mascot, and your guy wasn't the guy. It was Jack Flash, and it was Ape Escape, and they tried these two games, and those games didn't hit. I mean, Ape Escape is like one of my favorite games. But those games didn't actually gravitate to the face of the franchise. You guys became the face of the franchise. And I know when they played it, I don't care what anybody says, when they actually played it, they said they hit it. These guys hit it.
The game was good. Like Crash 1, if you go back too hard, had some. It was rough.
It was rough.
Yeah, it was a tough game.
I had a much better game. Like we hit our stride. But
I had the Japanese version of every game because I'm okay in this group. I'm the test dummy. right? So I'll run out and I'll buy the Japanese console and I'll get these games, and because I want to play them first. I want to play them early. And I knew it was a distinct difference in a lot of stuff because there's a little changes, localization changes and stuff like that. When I saw the commercial, this is a different Sony. At this point in time, remember, this is a scorned Sony.
Yes.
This is an upset Sony.
Very aggressive.
This is a Sony that is highly aggressive.
That's why PlayStation 1 was my favorite console. This was unheard. It was like, think about it at the time, King. I'll interrupt you, and I know we wait on Alex waiting too. It's the arrogance in a way, but it was this brash.
Crash is that
yeah,
guy.
like, we are here. and at the time, it was unheard of to really challenge Nintendo like that directly.
Nobody thought Sony was going to succeed.
Right.
Nobody thought Sony was going to
that-
succeed.
That's what I was bringing up. It's like, look, like that is a massive. Even before that, you brought Crash to Sony, and like that they actually, fully said, oh, maybe this could be a mascot. Like the ideal that he's like, I'm gonna take the fight straight to Mario. Like the mindset back then is like that's like equivalent to now. It's saying, yo, you know what? I got the card killer. It's in the back. Like,
but on a platform that doesn't have Call of Duty, and that's the key, right? Fill that hole.
Fill the hole.
Like it's okay to take on the champ if you're in a place they're not. It's taking them on in the place they are. Is like does not work.
I guess a more better accurate one would be like, Sony making like Killzone and stuff and saying, quote unquote Halo killer. So I guess that would be more of an accurate. What's crazy too is like I don't know if you know this, but for all Miyamoto's sitting there, he's playing Crash, and he's like, Mario's good, and Mario's always going to be around, but we might need more mascots because people are starting to come up with more, unique aspects to this platforming area, and you could have a domino effect that could have led to another franchise that's being out right now because of them playing that game.
He did though. That did.
No.
So,
I just want to get one point off with Crash before we move on, because the thing too is that you made a point about 2 points you made, Lord Jason, that I thought are very insightful. One, in the sense that we have to be honest, even though from an American standpoint, we love the aggressive nature. We love that. I love when Crash, the character, looked back at the screen to look at you, right? Yes. From a 3D perspective, and I think it was the Hog Wild stage or whatever.
And that was really important. We wanted to start with this is a different character than you're used to. We went through a bunch of emotions before you even get to move the controller and use it. Right? He shows you that he has an attitude.
And the standstill animation. Wasn't you one of the first guys to actually have the standstill animation? Well, besides Sonic.
They existed, but we spent a lot of time on idols, and like yo-yos were really big in Japan at one point. So one of the games he does a yo-yo because we knew that would work, and like I don't think we invented it.
But it was really good with you guys.
No, this is great because, and then, like I said, you have that aggressive, you have that thing, but like you said, you're hearing potentially what the father of PlayStation is saying. You're hearing maybe there is some trepidation that this character won't catch over to Japanese audiences. So my question is like, what do you think? Because obviously some concessions had to be made to make that acceptable. I heard about the hands, the fingers. Crash had to have mitts, kind of thing. You hear about the dance stuff like that. But like, what do you think changed the time? Because even though we love Crash, and Crash ended up becoming what it became, initially the reviews weren't strong. And what was crazy about it is even though the reviews were like, oh, it's trying to be, what is this, Mario, whatever, the sales said otherwise. The people loved it. It outsold Mario. That's what people don't realize. Like, even though the reviews did what it did, it's what actually. So my thing is, what do you think was the turning point for one, that audience, and then two, the sales to dominate?
Yeah. So there's two things. The first one was there was a magic moment where Sony was going to Sony Japan finally came in and was going to decide whether or not they were going to make this an international release or whether or not it was just going to be in North America.
Wow.
So they came in and, we had been, the work hours, I admit I was a crunch person. I regret it, but we had been up for like 2 days. Working on getting the demo ready because the game's not finished. And they came in and the looks, just not, Crash is not, like the aggressive Crash art is just not landing. And I remember like we were going to run out to lunch and I went over to Charlotte Francis, who was our texture artist. I believe she's still at Naughty Dog. She's absolutely fantastic. Absolutely. And Charlotte was our fastest. She did textures and she was really fast. I was like, Charlotte, they keep talking about the mouth. They keep talking about the eyes. make little Pac-Man eyes, kind of anime style, get rid of the color and everything else in the eyes, and you got to get rid of the mouth, close the mouth. And she did the art. We came back from lunch. She put it on the table, and everyone went,
Let's go.
that might work. And that, like, Charlotte Francis saved Crash Bandicoot.
Wow.
She did it, right? And what ended up getting marketed was people who took that and ran with it. And the entire Crash marketing campaign in Japan was absolutely brilliant. And, you know, the Crash dance was like kind of their thing. And then like the whole thing, it was genius. But that moment like led to it working out.
Wow.
And the second question you had, now I'm
sales.
Sales.
Yeah. Beating Mario.
So this is like something to watch out for. Like, everyone loves Mario, and everyone loved Mario back then. And we were, audacious enough to say we're taking Mario on. And a lot of people had a lot of they didn't like that.
They weren't feeling that.
And so I would go into interviews, and the interviews would be like, how do you think you could take on Mario? And I would answer the question. They look down on their page for the next question. They go, so since you are not going to be as good as Mario,
are you applying the media bias?
They hadn't even played it, right? They didn't even played it. And so there was this whole we were aggressive and audacious, and we were Naughty Dog, right? So there was this, who the hell are you? You made a couple of games on Genesis.
How dare you?
And there was Way of the Warrior, which had terrible reviews also. And there's no way this is going to work out. The reviews were, I would say, and they never are that fair on the. But then, people were like, I don't have a choice. I have a Sony system. I bought it for Madden. I bought it for whatever. I'm gonna try this. Oh God, this is good. Yes. And then the people, again, the gamers. They were the ones that were like, no, there's some magic here. Yes. And then, we made the second game. And by the time the second game comes out, you're Naughty Dog, it's Crash. And all of the reviews go easier because
the respect is there now.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. The respect wasn't there. And, frankly, we probably didn't deserve it at that point. So it's all good.
But you've earned it, though. You earned everything.
Yeah.
That conversation that he had in the next question, that it was so dismissive from the first question, you earned it because they treated you different the next time they saw you.
So this is you have to understand, this is the way the world works, right? When VR started coming out, the first question was, so tell us about VR. The second question is, since nobody's going to want VR, it's just the way it is, right? And then it gets overhyped because people have to hype it and then it comes down and then it slowly builds its way back up. Here's a good one for you.
Let's go.
Why do you think CDs are going to be a good way to develop games?
Yeah.
Well, because you got all this memory, you got this, it's cheaper, this is going to be better for the developer, it's better for the
load times.
Yeah. Scratch. They don't fit my current system, my current rack. They look too much like my music. The number of things that people come at you with that they've already decided it's not going to work. And you look at it in the rearview mirror and you're like, yeah, of course it worked. Look at the iPhone, right?
Good point. Yeah. Good point.
Newton comes out, people. I laughed at Andy. Andy had a Newton. I was like, who the hell needs a screen and a computer? And I got a desktop. Look at the size of this. Why do I need to carry it with me? I don't want it. And when iPhone came out, people no keyboard. That's never going to work. Nobody knows where the world is going. It takes a while to get used to things, and they got used to Crash.
No doubt. Solve real quick because you've been patient, and then I got one more for the Crash week before.
I just think we're talking about all of these different sort of ways in which people looked at Crash and said, "Oh, this is not going to work compared to Mario, whatever." When you say Miyamoto was playing the game and you looked at his eyes, and it wasn't the look of the game, I think. It's just the fact that gameplay is king, and gameplay will always be king, whether it be 2.5D, whether it be 3D, 2D. To me, he looked at that. He looked at how well that game controlled, and that's where it was. Okay, now when you look at how this game controls in this sort of 90-degree shift from left to right, it controls just as tight as a Mario platformer. That to me was the thing that obviously, as a kid, I'm seeing this game and I'm like, the graphics are amazing. But if it didn't control as well as it did, it wouldn't have mattered. And for me, that was it. So when I look at everything, when you look at why these things are successful, besides the look and the change and sort of art and polygons and 3D and everything, to me, it's the gameplay that still kept it to me, because you guys are still beginning, developers there. So to get that right, to get that feel right, how is it that you what was your design mantra back then? Right.
Yeah, well, so keep in mind a few things had changed. Before Crash Bandicoot, every game we made was either out of our own pocket or we had a very small budget that was too small for the game we were trying to make because no one trusted a bunch of high school kids or whatever to make.
Right.
So even the stuff we were doing for EA, our games were half price, quarter price of any competing piece of software.
Right.
Universal changed that with Crash. They said, what do you need?
Oh.
And the first thing was employees and people to help us.
Yes.
The other thing that we had as an advantage is we had Mark Cerny, who had made Sonic too, and worked on it. So he had some knowledge. And I just decided this game was going to be the magnum opus. Like I was not going to let it release until it was perfect. And even in the Jack days, I would go into Andy's office and I would say, something changed. He would say, nothing changed. I'm like, the control's not good. We're starting over.
Wow.
The control is everything in games.
Yes.
Control is, it has to get out of your way and empower you at the same time.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
And if you're thinking about it, or if it doesn't act like it needs to act, it kills you. And we just learn things. For example, I said people were saying, how when you're running in, are you going to know where the edge is to jump? Like it's not going to be easy. The answer to that was, even as you start falling into the pit, you have a couple of frames
to jump.
To jump.
Because you can see you're falling and you jump and you're like, shit, I'm too late.
Yep. Nah, you
We're
good.
not supposed to catch
You
it.
good. You good. Slim's good.
Rewind. Cliff, and
Let's
you
re-engineer that.
have some, trepidation, but you do jump and you get the jump because we gave you those extra couple of frames. And there's all these little things that we learned as we were going. We also, it's dynamically difficulty adjust. There's dynamic difficulty adjustment in it. The boulder comes at you, you die. It comes at you slower, you die. It comes at you slower, you die. Eventually, you're gonna make it.
Oh, so you was helping me, and I didn't even know it.
You're all over the place. And those were things we had never thought of doing before. But, with Mark and everybody else, we did it. And so, it just worked out.
That's awesome.
I'm kind of curious, like right now, obviously, Crash Bandicoot is being made by another person. Is it weird, even though that you've moved on from that position, even out of the industry to a point, you obviously you're at Meta, but that now that you're not the helm of a studio like that, is it weird seeing someone else?
Can you watch him now? Can you look at Crash the same?
Bandicoot?
No, it's very weird.
Yeah.
I don't know
I'm
that's
actually
true for
curious.
everybody, but I haven't played any of the Crashes since I made Crash.
Wow.
And there was the recent ones have been well received, so at least I'm proud.
Yeah, the last one actually a lot of people liked.
Exactly. There was this trough where the kid left home and then I don't want to talk about their career. It's went downhill and you were like, oh my God. There was a period of time where it was you knew everything that came out was going to be embarrassing. And I just couldn't play the stuff. So the new stuff that has come out, I haven't played much of it.
So do you want to skip over that part where, that and then we get to Jack.
No, let's do the final. I swear, because I got to shout out Lord's.
Well, those two things are related, right?
Yes.
We had signed with Universal, so Universal owned Crash because we made a deal with Universal that they own Crash Bandicoot. And if you follow it, Universal was bought, and then that was bought, and that was bought, and now it's Activision that owns it.
Right. Microsoft
owns it.
Microsoft owns it if it closes with the FTC.
If it closes with the FTC.
So which is ironic. Think about it. It's gone from Sony to right. It's
Yeah.
But in any event, that made us decide that we didn't want to continue working on Crash because Universal was at that point, Mark had left Universal. There wasn't much they were bringing to the table, and yet they still wanted a lot of the royalties from the game.
Right.
I can
understand that.
Again, arrogantly and audacious, we'll just do it again with a new character.
Let's go.
New hardware. We'll just do it again.
The one that you
With
own.
our friend Sony.
You heard what he said?
Yeah.
He said, "Oh, so you think you made me? All right, hold my beer."
But prior to this, did you guys had full creative control with Crash? Outside of, I know some things was the influence. I want to get this question from Lord Will from Lord's Gamer. He wanted to know was it was Sony really influencing everything about Crash, or was it just on the Japanese side before you move into the Jackson side? I just wanted to ask that question as far as influence control.
They didn't know they was making it.
Right.
Yeah, they didn't know that. Like Crash was already designed by the time Sony saw it.
Gotcha.
I think the only person that had well, I said, you had Charles Embolus and Joe Pearson who were doing the 2D sketches. Unfortunately, I don't have one behind me. I could go run in the closet and grab my original Cortex.
Oh my God!
But like they had a huge influence on the game because they set the tone and they did the 2D art that became Crash Bandicoot, right?
Gotcha.
So they certainly were there. But in terms of the 3D game, it was really Mark Cerny and the 8 people that were at Naughty Dog. That was the beginning of Crash.
Okay.
What Sony did is they took the Crash Bandicoot that we built effectively for non-Japanese world, and they made it work for Japan from a marketing standpoint. We did a few things that you mentioned, the mitt. I forgot about
the mitt.
4-fingered things look like the Yakuza.
Can't have the Yakuza. Yeah.
Can't have 4-fingered. So there were things that we changed for Japan, but most of it was actually not in the game. Most of the changes, there were changes, like we had instructions and Aku Aku did some different stuff, but like most of the changes were their marketing.
Gotcha.
And that's where they really did a lot of the work.
Gotcha.
On Jack,
Let's go.
there was a lot more collaboration with Sony in terms of the design. And to a certain extent, I would say in the end, that ended up being a weakness. Not because Sony didn't have good ideas. There's nothing against the people that were doing it or the ideas they came up with. It was the fact that I thought, okay, now we're making an international superstar. This has to work all over the world. And all over the world is a lot of cultures with a lot of beliefs. It's not just the Japan and rest of the world thing. I want to make this work everywhere. And Sony by that time was a big organization. They had a Middle Eastern unit. They had their Latin American unit. They had all these. And so I was like, here's a genius idea. Everybody will come together and review everything as we're building it because we're already working with Sony, and we'll figure out the best possible answer that fits everybody. And I regret that decision because I think it waters down the character. Crash had the vibrancy of a very small number of people working really hard with an opinion. And Jack has some of that. And I love Jack and Daxter, but dollar to dollar, not as strong a character, in my opinion, because we took too many people's advice. Again, not the people, not Sony.
Right.
It's just that if you get too many people in a room, you're going to water it down. And it is. I took that away, and up until today, I believe that true art is a very small number of very, very intense people working with a vision, and it's going to offend someone. I don't mean offend it's racist or whatever.
Too many
some
chefs.
people are going to go, I don't like your character design. That won't work in this country, and things like that. And you're going to go, I don't care.
Right.
Yes.
I'm going to make it, and you're going to make it work. And that worked for Crash in Japan. And if it can work, Japanese market is very insular. If it works for Japan, anyone can, give or take.
That's a good point.
Spyro was never going to sell in the Middle East because at the time dragons were fantasy characters and that wasn't allowed. In Saudi Arabia, for example. But Crash was a Bandicoot and that was real, so that was okay. So there.
No, I know, right? Yeah.
But beyond that kind of rules, design with a spirit, design with your emotion.
Y'all made Crash in a vacuum, and this is in your rebellious stage because y'all.
I'm still rebellious.
Right? Did you want Jack and Dexter to be in that same rebellious stage without all the eyes? Because I know you alluded to that part right there, and you regret the decision of having more people input. If you could go back, that you would eliminate that. And what do you think Jack and Dexter would have turned out to? What's missing that you would have just let it be?
Yeah.
If you understand what I'm saying.
Let me answer that in a roundabout way. So Crash Bandicoot was a Sonic Mario game. We wanted to make a character action game, but we also had this fundamental belief that CDs were going to change the way gaming worked, and gaming was going to go from purely interface and gameplay to storytelling and start competing with medium like movies in telling stories, creating worlds, and being much deeper. Right. And so when we started working on Crash, we had a vision for something that looked more like Uncharted, not in the sense that it was a human character, not in the sense that it was more adult. It was still a character action game, but we had these cut scenes planned, and we had a backstory, and we were going to go back and forth. And the first boss, you were going to jump up, cut to a cutscene, go through his roof. He was going to threaten you, and then it was going to start. And we utterly failed to do any of this because the tech just wasn't there.
So ambitious.
And so when Jack and Daxter came and PlayStation 2 came, we were on this journey to make this mix of game and story. We wanted interplay, right?
Hashtag just one energy. Let's go.
So one of the things we had decided with Crash is Crash wouldn't talk. And the reason that Crash doesn't talk was because Gex and a bunch of other games had come out and took advantage of all the memory to have speaking characters, but didn't get it right. And you were like, that wasn't funny. I don't want to hear that. I don't think I'm this character. Like, and you distance yourself from the character.
Dana Gould.
So we were like, well, let's not Gex this character. Let's make him silent. And I think it was the right thing to do because it's you. Everyone else talks to Crash. Crash doesn't talk.
Right.
Here I had a lack of vision. PlayStation 2 comes out, and I couldn't get over that. And I was like, it worked for Crash. Let's keep Jack quiet. And if you look at Jack 1, he
don't talk a lot.
Too much, right? But we also wanted the attitude.
Yeah.
That's what created Daxter. Because Daxter can say whatever the hell he wants to say. It's not you.
Yeah.
Like he's the annoying sidekick.
Yes.
Right. And so that was the solution to that problem. And because of that, I think Jack didn't have the attitude he could have had because we transferred it to Daxter, and that's why he's a little bit more mellow of a character. Because we didn't need two attitudes.
Right.
We had an attitude. And Daxter was all of the, wise talking and sassiness and back talking, and like he told the story and like he was there. So Jack got a little too quiet. And we didn't really ever fix that with Jack. He started talking a little more, but he doesn't say a lot. And Uncharted, they fixed that.
Yeah.
Right.
And if you look at Uncharted, it is literally that line to story and game together with the additional decision that they were going to do non-character action game, more adult human being characters, which we wanted to do instead of Jack 2, but Sony wanted more Jack.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I didn't know that. Get out of there. I got to transition both of two.
Just out of curiosity, did you ever consider like Ratchet and Clank like a rival in any way?
So Insomniac and Ted Price were close friends.
Salute.
They had also signed with Universal, and for a long time, our offices were right next to their offices.
Oh.
So we would have lunch with them, and we would talk to them, and everything else, right? And so it was really Crash and Spyro, remember?
Yes.
At the beginning, right? And so one thing we realized early on, or at least I realized early on, is they shouldn't both come out in the holiday because we were just, they were both great games. Why attack each other? But the holiday was where the action was, and so we ended up with posters that had both Crash and so Ratchet and Clank, was it competition? Yes, but at the same time they were our best friends, and we were very close with that team, and we shared technology back and forth between the two teams. And to this day, Ted is a close friend, and like it's kind of like in the NBA, you get on the court, you're rivals, but
after court, that's still your man. No, I get
have
that.
A drink together, right? Like
So it's like I get it. It's one of those things where it's like there's a rivalry there, but it's nothing but respect. Like
absolutely.
And then you not to mention that helps build both of you up, both companies up. It's like, oh, I see you. It's like I'm gonna do something like that now.
Yeah, and it was an interesting time because Lord Jason made a good point. We forgot at that time, everything was kind of like pushed towards the holiday season. You had to kind of drop around the holiday season.
100% holiday season.
Yeah, you're crunching and stuff like that. But
that's when the spending.
Early part of the year was barren. Back then.
Yeah. So the thing now, here's the question that I have for you. The one I really couldn't wait to ask you was that, Lord, like Naughty Dog at this point, Crash, the sequels, Team Racing, then you have PlayStation 2, you have Jack and Daxter. The hits are coming. You got Naughty Dog is now becoming a thing synonymous with quality and these great games. And I got a pocket watch. I know the checks had to be very nice at that point. So
we were doing very well, yes.
Yeah. So my question now is like, what you then do, in my opinion, is kind of unheard of. Like you kind of leave on top. So my question is like, what made you get out the game at that point and say, you know what, it's time for me and Andy Baby to walk away from this thing when literally you're like the top of the unit. You're the darlings, right? And then to say we're gonna necessarily sell our company, and then obviously Naughty Dog continues to be what Naughty Dog is, the iconic Naughty Dog. But it's just interesting to me. What was the mindset at that point for you?
Yeah. So crazy times. Like Andy and I were, the checks were massive. Like everybody was. It's a small company still, so everyone in the company was doing extremely well. Like we were doing really well, and at some point, I remember we were in Tokyo, in Roppongi, in a bar called the Lexington Queen. Probably 4 a.m. I don't remember, but it was certainly way, way past midnight. Bottle of whiskey in front of us. I drank back then. I don't drink.
Salute to that whiskey.
Andy and me, Kelly Flock, who ran the internal Sony studios, and Andy McNamara and Andy Reiner of Game Informer magazine. So that was the people around the table, 4 a.m. Lexington Queen. And I was lit. Like we were all.
It was a nice time. It was a nice time.
And Kelly goes, so when are you selling?
What?
I go, what? He goes, the company. I go, why would we sell the company?
Exactly.
Yeah. And Andy McNamara and Andy Reiner, too, they get up and they're like, let me tell you about Naughty Dog. They care about the games. They care. They don't need to sell to anybody. They this, they that. And Kelly Flock goes, yeah, but you're number one. There ain't nowhere to go but down.
Yeah.
And
I remember, I was like,
it's like maybe we should sell when we good. Like,
So is that the okay? I'm sorry. Finish.
yeah. So the other thing that was going on is, and this is the part, like there are things I regret about the Naughty Dog era. And one of the things I regret was, like, you got to remember, I started when I was 15.
Yeah, I started young.
I didn't take training to be a manager. I was never in a company where I was managed.
Right.
So to me, we talked about the holidays. You had to hit the holiday, because if you didn't hit the holiday, you could hit next holiday, but that's way too long, and you've cut in half the amount of money you can make and the number of games you can make. The Naughty Dog, we finished Crash on a Christmas. We hit Crash 2 the next holiday, 13-month product.
that's crazy.
That's
We
crazy.
hit Crash 3 the next one.
These
So
are
that one was even shorter.
annual
And then
releases.
CTR, we did like 8 months and 4 days. It was like insane.
Wow.
The cadence is nuts.
That's insane.
And yes, the money was there, but it was there for me and Andy and the team. But the team was not getting what Andy and I did, and we worked all the time. And I regret, like, we slept under desks. We were there 6 days, 7 days a week. There was 2 years where I did not have a day out of the office. Andy had our computers tracked it. 16-hour average days.
Wow.
That includes weekends. And 1 day out of the office because I had the flu, and I took 1 day at home. Andy didn't take a day out in 1998.
Wow.
And, I'm in my 20s, right? 98, I'm 28.
Yeah.
We started making Crash and started working these hours when I was 24.
You were burnt.
Cut forward to Jack and Daxter. It didn't stop.
Yeah.
And we started giving the team time off in between the projects. We'd give them a month off. And I would go on press tour.
Oh yeah. You still
And then
got
I'd have to get
But
in
you didn't
early,
really get
and
off.
I'd have to start working on the next game.
that still work. Yeah.
I had no life.
Preach it.
And like, there was a time where I remember, like, I had a girlfriend. She was like, I'm gonna like just out this on your. I had a girlfriend, and she was not a great person, it turns out, but she got something right. I cared so much about the games I was making. I cared about my PC. I cared about the car. We'd go out with swabs and clean out the car and detail it. But my body was just falling apart. And mentally, I was like not the man I am today. And I just, sitting in the bar with Kelly Flock, I was like, he's right. Like there's nowhere to go up. And also, like, when am I going to get a life?
Preach.
And so I just kind of at some point decided, and keep in mind also, the companies had been growing all across the industry, but nobody had started doing, it was still like the 2 leads or 1 lead or 3 leads would run everybody. And there was no organization, and I didn't know what to do. I was not like, see, what we need is an art lead, and the art lead will have departments, and the departments will have, like, all this stuff that exists today. I didn't know how to do any of that. And I was like, this isn't going to work out. Like, it started with an 8-person team with Crash, and now we're a 80-person team. And like, I manage all these people, and I go to everyone. And it's like, I got to this point where I was like, I think I need some time off.
Take his time.
And there's no way to take time off when you're hitting holidays
Yeah.
and you're doing this stuff. And like, I had Evan Wells that was working there, Stephen White at the time, working at Naughty Dog, Christoph, like all these really, and like they were saying, how does my career progress? Right? You haven't created a structure where I'm really in charge. Like maybe I should go start my own team. And like law firms break up, right? And my father, I saw that his whole life. And I'm like, I don't want like a third of the team or whatever to split off. And like, I just don't want that. This is a powerhouse. If I step aside,
it could go.
Evan can step up. Okay. So we agreed to sell.
Okay.
We agreed to make the Jack games. And about 2 years into a 4-year contract, I told Sony, look, I think I need to walk the earth. I need to have a life.
I feel that.
I don't know if Andy's going to do it too. He ended up deciding to do the same thing. It took 2 years from the day I said that to the day I left to transition to Evan and at the time Stephen White running the company. Last year, Evan had the big office and I had the second biggest office. Like we did the transition. And I went right though. Yeah, I just needed time.
No, I hear you. It's a powerful discussion because obviously you mentioned the let's be honest, we got to call it what the crunch in the industry, and then the other thing too that I find is interesting, especially in parallel to this climate now, where you're seeing a lot of companies selling and a lot of people being acquired. Right? Would you say that, because I know I'm kind of affectionately known as Lord Acquisition. They always tease me like, oh, it's always pro acquisition. But would you say that like that's part of the end game, when from where you came from, for a lot of these studio heads to say, okay, we got to that point, we've done everything we can, and then it's like, hey, let's cash out, let's grab a margarita to be like we've accomplished our goal, or is that too much? Is that far? Like, what do you think about that?
Not only cashing out, like I'm not pro and I'm not anti. For a while, I was pro, and I remember saying to Ted, "When are you selling?" Ted said, "I'm never going to sell this company. I love managing. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that." And for a while, like there are hard years running companies, and for a while, I was like, "Yeah, I made the right decision." Naughty Dog, look what this guy's going through still, my friend. And then he sold to Sony recently, and let's just say the valuations for companies have gone through the roof. He made the right long-term
the valuation
choice.
is
yeah, exactly.
But he also had 15, 20 years in that period where he was working his ass off, and I was traveling and doing whatever I was doing, and I did a lot of other things. I wrote the comic books that like these characters, and like so. Who did it right? I don't know. Maybe we'll sit someday in heaven and we'll talk about it. But like,
you did what was right for yourself.
For yourself
at that time.
Yeah.
A question. You see how the industry is going now with the anti-crunch movement, crunch movement, and
that's right. That's the right thing for the industry to do. And I take that very seriously.
Implementations to stave that to actually don't allow too much crunch to happen, but the trends now in the digital era, as far as release dates, remember you were saying that the holiday season, everything was geared towards the holiday season. We see games like Elden Ring can come out in February, March, and they can actually have big numbers and big sales. So we see the trends lead that there is actually no selling period. It's just good games that can actually sell when they actually do release. Do you think that is a good trend going forward? Because the old trend was everything was geared towards the holiday. The beginning of the year was barren, and now that leads to a hell of a lot of crunch. So crunch at that period of time was actually necessary, but now crunch isn't necessary in this digital era. And do you think the digital era is the reason why crunch isn't necessary anymore?
There's still a lot of teams crunching, and this is a really hard topic. Like at the end of the day, you start every project spending too much time on the details and not getting to not getting the things you need done, and then whatever you do, you have a release date, and it comes, and you end up delaying, and like there is still crunch in the industry, and still people managing around. I think the holidays have become less important. It kind of depends on where you are in the business, though. I think the holidays are far less important if you're a mobile game. It's probably irrelevant. Holidays are still important on consoles. It's still important for us in VR. Whether or not that leads to crunch or not depends on how skilled your managers are and how reasonable you are about the fact that sometimes extra time is the right thing to do. I thought it was like we always hit our date. Like I didn't think it was possible to slip the date. There were teams at that time that were releasing a lot more slowly. If you look at the Gran Turismo team, they had like 2 titles across, I think 2, maybe 1 across all of PlayStation, and we were doing every year. And so one of their titles may have outsold us because the next year it was the only title, and the year after that it was the only title. Right? But we outsold them if you look at some of the titles we did, and that was the right thing to do financially. But again, it was brutal.
Well, I mean, to be honest, back then there's like a gray area too. The industry was young. You didn't know what could be done, what couldn't be done, and like all that was done back then that led to the industry
what it is now.
Yeah. So that's my question, Jason. Like, because obviously the dice speech felt like it was you venting what you were feeling, right?
Drop some bars in
My life.
And
not necessarily the brightest thing to do. Would I take
no. I mean, but again, you were speaking from the heart, and anytime you do that, that is the truth. And don't ever regret doing that. But it is. Did you feel? You said you crunched a lot, but it almost felt like that was your motivation to do it. Did you feel that it was something that it was kind of self-imposed, but then publishers looked the other way, or was there something in the sort of culture of the company that kind of egged you towards doing that? Was it understood that was the expectation, or was it just the fact that you guys were young, hungry, and willing to do this?
Let me start by saying I take full responsibility for the crunching. I think a lot of teams were crunching. I think a lot of teams didn't know how to do things differently. I think it was accepted if it was known by publishers. But at the end of the day, it was my responsibility to set rational timelines. And I was always too aggressive. And then I hit them. And so, I'm not going to excuse it by saying there were mitigating circumstances like others were doing it too. I still should have been better.
I feel that. No,
but you guys was hitting your targets without the
But it creates the expectation. And that's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, but I'm not even talking about that. They were hitting their target with being efficient without the bugs and stuff like now. Like now, we have game-breaking bugs that are in this digital era.
We have bugs.
It's like, but it's like ship it now, fix it later, right?
We couldn't.
You couldn't fix it later.
There was no patching back then.
It was on a CD or it was on a DVD. Like if you had, I think it was Crash 2, one of the titles we put out, and like you're like, oh my God, the thing is on the shelf.
Woo, we made it.
And then we get a call from Sony, and they're like, we've had like 3 bugs. There's crashes, it's crashing, and like you're like, and that was it. Just those 3. For 24 hours, like you've got to recall your CDs. And then ship everyone's CDs. And not everybody knows there's a bug. Like you can't do live patching like you can now.
Good point.
So you had to get it right. Because if you didn't get it right, there was no, it was just impractical to fix it. And so in a lot of cases, you just pulled the game from the shelf if it was that bad a bug because you couldn't sell it anymore. And so we had to get it right. Live operations, that's another thing that's making crunch a little less relevant. If you can launch your game into a beta, learn if it's working or not, slowly build it, market into it, and fix the problems after it's launched. Like these are all things that allow holidays and things like that to become less important. But back then you had none of that. It was even worse on a cartridge.
Yes.
Because remember, it was an $18 piece of plastic and silicon. So you screw up a cartridge,
Done.
I do have a quick question as like an outsider. I don't know if you want to comment on this. Like you see like a lot of these companies buying like giant corporations. You see people buying smaller studios, mid-sized studios, to even publishers. A lot of this consolidation. Do you, as someone that's been in the industry, feel like that's good for the industry?
Yes, there's an endless cycle, and this is actually something I probably can't answer today.
That's fine.
There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on.
That's why I put it in there. I was like, in case you didn't feel comfortable answer, I don't want to put you.
That's good.
I knew the chat would get on me if I didn't.
But I want to transition. So now, like I said, you step away, you sell. You make the decision for your mental health. You make the decision to see the world. But there were some stops along the way. You did, the comic book thing, you had the THQ run. You know what I'm saying? You had Fox, MySpace, like it was a lot going on. So, my question is, through all those experiences when you were away, what did you learn? And then what in the hell made you say VR and come back?
All right. So I am very bad at retirement. Probably was retired for a good 6 months before I started noodling on things. there's a bunch I did that it's not worth bringing up today, but like tried to acquire some game companies, was involved in a bunch of other stuff. But ultimately, MySpace kind of hit, and
MySpace was fire back then.
It was dope back then.
Right. And so I was making my page look good, and I had some friends that were celebrities, and they're like, "Can you make my page look good? Because I got a lot of followers." And I was like, "Sure, I can make your page look good." And I would do it, and I was like, This is laborious. Like, this is the way it should be. And so what if somebody made something that could plug into a MySpace page and it just made it look better, and they could put photos up and effects, and like it could edit videos, because like, and so I actually knew the head of marketing at MySpace. I'm like, I think you guys should build this. And she's like, well, we're not going to build that. We're busy. And I was like, well, then I'll build it and I'll sell it to you.
Okay.
And we did.
Nice.
That hole
it was called
and fill that hole. Pause. But that's
right, build a hole.
Yeah.
A year and 10 days after we started that company, we sold it to MySpace. And like their whole thing was, we're going to use this to like as a centerpiece of how our video is going to work, and it was going to do a bunch of stuff. And it was like, great, what about this Facebook? And they're like, yeah, this is a good company. It's like, they're getting bigger, but there's no way Facebook, we're MySpace. I mean, so like by the time we sold the company, it went from that kind of dismissiveness to, well, they're getting bigger, but we think in the long run we've got, and then by the time we actually started working on things for MySpace, it was like all hands on deck. And then a few months later, it was like clear that MySpace was done. And so, yeah, it was a short tenure at MySpace, but I did learn a lot about social networks. I learned a lot about, that kind of software. It was a good learning experience, and, we sold a company, so it was fine. The comic books, that was
you went out on a high over there too.
So I gotta ask,
I'll tell you what
the comics.
The comics were, I have this creative thing that I want to fulfill. I don't have a venue to do it. I didn't want to start a game team. I want to do something with a small team of creative people, because that to me was the glory days of game making, was a small team of creative people. And it turns out that comics are still a small team of really creative, talented people. It's like, I'm going to write a comic book and I'm going to figure out how to get it made. And I did that twice with 2 comic book series. They were okay. As a writer, I'm not. You learn that you're not good at everything.
Iron Saint.
But the artists were awesome.
Iron Saint and what else?
The Iron Saint, Mysterious Ways.
Mysterious Ways.
And let me ask you a question. Okay, well, I'm always going to ask you.
And by the way, both of those, the goal was, I'm going to write a comic book series and then I'm going to make a movie about it. And so I wrote the comic book series, and then I started going around in Hollywood, and they're like, comic books? No. You're not make a movie out of a comic book. And then nobody ever knows what's going to work. And then I'm like, yeah, it's going to be R-rated. Because the stuff that I wrote was a little, and they're like, no, the comic book movie stuff all has to be PG. That's the secret. See, it's got to be PG, and then you look at, the stuff that's out now. Deadpool.
Yeah, Deadpool. Yep.
You've always been at the curve or ahead of the curve, and you've always followed that aggressive thought. Like you said, you can't retire probably, right? So you're sitting there, and you're like, you know what? Today I'm a drug.
It's aggressive, and it's optimistic.
Yes.
So with that, I have to ask the question.
Go for it.
When you joined THQ,
here we go.
You joined what was essentially a sinking ship at the time. How optimistic were you that you could turn it around somewhat and the company still sort of survive that? And then what do you feel about the modern THQ Nordic kind of coming back and in funny ways trying to sort of recapture what THQ was back then?
Yeah. So I was involved in the acquisition of a much larger publisher than THQ. And I would have been the head of studios, and that didn't go through. It didn't happen, but I spent about a year on that acquisition. And then the same bankers said, well, what else is out there? And I was like, that's kind of it, right? Everything else is appropriately valued or whatever. And they're like, what about THQ? And I was like, I mean, they've got good teams. They have good teams, but man, it was stock. It was a $2 billion company that was worth something like $25 million in the market at that time.
Wow.
Now, you could say you could buy them for $25 million, but it doesn't quite work like that because there's debt and all this other stuff going on. And if there's one thing I've learned in life, I don't ever want to go through a bankruptcy again. But I was close with bankers, and here was the thesis. Like, here's the idea. Video game developers are becoming more and more valuable. And the industry is getting larger and larger. Starting a big developer starting a talented large organization like a Naughty Dog is harder than it's ever been, because it was fine when it was 8 people. It was hard when it was 16. It got harder at 60. Now they're hundreds. Like, these teams are hard to make. And so forget THQ, forget the current products. The teams have value. These are talented teams, and they'll be able to make great stuff. So all we got to do, this plane is headed to the ground. It's got a little bit of fuel, but not a lot.
Land it.
It's got it. Oh, no, don't land it. Scrape the wheels off and take off. Like, you just got to not auger into the ground. Like, that's all we got to do. We got to raise enough money that the plane will have enough that it can just, and then get rid of everything that isn't core to the teams, like core to those teams, and like take off from there. And at some point, that's going to be worth billions of dollars again.
Wow.
That was the thesis.
That was ambitious.
So we started working on that. I went into THQ and I was like, tell me everything you got. I went and visited all the teams. And I was like, this is going to be really, like, we're going to really bounce off, but we can do this. And within a week of joining the company, it was clear there wasn't as much money as we thought. There were other mitigating factors. There were titles that they had shown me 10 minutes of gameplay, and they had 12. And I thought they had half the game done, right? It was, and nobody at THQ Central knew how poorly the games had come along. But know anything about games, you eventually get into it. Within weeks, it was like, okay, we're going to hit the ground hard.
Yeah.
There is no way this is going to make it. But we did manage to raise money in what's called a stalking horse. And
Yep.
bottom line, very close. But we ended up having to go through the bankruptcy, and we sold off all the companies. Now, those teams is what you're referring to for the most part, along with some IP, as THQ Nordic. Right. And those teams, you know, whether it's the 4As or the, you know, all those teams, they have in fact gone on to be incredibly valuable. Yes. And the products that they brought out did much better than we thought they would do when they sold to the new companies. And some of those teams, a lot of those teams, in fact, ended up working with me on VR early on, because they said, you did the right thing by us as a team. You cared about people. And like, so at the end of the day, THQ was a very bad 8-9 months, very hard. Like, talk about not sleeping again.
Yeah, no, that's powerful.
But those teams exist, and that might not have happened. It may have been a different, it's chapter 7, chapter 11. It's very complicated, but it might have been everybody's lost their job. Go home.
Everybody's off to the wind.
All those teams would have fluffed out to nothing.
Yeah, no, this is powerful, and I love these learning experiences, and how candid you are with it. And the thing too is, like, now, like I said, we're talking about VR, we're talking about like Oculus, right? And
let's get to it.
You know, for me, I'll be honest, and King, you know, laugh and clown at me, rightfully so. You know, I was the hater. I'm a Gen Xer. I was just like, because I saw like early tech stuff. I'm like early, and then like Samsung Gear or something, and I'm like,
forcing these guys.
Yeah, and I'm like, man, I don't know about this, right? So it wasn't until the Quest 2 came, right? And then I was like, all right, let me try it at least, right? And I try, and I'm like, oh, first steps. You know, putting the gun together, manipulating objects in the room. And I think for me, it was seeing my hands. I was just like, oh, this is okay. You know what I mean? And you're messing around. So like, you know, then I'm like, again, core gamer sensibilities. This is cool, but what about the games though, right? Like, what about the games? So, and I think me and you talked about this one, Jason, when I was like, I'm such a turn-based guy. And I remember I think shout out to Lord Bill Stillwell, formerly at Meta, and then now I believe at Epic. But he was like, you got to try DBO. And I'm like, all right, let me see what's going on. The Dungeons and Dragons, 4-player co-op. And I remember picking up the piece and just like manipulating it. And I'm just like, okay, this is different. So I'm like, let me get the guys together. Let's see if I'm feeling like this feels transformative. And then it's like you got that. Another one for me was shout out to, I believe, Raymond Zenith, the MMO, anime style, melee combat. And I'm like, man, this is like almost Phantasy Star Online with Final Fantasy. And I'm in this world. And the idea of putting my hands and I'm flying around this world. I'm like, okay, this is different. And then obviously the Resident Evils, the Lone Echoes.
He transformed.
Yeah.
Well, all right. I'm
He's
like
the VR guy. Yeah.
I'm the test bed. I'm the test dummy for everything.
Yep,
right?
all the new tech.
Literally virtual boy.
Yes.
Yes. I brought the virtual boy and my cataracts popping off all over the place, i.e. the shades. But I always believed in that tech. I always believed in the entering the world. I started off with Vectrex. Okay, so we can go back all the way there.
Let's talk about it.
Now, the tech, Sega had some VR that they were coming out, and I was very hyped for that Sega VR, but it never got off the ground. So now when we get to the Oculus, and I was on Oculus before Meta purchased them, and I'm trying to tell these guys, yo, you got to get in there.
Yep.
You got to check it out. At this period of time, it's a lot of horror games, jump scares, rudimentary stuff, but still stuff that there's a foundation here. There's something here, and there's cultivation here, like the early stages of Pong, the early stages of Pitfall.
That's exactly right.
This stuff here. We're in the wild, wild west of it, but it's gonna form into something that's gonna be fantastic, and it's gonna take certain key games that are gonna make this happen. And I'm trying to tell these guys, check it out. This guy calls me, and he's raving. I'm like, what the hell are you raving about? What are you talking about? Yo, Demio, yo. And I'm like, man, I'll talk to you in the morning. I'll talk to you in the morning, because I'm dismissing you now because you dismissed me for a long time.
True that.
Every show we went to,
Yep, he would be VR.
we at PAX, and I'm fighting with these guys.
Yep,
we got to do the VR stuff. And they're like, you go do the VR stuff.
Yep, I would make them do all the VR coverage.
And he's doing all these hot games, and I'm going to the VR stuff. But okay, all right, fine. I know it's going to happen. It's going to hit. He calls me, he tells me that. And I told him, well, I don't have the Oculus 2. And this is when I know he's serious. I got a package at my door. I said, well,
you bought him.
I was like, everybody got to experience this.
I said, I didn't order it.
You only have a few billion more people that need that. Are you willing?
But it's gonna hit. It's gonna hit. And I'm like, I didn't order anything. What the hell is this? Open it up.
Let's go.
Let's get it together.
Let's go.
Every game, every console needs a killer app. And I've played. I have the Vive. I had the original Oculus. I've played. I had put nodes on the floor. I have the PlayStation VR. I did all of that stuff. This stuff was untethered.
Yes, that was a key for me. Untethered.
Very, very key. I'm playing Demio with these dudes, and we all in the same room, and I got a giddiness about me. A giddiness. Like, when you look over you and you can see them over there. I see them. And we all in the same space. Because before, VR was an isolated incident for me. Now it's a group thing. We went to a concert, Wiz Khalifa concert. We watched MMA together.
We took up the venues. I took them like it was a thing.
Yep,
it was a thing. So
I can't wait for him to make that transition to you. But I wanted to tell you that how it transformed a group, because Attic was not into VR at all. I literally had to win a bet with him to put him in VR.
Yes. To do an interview, right?
Yeah, remember? It was on interview. I had to
record. I think it was an E3. I think it was an E3. We was doing our media. Oh, it was media run at PAX? Okay.
Yeah, it was PAX. And he did it, and he was like, yeah. But
the problem is I get like motion sickness really easy in VR for some reason. So like I have to play like Demio's like the only game. Like I tried Resident Evil, and it's just like I could only play like maybe 15-20 minutes of the game. But like Demio, I was like, I turned around and my girlfriend's off work at midnight. And I'm like, oh, and I'm like, this is probably an hour before we finish this. I'm like, we good? Like,
no, that was the game. I was like, for him, because Attic is a test bed for me. He's a younger one, and I was like, okay, at least he gets it, and he was enjoying himself. And I was just like, okay. And I know how resistant he is. He's more resistant than I was. So I wanted to transition all of our experiences just to say, like, for you, like, what was that moment to say, okay, this is where I want to go now in career. This is where the industry might shape in this direction.
Yep. So I can definitely answer that. So I'm doing this on the side. I haven't, gotten Oculus's comms, Meta's comms department to agree. So I'm going to talk general terms. VR, we're not going to talk about.
Yes.
I'm sure they would be okay with it. We just have to. I can come back. I can do what 266 you said or something.
Yeah, do 266. Yeah, we do.
We'll come back shortly.
Yes.
So there's a we've talked about how I have a vision. I go for things. I do it. So I'm gonna before I answer the Oculus specific, the VR specific questions,
yes,
let me just say this. Like, if there's takeaways for people today, it's this. Like, first of all, one of the biggest reasons people don't succeed at doing stuff is they never start. If you have an idea, if you believe in something, start.
Preach.
Once you've started, you'll find, if you don't know where to start on something. Make a title screen. Do whatever, because once you get started, you start rolling and you start going. The second thing is, you got to be okay with shipping it. You got to be okay with putting it out. And the third thing is, you got to be okay with failure. We've been talking about the things I've done today that have succeeded. There have been a lot of things that I've done that have failed. Some of them in smoke and wrecks. But that's okay. As long as you walk away from it, you're fine. THQ is a good example of that. I walked away from it. It was a failure. I consider it a failure, but I learned a lot, and there's good people that I worked with that I still work with in virtual reality. So when I, after THQ, Brendan, who was the CEO of Oculus, called me and said, you got to see this. You got to come down here and see this. And I was like, okay. I mean, theoretically, I think VR is cool. I've tried all the, last 20 years, they all sucked, but I'll come down and look at it. So I came down and looked at it, and it blew me away. Not the very specific thing I was doing, but the potential.
Yes.
I believed in the potential. Everything I had ever made was either through a screen, in a book. You never were there. And remember why I got into this business. I got into this business to make worlds. It's great to make worlds through a screen. It's great to make worlds on pages. But what if you could make a world you could step into? And so I believe, and fundamentally still believe, that is the power of VR, MR, AR, all of these things, is that you will be able to step into worlds that otherwise you could not step into and do things you otherwise could not do, whether it's climb Everest, be an amoeba, travel to Mars, like whatever it is. It doesn't matter. The point is to put you in somewhere else. And so,
what is MR?
MR is mixed reality. It's like you're in a headset, and you see the outside world, but you also have stuff on top. It's like, what?
I was just making sure I followed the terminology.
You good.
No, because I know AR, I know VR, but he said MR. I'm like, what are y'all doing?
And it's all complicated, and there's too many R's, and but here's the thing. Get started.
Okay.
Believe in yourself. Be okay with failure. And those three principles I went into this with. I said no to Brendan. He said, you want a job? I was like, no, you don't have enough money to launch this. I've worked at Sony. You can't launch hardware. But I'm going to go start. What are you going to start? I don't know. Andy and I went up into an attic with Jason Kay, another partner of ours, and we started talking about what VR games would look like in the future. We were going to start a VR game company. And then Brendan called back and he said, and that was getting started. Did that happen? No. Brendan called back and said, you heard? I was like, yeah, Facebook's going to buy you. You have the money now.
You want a job now?
You got a job now?
Right? I joined. That was a very expensive mistake. Should have joined earlier, but believed, started, went with it, don't care about failure. I still fundamentally believe. Like, I don't want to get into too much discussion about the ins and outs of the current products because, again, I'm happy to come back and talk about that. This is my happy place right now. But, like, in general, was the first video game machine what you have today with PlayStation 5, Xbox, or PC?
Good point.
Hell no.
Good point.
Did I believe in games back then? Yes. I was the nerd that hid it from everybody else. But I believe that eventually, and I said this in early interviews with CrashBandicoot, this will be bigger than music. This will be bigger than film. This will be bigger than television. And people laughed. And sure enough,
talk to them.
Where is it today? They're making films about games, right? It's like this is the future, the metaverse, all these things, these are the futures. So I believed, I was willing to take the risks, and I got started, and I'm okay with failure. And I fundamentally believe what it looks like in 20 years, you'll be looking back at these early things that we were doing and saying, that was just like the Apple II, or the Channel F, or the Nintendo. Was it worthwhile to do Nintendo when it was out? Yeah. Was it worthwhile doing Apple II? Yeah. Should you wait for the ultimate system?
No.
You're missing out on a lot of cool. And I totally accept and understand the motion sickness thing.
Yeah.
That will also get better, and we'll do better at it. And there are a lot of things you can play. Try the room.
Yes. Now, respect you, Lord Jason. Again, we ain't going to put you on the spot with any more questions on that front, but I'm glad you said that as far as taking the risks and seeing as a visionary where this thing can go. And like you said, you make a fantastic point. There were always stages. You know, we're talking about gaming and we look at it now, you know, these, you know, amazing experience, the graphic fidelity, but look, you had to start somewhere before you get that. And the advancements and those inflection points with certain games and moments. And that's what I think you're going at with VR. And I think you're onto something there. So final question I had for you was just in reference to back up a bit, Solve kind of alluded, but one of the things I'm kind of proud of you, and I know you may look at it maybe cringy, but I think I was proud of you with the Summit Conference. We have to go back there because at the time, in my opinion, you know, King, we come from that era where when you get the cartridge or whatever, the publisher is on the box. The publisher is the one that gets the credit. It's all about like now, like I'm extremely pro dev, right? So now we're at a part where we like, okay, we know that's, you know, Ready at Dawn, or we know that's Resolution Games that did that. And I go out my way to seek out the dev because these are the creators.
Those are the artists.
Right. Don't get me wrong. No disrespect to my publishers. Love you
Not
guys
at all.
too.
Very necessary.
Love you guys too.
Not
and
bad.
you guys help keep the vision, sometimes the lights on, and we love you. But we got to give credit to the creators. Like, this is artistry to me. So when I saw your comments, and I was like, I remember it was very controversial at the time because one, Naughty Dog, you're on top of the world. You technically, it's not to your advantage really to be saying any of these things because you're on top. So my question is, one, what led to that moment? And two, are you satisfied? Because you made powerful points about, hey, we need to give these devs their flowers, their recognition, and know who they are, especially the play thing. I like that, but I'll just be being real. So where are you at looking back at it now after those statements at the DICE Summit?
Yeah. Really quickly on VR, because I have been watching the chat out of the corner of my eyes. It's like, talk about high resolution graphics, PSVR, PSVR 2,
yes.
I assume. And then like, you know, standalone, no cable.
Yes.
So the answer to which one of those is more important is yes, they both are.
Yeah, most.
Again, remember, VR is going to move. And right now, cable free is awesome. High resolution graphics are awesome. Hard to get both of those things together at a reasonable price point. Reasonable price point, also awesome, because then everyone can experience it.
Yes.
It will all work itself out. Like, nobody is disrespecting the other hardwares. We're all just taking different stabs at it. And ultimately, you will have all of those. That I promise. Technology will get there. Like, you will have all of those in one device, and there will still be competition, but you will have all of it in a device, and you won't have to make a choice.
No doubt.
So with regards to that DICE conversation, so again, I've always been a believer in interactive entertainment and the metaverse and all of these things. I didn't call it the metaverse back then, but I always believed that there would be these massive worlds everyone would be in. And I always believed it'd be bigger than film, and I believed it would be bigger than music and bigger than television and all these other things. I also believe fundamentally it's not that different from those things. Like, ultimately, it is an artistry, and the people who are building it are making statements that are important. Sometimes they're political, sometimes they're not, sometimes they're very obvious, sometimes they're hidden. But like, the artist is important. And there was a period in the game industry where it wasn't clear that we weren't going to be considered like cereal in a cereal box. Like, you don't know who designed the cereal, or like a piece of software where you don't know who actually made it, and not like a piece of art. And during that time, for example, at GDC, which is the Game Developer Conference every year, there were people that were getting introduced for panels as, you know, no name.
Wow.
Senior programmer, publisher.
Wow.
So that you didn't know who they were. They were speaking on behalf of the publisher, mostly as a recruiting tool, but they didn't have the right to their name because nobody wanted the people to like be, and it was really rough. Like, there were people that weren't allowing their developers to go to GDC. It was like, it was very odd. And then at the same time, we were becoming a big industry, and Sony was throwing parties, and Microsoft was throwing parties, and others were throwing parties in Hollywood. My backyard, I live in LA, is right down the hill from where I am right now. And they weren't inviting the people who made the games that the parties were being thrown at.
Wow.
And again, I took it probably a little too personally, because I'd have friends calling up and saying, hey, I'm going to this party. Are you going? I'll see you. Well, not are you going? I assume you're going because someone's throwing it that you work for. Are you going to be there? And I'd be like, no, I wasn't invited.
Wow.
Why?
Hell yeah.
So they'd invite me as their +1. And I was like, there's something wrong with this industry. And
Speak on
and
it.
I didn't want it to head that direction. I wanted it to head in the direction for a lot of reasons where it is art. Because when the question is, should this game come out, or should, video games cause violence? Video games cause all of these horrible things. Like, art has protections.
Yeah.
Other things don't. Like, we are art. And I'm not condoning, everything that's ever been made, but I'm saying, like, there are reasons you want to be considered art, and we are art, and it was looking really bad. And so I had a voice. So again, I believed, I started, I got up on stage, and I wasn't afraid of failure. Maybe it wasn't my brightest moment in retrospect, but I followed my 3 principles and it worked out fine.
It worked out, brother.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
I don't think when you think about your stature in the industry at that time, top of your game at Naughty Dog, I think the message isn't as strong if it isn't you or someone like you.
It had to be you.
It had to be you.
It had to be you. It had to be you.
Yeah, and other people were like, I'm glad you said that. God, I'm glad it wasn't me.
Glad it wasn't me.
Yeah, because
I'm also passionate, so the way I said it, going back and looking at it, like, probably could have put it better.
Listen, man, you spoke for the heart, man. You spoke for the heart. I mean, look.
But you spoke for the little guy.
You spoke for
The little guy that couldn't do that would have got ostracized if he did.
Right, and it could have been repercussions, and you utilize your position to do something good. And
that's what a leader does.
Yeah, and it's great to see how the industry has changed. Man, we could talk to you for we do have to wrap because this is phenomenal. At some point, Lord Jason, we definitely want you to come back, and we'll definitely, doing the proper procedures, do more VR stuff. But I do want to ask the question that we do. It's a tradition here at ILO's podcast. We ask every guest in the round, putting you on the spot on this one. You can answer these, which is, I need Lord Jason's top 5 video games or franchises of all time.
Oh my God, this one. I can't count the number of times I've been asked this. So. The way I look at it is like this. From the beginning, it's been very hard for me to play a game and truly enjoy the game as a gamer. I tend to look at games and I see the flaws and I see the success and I see things that I've never seen before.
Got it.
There were things Ultima early on when I was playing Ultima that made me realize like where games could go. Like Lord British, Ultima,
yes,
had big impacts on me. There were games like Doom that, I remember playing that 24 hours straight, and a Caco demon jumped out around the corner and I fell back in my chair. And that was the first time that I realized that I was emotionally inside the world as opposed to really playing it on a screen, right? So that was a magical moment for me.
Magic.
Ultima.
Said Ultima. We got Ultima Doom. Those are goats.
Red Dead 1. There were some we had always been trying to make.
Well. You were doing so well.
Let the man preach about his Red Dead. Continue, Lord Jason. It's a great game.
That was groundbreaking.
Thank you.
And again,
it's like so hard. There's a moment in Arizona Sunshine.
Okay.
Where I was just playing, and again, I'm looking at how locomotion works and all of the underpinnings of whatever. And the zombies push this bus off a cliff, and it falls down. And in that moment, I was watching zombies push a bus off a cliff. I was there, I was watching it on TV, but it hit me in a way where my heart started going, and I really felt like I gotta run because did you see how many and there was just this thing about that again, is that the best game ever? It's not what I'm talking about here.
How it affected
my
you.
top 5s are how it affected me, and Red Dead affected me. Whether or not it's better than 2 or GTA is better or whatever, GTA for whatever reason never struck me in the same way as Red Dead did. Red Dead had the whole package was perfect, and there were moments in that where I was like, this is so deeply art. It just, and I know I'm watching people that agree and they don't agree and whatever.
No, they agree.
No, you're in the right. You're in the right. Continue. Continue.
For me as a developer, those were magic moments, and I'm going to leave the 5th one open. I'm going to cop out here, and the reason I'm going to do that is that if I give you a fifth, I will have shorted something that 10 minutes from now, I will be angry at myself for having shorted.
But here's the thing. You could always come back and revise.
Because you got to come back.
We're talking 35 years, 40 years of gaming now. I mean, like, I'm not even going to do the math. It was 85, right?
You know what
so
you do,
like
Jason?
83, I got my first computer. Yeah.
You know what you do,
Put
Jason?
Crash in there.
Yeah, you put Crash in there.
Here's the thing about the games I've made. I can't enjoy them.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Every one of them I look at and I was like, God, we let that release.
So we'll leave it open for now. But look, man, we have the man.
Didn't get the last question.
I know. He might not answer it, but I still gotta ask it.
We need it.
Yeah, favorite console of all time and why?
He's just thinking about the consoles he's worked on at this point.
Throw that fair child in there.
He said, "Well, the ones that I made."
I think for me, it was the PlayStation because it really like
PS1. Which one?
PS1. Yeah.
Let's
PS1.
go. Oh my God.
Because before that, like, the promise was there for video games, but you had to look really hard to see it. And then something about the PS1 and the amount of memory the CD had, the size of the games could be, the fact that it was a like truly 3D console with like it had horrible. Crash was 3,000 polygons to put it in perspective. Like, I'm working with devs now that are complaining like about working on mobile chipsets and stuff and headsets, and their eyeballs have more than 3,000 polygons. we made magic with those 3,000 polygons. Crash was like 532 or something polygons. Like he was like a sixth of our total polygons, and most people got 2,000. We got 3,000 because we had good coders. Like,
salute.
But still, like that was the moment where I was like, yeah, this actually is going to be the biggest medium ever, because I could feel it. Like, I could actually feel it in the games. And PS2 was better, and PS3 was better. Xbox, a great console. When it came out, Xbox, like, the consoles now are wonderful. And I won't say which one of the two is my favorite, because I really don't have a favorite. I like titles, not hardware.
The PlayStation 1. The first one, of course, because it is in my heart as well.
Yeah, same thing.
It was a magical moment in the industry where so many rules were broken.
Yeah.
Not the least of which was Sony was a new entrant into the hardware market, and yet they still killed it on that hardware.
Tremendous history, the journey, the passion. You still hear it, you still love it. We're looking forward for more in VR. The legendary JasonRubin,
VP
of the Metaverse. An absolute pleasure, brother. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Before you go, where can the people find you? What else you have going on that you want to talk to our audience before you leave?
I'm on Twitter.
He's on Twitter.
I'm on Instagram. I'm on Facebook. The JasonRubin on Facebook. Someone got JasonRubin before I did. There at midnight when they opened it up. Someone was still there before me. So, Facebook.com/TheJasonRubin. That's as good as anything else.
No doubt.
That's anywhere.
Thank you so much for your time. Real quick, everybody said, Addict, King, Solve, any final words, Lord Jason, before we let him have his day back?
I really appreciate you coming on and speaking. You know, a lot of the past you have. You definitely is one of the people that we've had on that you've been doing this since you was in your teens.
Legend.
Like, I've always said, like, I value passion for the gaming industry over everything else. And like the whole time you talk, and like that's not like you are the embodiment of passion for this industry.
Thank you.
So
you always have to, like I said, the 3 rules, right? Believe and all that stuff. You also have to be willing to laugh at yourself. Like some of the stuff that we went through, like don't take yourself too seriously.
Yeah.
No doubt. Solve any final words for Lord Jason?
Yeah, Jason. Thank you so much for joining us. I think for me, the great thing about having you here is that a lot of people that came into games when you did burnt out and left. And
it's hard.
It's very hard, and because you guys are sort of you're creating what gaming is as it's as you're going along. So the fact that you were able to sort of survive that and figure out what you needed for yourself, continue to be passionate and create, and then be in a position now where you can teach the people that are coming up the right way to do things, to have a life and still be able to create these amazing things is special, because a lot of people just walked away as I can't do this. So it's great to have you as that example. So thanks for coming on.
Lord King, any final words from the legendary JasonRubin?
Well, one, the reverence that I have for you, coming on the show and talking about a console that I didn't have and I pretty much had everything.
Yeah.
Blew me away. You made me Google. Right? So the fact that you made me Google, you put a smile on my face. My wife texted me and said, "Who the hell is that?"
The fact that you made
so
him
happy.
Google makes me smile.
you sound so happy right now. And I just put, he's a legend. I can bloviate and I can go on and on, but what I would say is today you re-engineered yourself every step of the way.
That niche.
Every step of the way. So when Sovereign said, other people burnt out because they didn't know how to re-engineer themselves. Every time you retired, you still have a new re-engineering to do. Is it a comic book? Is it a this or is it a that? And you always go out on top. You know when to get
We're just
out.
not talking about the times I didn't.
yeah,
I'm saying you got to be
we not
okay to
talking-
fail.
Listen, we don't look. We understand that, but the perception is our reality, and the perception is you're a winner.
Thank you.
Salute.
So thank you so much for gracing us today, and I do appreciate your time.
No doubt, Lord
King
Jason.
was well behaved the whole time.
I was
It's like
not
us
behaved
once.
at
I
all.
only broke the rules once, right?
You were good. Trust me. We had shout out to Lord.
talking about
We had Jeremy
King
Jaffe
being
on.
king.
You're good.
I'm worse when I'm around my 3.5-year-old than I was with you guys. I mean, this was hard.
I appreciate you, brother. Again, enjoy your day. Thank you so much for taking the time. Lord
Thank you. I appreciate
Jason
it.
Rubin, VP of the Metaverse, co-founder of Naughty Dog, the legend. Enjoy
Thank
your
you.
day, brother. Thank you so much.
All right.
Have
I'm
a good
out.
one. No
Okay.
doubt. Peace.
Hey, bro.
No doubt. Sorry, you want to get the super chats?
Yeah.
All right. Why you do
Please,
that?
everybody, share this out. This.
Yeah, this is fantastic.
You
This is
guys
amazing.
got the creator of Crash. You
Oh,
got
Crash
Naughty
Bandicoot.
Bandicoot.
You
Insane.
understand this?
You know, Way the Warrior. Come on, man. Y'all better give this out to somebody. Who doing this for
And
you?
I wanna point out to the people in the chat, while Saul gets the super chats together, like, if you listen to our podcast on like the audio versions of them, like Apple, Spotify, like rate us, man. Give us a comment, even if it's a bad comment. You don't like us, you think I laugh too much or anything like that. Give us some comments, man.
Yeah,
get us some
hit the audio
ratings
up.
up.
Yeah, hit the review on the audio. That'd be really appreciated. Hit that like button, share it out if you can. So if you need more time, I can do ScribeOfTheMonth or okay.
I'm
you
good. I'm
okay,
good.
cool.
We got Brick House Arsh, $7 super chat. I'm currently on vacation with my wife for our 1-year anniversary. Congratulations. But I still needed to listen live to my favorite podcast. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on, I'm break protocol. Shout out to the legendary hip hop gamer, ILP for life. Fire. We outside, son. This joint was good. Thank you, brother. You're an inspiration, brother. Hip hop, you're an inspiration, brother. I see you moving and you outside and you fire. Crazy fire, brother.
Doing some stuff, man.
Bro, I'm blown away every time I see the things you're doing, but it's always an honor to see you in the chat, man. One of the OGs, the legendary hip hop gamer. Salute. Thank you for listening. Continue. So I just want to give hip hop his flowers on that.
There we got Family Bone Slave, $5 super chat. Shout out to IOP. Informative, fun, and most importantly, real. Can't wait to link back up for E3 2023. Yes, sir,
Yes,
brother.
sir.
It's gonna be a movie. It's
Cali in
gonna
the
be
building. You
something.
already know, Vaughn.
We're gonna be in Hollywood, and maybe we, hook up with Jason.
Yeah, have Jason pull up. Yes, sir. Salute.
Then we got Bix Hutch, $5 super chat.
Salute.
On the comic book exclusive talk, the world continues to sleep on the coolest badass in all of comics, Blade. Imagine that gameplay, Lords. Yeah, we'll see.
And these people are ridiculous. They're posting on Twitter. Yeah, already I got one that says they're posting the link. It says Lord Attic laughs too much. Special.
Wow.
I'm the one that laughs too much. Good.
And we have KO3 Black Truth, $20 super chat. So dope that I lived through all of this and get to hear the stories from the creator of some of my favorite games. Way of the Warrior was my game. I too told everyone it was better than Mortal Kombat. This is priceless gold.
Oh, salute.
It was to us.
For us, it was.
And Resolution,
Resolution, the graphics, the sprites.
Boy, that
You know what
$700
kind of-
console made you looked at it like, man.
You know what kind of blows my mind? The fact that like a lot of these studios, small when they were still in their infancy stages, like every time you hear an interview of like someone that ran studios or something, they always talk about our neighbor was this, the person next door was that. Like a lot of these studios were literally side by side
each
in
other.
their earlier stages.
No doubt.
Yep. Then we have Hollywood Rules, $5 super chat. Lords, what an amazing walk through video game history. This is the content you get on the best podcast on YouTube. Thanks to my 4 boys. Incredible. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
It means a lot. Thank you.
We got Hollywood Rules once again, $10 super chat. King, great pull on the EA yellow tab. I bought the first Madden and Lakers versus Celtics for Genesis before they were in stores. I ordered it from EA directly from an ad in my grandfather's movie magazine. That's crazy.
Yo, that's crazy.
We saw it. Me and Cog saw it. And we like, yo, what they doing? Why they cartridges just looking different?
Now
everybody else was uniform, but these dudes want to be the big boys. It was crazy.
Now every time I see someone talk about buying Madden back then, I'm like, you the reason my man Jason couldn't sell no more units.
Yeah, technically. Hey, what's crazy? He sold out. And like he sold all his copies, and they like, yeah, but we gonna go over
thank God it did happen, because do you think this stuff happens? Like,
things happen for a reason.
He still stays at EA. No. We needed him at Universal.
Yeah. And we got Paris Lockhart, $10 super chat. Key question. Does Jason wear Crocs?
Here we go.
Oh my God.
Good. Thank God we missed that.
Yo, Paris, next time
Shout out.
me, man. DM me. Paris.
Shout out to Lord Paris. So glad we missed that super chat while he was here.
I saw a few
Nah,
people
salute,
in the chat ask, yes, this is a Yu Yu Hakusho shirt.
Salute Yu Hakusho, no doubt.
Does Crash Bando Crocs, not
black
Crocs?
Louis Vuitton. I know, I'm just joking.
Look, man, I'm gonna tell Phil on you. You keep this up. Good.
We got all manner of Crocs. We have
Crocs.
Crash
Come on
Bando
now.
Crocs.
Time.
Not dog
3:30
Crocs.
time.
VR Crocs. Then we got Zero Mac, $5 super chat. Oh hell, the ILP. I need LordCognito to change that PS Oculus Xbox arrangement in the background.
What's wrong with it?
Stat.
What's wrong with it? Oh, he talk about Xbox. Y'all worried about position? Look, the Xbox controller's on top of the PlayStation logo.
Oh my God.
All right, if that's what it is, like,
Fix
geez.
that, no.
But it's right on top of it, though.
He said, you out of bounds, man. Fix that.
He don't like the positioning of my joint. Like, come on.
I don't like what you're implying with that.
Fix that, though.
Listen, man.
There we got Gerald back again. $2 super chat. I know. Contractors if you like shooters. So I guess this contractors thing is
fire. Yeah, contractors is fire.
What is it about? Assassins?
VR, baby.
Would you stop that? That's the second time you did that, and we told you what it was.
Yeah, continue.
No, I don't remember.
Yes.
Moving on.
Really?
Gamer by choice, $2 super chat. IOP is the best podcast. Much love, Lord. Salute.
Thank you.
Sir.
Salute.
And we got Lord Metroid, $2 super chat. Phenomenal interviews. Thank you, Lords. Appreciate it, brother.
Much love. Much love.
I'm starving.
I know.
I have to eat my peaches.
Hold on
You
a
can take a
second.
little break because I got to do scrap it both.
Then we got JD Gamer, $5 super chat. The ILP out here having the best interviews in the industry. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate
means a lot. That means a lot.
And we have the Critical Smoker, $2 super chat.
He's smoking to critical.
Yeah, he's smoking that critical.
He's sitting there getting critical.
I've had a console every year since 1977. Facts.
My dude,
Nice.
I'm with you, man. Let's go.
I noticed JD Gamer, you switched that that profile picture. Finally,
he's
been in that profile picture for like 4
yeah.
years. It feels like.
Then we got Pixelbit G, $5 super chat. Great interview, Lords, and his journey should remind us all that big studios start from small beginnings. Consolidation won't change that.
Yep.
Well, he actually said he had a problem.
I mean, he says he felt the way he said it is like he feels like it's a natural
He
progression.
said it's a natural
It's gonna
progression.
happen.
He actually agreed with Lord Acquisition himself.
It's gonna keep going.
And it's gonna keep changing and evolving. It's just what it is.
Because there's always two guys in the basement right now making some games.
And some people wants to get their joint off, have margaritas on the beach after they work
That's
hard
right.
and
That's
get to
what
the
I'm talking
joint.
about.
So let's not act like people don't want to sell.
Listen, after you make that bright memory infinite, you sell.
Yeah. Look.
Wow.
Continue.
Then we got baby father, $10 super chat.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby father. Let's go.
You brothers don't have the largest channel, but your ability to secure these conversations with legendary figures in the gaming space speaks to how respected you are. Thank you, man. Keep doing it your own way. Bless. Thank you, man.
Salute. Much love.
Yeah, it takes
Let it translate to cash.
Yeah, let it translate to hit the like button.
Anytime. Let's share that out.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let us grow together.
Let's grow together.
For sure.
No doubt. We got everything?
Yes, sir.
All right.
We're
Let
caught
me
up.
get the I gotta get Scribe because I didn't want to do it while he was here to take away from his time. You know that time in the
I
month.
mean, are we doing the Patreon this month?
You can't. We gotta do it next week. We gotta.
Yeah, we'll do it. Like we'll when
next week.
Yeah.
I gotta do the Scribe for a special
Remember, we
reason
up
right now.
against the clock because we have your premiere.
Yeah.
Oh,
We can't
against
mess
the
up
clock.
on
Well,
that.
no,
I
I'm
can
gonna
move it.
adjust that,
You
but
can
I
adjust
gotta
it.
leave here soon.
no, I
Like,
know, but I have to do the Scribe. And
Yeah, we need you here for these topics.
Yeah. So look, we
You
could
gotta
cut. We could cut. It's cool. We could about it. We can figure it out. Look, Scribe Bumps that time of the month. You already know what it is. Shout out to the Lords of Gaming.net editorial team who just kills it every month. Shout out to Makboon, Undead, Gondor, Infinite Ammo, Flame, the whole team, the whole squad. Look, always good competition. Have to give one particular Lord who went above and beyond in the month of July. His Ayuden Chronicle. Actually, articles are like behind the scenes, one of the most in-depth things you can learn about this game that's coming. You know, he did a Yakuza Like a Dragon, and then obviously one of his recent articles about unions in gaming, the pros and cons. So, proudly present the latest winner of the Lord Dizzy, rest in peace, Lord Dizzy, the homie, LordsofGaming.net Scribe of the Month, Chris Jones, a.k.a. Lord C Unit. He wasn't able to be here to accept it, but he left us a little something for us.
Sure, hold up.
What's going on, everybody? It's Chris Jones, your Scribe of the Month for July, aka CUnit 123 everywhere, aka the Michael Jordan of LogNet, senior writer, LordsofGaming.net, aka Suikoden and Yudu Chronicles expert. And man, I'm kind of getting those nicknames like King's got, huh? I just want to say thank you and how humbling it is to once again be your Scribe of the Month. Every writer for LordsofGaming.net puts in their heart and their soul every single piece that they write. You got Lord's Minute. So much work goes into everything we do at LogNet, and it's much appreciated. The writers would be nothing without the great editors that we have, so big shout out to editors. Mahmood, Ammo, Flame, Nick, Gondor, Josh. Appreciate all your work. Even Cog edited a piece one time. Much appreciated, and to be associated with the Lords, it's a great experience. Addict, King, Sav, Cog, you guys are pillars of positivity for the gaming community, spreading positivity in the realm, not focusing so much on the negativity, besides in the jokes. Continue to do what you guys do, and I will continue to be motivated. And sorry I can't be there. Being a part of the union keeps me away from home quite a bit, so I don't have as much free time as I'd like. But you best believe Chris Jones will be back again. And one day I will be on the Scribe of the Month segment on the Iron Lords podcast. So shout out to the Iron Lords, the editors, the writers, LogNet, ILP, the fans. We appreciate you guys so much. And we do what we do because we love to do it. Salute.
To the legendary Lord Chris Jones, dropping that gem on us. Thank you, brother. Much appreciated. Go hit up, solve up. Y'all know what it is for the reward of the month.
Sir.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, again, support that LordsofGaming.net, y'all. Great talent. You see what we got out here. It's a lot of things.
You got to give him by his proper name.
Let's go. Let's go. What we doing? See you.
Jordan.
Oh yeah, he calls himself the number 23 out here.
Michael Jordan.
Yeah, number 23 out here. Make sure you hitting practice, sir.
Very, very, very brash. I love
Yeah,
He outside.
Love the humility. Love it.
Yeah, I'm not there right now.
He works hard, man.
works
He works
hard.
really
He
hard.
works
I'm
hard.
tying my jersey up there.
No doubt. Salute. Let's get into the.
We got one more chat real quick.
All right, and I got the poll. Yeah.
We got Dragonheart Yobi, member for 14 months.
Guy.
Hashtag peace, love, life to the legendary ILP. Extremely proud as always. Keep laying the blueprint, gents. Modern day legends. Thank you for inspiring and keeping up the fantastic work. Y'all making grown men cry.
Oh,
thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you for crying.
Yeah.
Thank you for appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Thank you for your tears. I do appreciate your tears.
You're
Leaving
ridiculous.
tears all over the place. Thank you.
You're ridiculous. Last week's poll results in The people spoken with the recent announcement of Black Panther game in early development. How confident you that EA is backing the title?
I didn't know he was doing this.
Yes, the winner of the close three-way ILP poll at 40% of the vote was not confident. EA has a lot to prove when it comes to single-player focused games that are not microtransaction heavy. Coming in at second place at close 30% was very confident. Jedi Fallen Order proved that commitment to single-player quality and licensed IP can exist. And in last place, very close at 29% of the vote was the Messy Lords. I don't care. It's all good when they're making a new Black Panther, but I'm keeping an eye out on what the hell's in that character creator option. Salute to everybody in the vote. Lord King, this is your topic. They feel how you felt last week as opposed to this week.
What I'm gonna say is you have the right to reserve judgment. And just because listen, Jason showed us today, past so-called failures doesn't indicate that the future doesn't hold something bright. I went back and I played Jedi Fallen Order because I had to make sure that my assessment of the team was exactly what I was talking about. And they earn the right for me to reserve judgment until the game actually ships. So listen, man, I'm very hopeful. I'm very hopeful because there's sparks of them keeping true to the law. So I just want everybody to reserve judgment until after the game is out. Don't prejudge the game. Don't look for every little screen and talk about, oh, his ears is wrong. Let it come out.
Exactly. So till then, dímelo, Wakanda.
Oh no. Yo, somebody on LSM wrote it as a Patreon. It was like something Son Wakanda. I'm like, oh my God, this is what somebody listened to ILP and made that their name. Yeah, they out of pocket. I see.
Out of control.
They out of control. Any see what y'all saw before we get into the topic?
We're good. We're caught up.
All right, cool. King, want me to set you up or you good? Because this is you. All right, so main event, well, a lot of people have never been waiting for.
I think everyone can realize and know exactly
whose topic
we know whose topic this is. So I just want to be clear. Yes, Sony says it believes Xbox owning Call of Duty could influence users' console choice. So looks like a recent questionnaire in front of a Brazilian regulatory body says that Call of Duty is an essential game, a blockbuster, a AAA type game that has no rival. And they go on to describe how much of a powerhouse it is. It's so powerful that it could influence a user's console choice. And its community of loyal users is entrenched enough that even if a competitor had the budget to deliver a similar product, it would not be able to rival it. They go on to talk about the resources that Call of Duty has and about the development teams. They talk about, again, recruiting and how they expect it to be even more successful in the future. No other game developer can develop the same level of resources and expertise in game development. And they said Call of Duty has been the top selling game. It's overwhelmingly the best game. It's synonymous with first person shooters. It defines the category. And they said it added, to say the least, players were unlikely to switch to an alternative game as they would lose their familiarity, those skills, and even the friends they made playing Call of Duty games. So Sony had a lot of things to say about this, the impact of Call of Duty. So King, this is your topic, man. What do you feel about these statements?
Sony out here, they shooting. Oh, made you look. There you go. You're a page in my rhyme book. Oh, you do. Yo, why y'all doing this? Why y'all going out this sad? Why y'all gonna go in front of the Brazilians and be like, let me tell you, man, we ain't got nothing that can compete with that. And you talking from experience. You talking from what you did to us. You talking for what happened from the 360 era when we had the marketing rights to Call of Duty and every casual was like, the Xbox box is the box. And then y'all got the marketing rights for the PlayStation 4. Y'all was $100 cheaper. And y'all realized that's how 360 won that battle. You know the power of Call of Duty. So when y'all was like, oh, they brought who? Oh, Shorty? Shorty I'm talking to? Nah, not Shorty. Oh, come on. Not that bad chick from 35th. Oh, God. Please, not her. I like her. She bring everybody around. The club stay packed because Shorty be in there. Now Shorty ain't going to be in your club like that. You heard? You good? Yo, when you found out she got booked to another club and is exclusive over there, you dudes is like, oh, not shorty. And you don't care about, they ain't say nothing about Diablo. They didn't say nothing about any other title. They single-handedly pointed out one title because they knew exactly who is the bomb chick and who gonna bring all the boys to the yard.
The Khalees, called it the Khalees of gaming.
That milkshake bring all the boys to the yard. And you are scared to death. Yo, I know. They trying to do anything now. Right now, why you gonna go in front of the Brazilians and shit? like, who gonna go out for? Yo, let me tell you something. What they doing over there, man?
Why you trying to imply like they telling? Like they
not, because you know why? Everybody got the questionnaire.
Mm-hmm.
And only these dudes came back talking about well, see what you just got Bungie. You gonna tell me that you don't got a first-person studio? I mean, a first-party studio that can't make games of the caliber of Call of Duty? So what you just said was you knew Bungie for the streets. You just looked at her and was like, you hot though, but you ain't Call of Duty hot. Like, you all right, but you ain't all right. So you knew your purpose in that purchase was a reflex. You try to stunt. I got shorty too. Like, I got a short.
Wait, are you implying Bungie's a rebound relationship after losing?
Definitely a rebound, but you trying to stop the wedding.
They're the person that say, I am if anyone.
Yo, anyone objects to this wedding, you the dude raising your hand. Put your hand down and go sit down. Stop trying to stop this from happening. And I understand it's gonna hurt you. But this is good for you though. You've been playing these tactics. You've been doing these things. I still ain't got Final Fantasy yet. So don't think I hear your cries and I'm out here like, oh,
Bendito.
Sony, ay, bendito. No, man, let it burn. Let it burn. All you do is talking about, yeah, but we got God of War. Sony told you anything we making ain't messing with Sony.
They said
nothing
it's unrivaled.
In the chamber. Nothing we come up with. Yo, how you gonna say so? We can't conceive of anything that can mess with these dudes. You have folded your tent and went home. You took your ball and went home. Because once this deal go down, you already know competition is none.
I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna just sit here and eat and enjoy King's Reign.
I really love these moments because it seems like this Sony ain't the Jason Sony. This Sony ain't the aggressive Sony. Like, what the deal, Oatmeal? We out here, let's go. We got stuff on deck. We ready to fight. When Halo came out, y'all made Killzone. They always had an
resistance.
Answer. This Sony right here, they snitching, they pointing people out, they trying to stop stuff, and you guys are rolling with
He's not wrong. I will say this. They literally, first off, I don't even know why they went to the like, I can understand publishers, but to go to Sony, the person that's literally dating the head marketing thing that they have, that's literally depending on that Call of Duty reference, that they have the marketing, they have a partnership with them, to go and be like, how do you feel about them buying that company? That don't make sense to me. So that they are low key like, well, you know.
Well, it's Brazilian regulators. In fairness, they have to by law.
Ain't no fairness. Well,
they have to respond by law. It's like getting subpoenaed. Like, you got to come to court.
Now, it stands to reason that this messaging is uniform across Sony, I would think.
Yes.
Unless, they're just letting the
lawyers just run wild.
They get Sony Brazil run wild and say whatever they want to say.
Right. Because like King said, everyone was asked, right? And like Attic was saying, then now it's on them to say it's not in their best interest to say what's good, that it's because this is going to be good for the interest. It's not good necessarily for them particularly. So, go ahead, Attic.
I was going to say, I'm sorry. I think, I want to clear something up. People are like, I do think people are, obviously King will be king, but I do think people are blowing this out of proportion. I don't think they mean Call of Duty. They can't replicate that. I think they mean we can never make a brand like Call of Duty. It's not that they can make, I would argue Destiny is just as a caliber as a game as Call of Duty, but as brand wise, Call of Duty just completely tanks over Call of Duty.
They said,
Destiny.
They said no other developer can devote the same level of resource. They said even if they could, Call of Duty is overly entrenched so that no rival, no matter how relevant they are, can catch up. They basically said it's impossible to beat. Like, yeah, I mean, that's literally what they're implying. So, no, it's interesting. In fairness, I want to say, like, Microsoft had a statement kind of replying that to
That's cute. That's what they said. They looked over and was like, "Oh, you snitching, huh?" That's cute.
But Microsoft wasn't exactly 100%.
On the up and up. It is.
They said, yes, specifically with respect to Activision Blizzard video games, there is nothing unique about the video games developed and published by Activision Blizzard. That is a must-have. That is a must-have for rival. Nothing unique for rival PC and console game distributors. This is what they read in response to the New Zealand Commission.
I do think that they're.
This is how they downplayed it. Like,
well, it's not even that. Like, if you look at it, like, I think they're taking as far as gameplay and as far as like structure, Call of Duty's not special compared to like the other kind of games. Let me give you the Google. But as far as like brand wise, like I think that's the thing. Like, Sony was talking about the icon Call of Duty, not individual games. The icon known as Call of Duty.
Nah, let me give you the Google Translate.
What's the translate, Kim?
Microsoft was like, man, shorty, all right, man, why you tripping?
Why is that Google Translate?
It's something, she all right, though. You wilding out. Like,
they ask you to pick your language, and it says hood. Like,
hood
drop down.
This is Google Hood Translate. It's like you can't pull. You been pulling bad shorties. Why are you tripping now? Don't Kanye me right now. Kanye me right now.
Absolutely hilarious. Yes, I mean this is definitely the. Okay, King. I'm sorry. I'll let you finish.
I just love this. I can't write a better script. You guys have released me. Like, you don't understand. Like, my other three co-hosts literally laugh when I put stuff in chat and say this is my topic. And I tell them every week, I have faith in the gods that Sony gonna do something stupid. And how stupid is this? That was a bait trap. That was a trap. What you hit that button. Hit that button.
Which one?
No, my trap card. You triggered my trap card.
I'm done.
That's exactly what the Brazilians said. They gave you, they served it to you on the platter. They knew they shouldn't have asked you that question, and they slid it to you, and you triggered their trap card. And look at you now. Look at you. Your fan base is like, not like this, Sony. Not like this. Don't tell them you scared. How the hell you gonna say, yo, come outside, man, we fighting. Do I really gotta go? It ain't like anything I do is gonna make a difference. Are you scared to fight? Yo, what type of Sony? See, guys? This is why I love Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer. He ain't scared to fight. He ain't scared. So when he was fighting with bare knuckles, with y'all in the street, and y'all sitting him in the head with bricks, and y'all was doing all this crazy stuff. And then Satya looked over and was like, yo, who that warrior down there? Who that young warrior down there? Okay, so that young warrior down, yo, everybody, bayonet up. Let's go. Let's surround this dude. We gonna rock with this dude right here. OG came down off the hill. Now y'all running scared. The whole team come out, and every week they're acquiring new dudes. So you see the army getting bigger. So when y'all squabbling with young Phil, now young Phil squabble game crazy. Now y'all don't want them knuckle games no more. Y'all don't want. How a whole company gonna say we can't make nothing to compete? I don't care what nobody say.
I mean, but
don't verbalize you scared.
Don't verbalize you afraid. Here's the thing, though. They're not wrong. Like they can never replicate what Call of Duty has done. They can't ever. There's very few brands they can't even remotely touch Call of
Yeah,
Duty.
that's a
I
fact.
don't even think Microsoft owns a brand that comes close to it. There may be Minecraft. Minecraft
They
is
own it
probably
now.
just-
when your knuckle game ain't right, you buy Mike Tyson. They got young Mike in his prime. Yo, on God. I don't think I can write a better script. And I love you guys because you know what happened?
King, can you hear it now?
Do it.
You triggered my trap card.
Yeah, that was perfect.
That was much perfect.
The ham hock eating dudes that was sitting there talking all that smack. You don't remember? You remember when I popped on the scene for Twitter? You don't remember? Your Xbox ain't got no games, babe. I got a war Spider-Man.
King, you gotta be pilling it with a
but
knife.
see,
Man.
this right here is a ham hock. Being that on ham hock.
Yeah.
Yo, listen, youngin, sit down, man. I'll show you how these game thing work. You know, Sony always gonna be the best.
AAA bangers. The AAA bangers used to tell at you. Remember,
Yeah,
kid?
the AAA bangers. Yo, when your own company say we ain't got AAA bangers that can mess with that dude. I've never heard this from a competitive company.
It's like equivalent to like you're working your way up on something and they're like, yo, we good, man, we good. We good as long as they don't. Oh, they did it. Never mind. We're not good.
Yes, I knew this is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be a fun one. Addict, man. So, like, now that the news is settled and you've seen both Sony statements as far as the influence, nothing they feel can have a rival, and then Microsoft like, it's no big deal. It's just.
Well, no, it's definitely a big deal. Like, you know, they could say whatever. It's like I said, like, I don't think Sony was talking about like even like any individual game or, you know, the Black Ops franchise or anything like that. I think Sony's like, look, this goes beyond gaming. Call of Duty, whoever owns that marketing rights. I mean, you can argue whoever's owned the Call of Duty marketing rights has won every generation.
You can make that's a great argument.
So it's just like, you know, the 360 had it. People could sit there and say, you know, the PlayStation caught up after the race was over, which makes no sense. Once you pass the finish line and you into a new generation, people's like, but Sony caught up and passed them. Yeah, because Microsoft wasn't running anymore. Like, so it's just like, look, like that is big. You can argue that Call of Duty, the marketing, saying the PS5 or Xbox Series S and X at the end of that commercial is more important than the actual game. Because the games are subjective. They go up and down. Multiple studios making them. They're not always on par with what you would expect from a Call of Duty. But to be able to come out there on that Super Bowl Sunday and have a commercial that says Call of Duty on Xbox. And imagine... Now, the people think it's bad now. Imagine when you see these Super Bowl commercials and they say day one on Game Pass. People are like, oh, what's Game Pass? Oh. And then not to mention, they'll probably market towards a casual audience like that with the Series S. So go in right now,
promo.
pick up a Series S for $300 and leave with Call of Duty.
Imagine when they dropped the price to $200 on some Christmas sale.
$200 with 3 months of Game Pass
with the custom skin. You see, they got the Fall Guys one. They got a custom cards console with little man on it, and you run out, man.
And I think that Microsoft's statement was the exact opposite adjacent that they did. They're like, look, we will probably end up getting Call of Duty if this deal goes through, but it's just like, besides brand recognition, what else does COD really provide? It has up and down values in terms of what the games provide to what it has multiple studios making it. Like, besides that brand recognition, which is everything, it isn't really special to compare to a Destiny, compared to these other type of games, because with those other games, you get consistent content with those other games. With Call of Duty, it goes up and down. Now, you know, when you put that brand recognition in with it, Sony's 100% right. They scared, they run, and they like, we need new management. It's like, it's just like they can't replicate that. And I think that they're trying with this free to play market, and they're just like, to have someone like Microsoft able to come out there and constantly be promoting Call of Duty, people don't realize how much brand impression,
brand recognition.
No, brand recognition. When you put your brand on someone else's brand.
Oh, I know what you mean.
How you put your brand on someone else's brand?
So it's like, you know,
brand recognition.
It's pretty much like
it diminishes the brand. You mean?
No, like, okay, you
brand association.
Brand association, yeah. You see Call of Duty on there. For all PS4 generation, you saw Call of Duty and PlayStation side by side for the majority of that generation.
Yeah.
So when you're seeing this over and over again, it's tricking the mind into thinking, yo, I got to get a PlayStation to play that game. Then you look at, I mean, you take a take it a little bit further with psychology. Like, there's a reason people end up putting like cigarettes with drinking coffee, because they're linking those two together, and people like, yo, I can't drink coffee without cigarettes. So it's just like you have that same thing where it's like when they come, no, but you get what I'm saying.
I know what you're trying.
When people connect two things together, it's hard to do one without the other.
No, I understand.
That's the way the casual mind works. They don't know this industry like that. They buy the console and play the game. And when they're going on there and they've seen on Super Bowl Sunday where it's like, yo, we got this thing called a PlayStation 4 free, and this new game called Black Ops 3 is out with it. It's like, yo, let me go and get a PlayStation, play this Call of Duty game. Like, that's all they see.
No, it's a good point.
That's the reason that's the reason you see people fighting over the 2K license, people fighting over the FIFA license, people fighting over the Call of Duty license. They fight for these license because these marketing rights, because they know whoever owns the majority of these, especially Call of Duty, you can win an entire generation just off Call of Duty. You don't even need the rest. You just need Call of Duty.
And when you win this generation, it might be curtains for that other dude.
It's a good point, because I know the hardcore. We as the hardcore don't want to hear this, but the reality is the casuals drive the game industry, and what Attica's saying in reference to brand association is true, because the casual's not listening to a podcast most of the time. Casual's not, paying attention to all the news bits and what's going on in the industry. The casual will walk in the store, and if they see the game that is the hottest game associated with a console, whether it be marketing or what have you, then that makes them think that you can't get it anywhere else. You can only get it here. And that's that new generation of gamer. And I totally understand where you're coming from. If you was I was going to get solved in to see what he thought about all of this. So
what I find interesting is that despite Phil saying, hey, Call of Duty isn't going anywhere.
You're going to honor the contract, though, right?
Yeah, he's going to honor the contract, right? Despite that being said, given the opopportunity, they're going to derail this. They're going to derail this acquisition if 100% possible.
They don't care if that, if it was exclusive, that would hurt, but that's taking it off of their perspective at that point. They know that the majority of the people buying their PlayStations right now, when it was the PS4 generation, it was that casual consumer. And when they keep losing those Lego blocks to build that castle, eventually that castle gonna fall. So,
that is correct. So this is the thing, right? So when you look at it that way,
these blocks are crazy today.
When you look at it that way, is there an indication, right, that they still have a deal? They still have a deal. That deal is not infinite. There is there's finality to that deal. At which point you have to renegotiate, right?
2024.
So this comes off as that when the current deal that's in place goes away, our leverage for what we'll be able to get in terms of Call of Duty changes.
Yes.
And it could change. And the language out there is vague enough that change could amount to core Call of Duty games not coming to PlayStation, right?
Wait. So
it could, because if you turn first of all, Call of Duty stops being annualized, right? And you turn it into an every 2 or 3 year thing, you get Call of Duty, right? Then it's sort of positioned as this juggernaut that comes out every year and dominates, changes. Now, Microsoft would not be reneging on what they said if they do that and Warzone still continues to grow and be what it is.
They would be vilified if they flip the switch after 2024.
Let me say something.
This is the fear.
Let me say something real quick, Saul. I think that you're onto something when it comes to certain scenarios, but I don't think they're going to do it with the main core series. I think once these deals are up, if they bring back like a Black Ops trilogy or something, like they refresh them, remake them, bring them back as a collection, I think they might hold those on their console as a console exclusive. But as far as like the main driving force known as Call of Duty, like the everyday, I don't know if they're going to do every year or every other year, But I do feel like people have this conception that like if Microsoft gets approved for buying Activision, that they're automatically to go and they're gonna be like, look, yeah, we you guys aren't making Call of Duty. None of you are. Like, no, I think you might get like Toys for Bots might come off of it, and they might go back to like the Crash franchise, or maybe even make like a Conquer or something like that. But as far as that, I think the majority of those studios most likely
still continue to make Call of Duty. Yeah, for sure. I don't know that you stop the gravy train, right? You figure out better ways to do it. Like you said, move people around not necessarily make it a yearly thing, and not do everything you can to not have it stagnate, right? And I'm playing devil's advocate because I do believe that Call of Duty, it's just a smart thing. Call of Duty is that, you know, and their argument holds water where it's like, it's so big, that that it's something that whoever holds that chip, whoever holds that ring of power, controls the world. And the difference
it's like the
here,
5 rings that what's his name has in that Marvel.
Exactly.
Like
The Mandarin.
It's like Call of Duty's one of them, Minecraft's one of them, Fortnite's one of them, and like they're going there like we want all.
Exactly.
Like we already got Minecraft years ago for the cheap if you really think about it. now we're gonna walk up here and knock on Activision to get that second ring, and then he's like, what? But we ain't never probably gonna get Fortnite, but that's okay because we got more rings, then we good. Like,
I think the funniest thing about all this, right, it's because it's Microsoft, right, and it's their first party competitor. Because if another third-party publisher came and scooped up Activision Blizzard, no one would be arguing. There would be no, it's fine, you know, but you know, everybody still gets it. But it's Microsoft.
Let me tell you why they're crying.
Why?
Because it's the last damn PlayStation.
Here we go. Here we go.
This was cemented.
Sony came out and said it themselves. If we can't win, we can't win. We can't win. Remember that song?
It's
for that, man.
You know what's funny? They say it, and it's true. It makes them right. It's like they're playing the victim here. Like, oh my God, woe is me. Look what's gonna happen to us if you allow this to happen.
But in defense, that's what you're supposed to say though. You're supposed to be like, yo, it's not good for us.
The same way Microsoft be like, nah.
And Microsoft was like, yo, it's not. They don't make nothing hot. There's nothing substantial.
They see the beef happen and they getting jumped and they look into the teacher. You ain't gonna stop this.
but King, the funny part is the other.
You the bully. You the bully.
You know what they remind me of,
doing all this, and he came from around that desk and punched you in your mouth, and you looked over at the teacher and said, "You ain't gonna stop."
King, you know what they remind me of? They remind me of like when you have like animals and they're sitting there fighting, and you have that cat that just looks at the owner like, can you stop him? Like,
the funny part, I will say that is humorous.
You want some of this, old man?
Is the other colleagues, the other, you know what I'm saying, what is it, the EAs, everybody else that was in there, everybody was like, when Brazil asked them, no, it's fine. Yeah, we don't have a problem.
Cool.
Yeah, we had no problem.
And this dude said, wait a second, you ain't gonna stop me. He said, excuse me, Brazil.
Yo, and the funny thing is, like, the funny thing is that even Nintendo has no stake in Call of Duty, so it doesn't matter. It's cool, whatever. They can do whatever they want. We're doing our own thing. So it's only PlayStation that's crying about.
It's just funny to see kind of a little bit of console
because
stuff
they know
go
what
inside.
they did.
Yeah,
it's like you know what you did to win a generation. So you know what you did.
You know what's funny, King?
Yeah,
Xbox said what you said. Xbox was like, yo, but didn't y'all keep the Final Fantasy off all platforms? Don't y'all have Spider-Man? Don't you have God of War that drives all this, exclusive content to your platform?
But the argument is the purity of it, because those are, those are ingrown. Those are homegrown,
they
right?
said it was homegrown. We built those up.
The sad part,
we didn't buy Insomniac. Insomniac brought us.
Yeah, they bought
part is that's how the industry works. It's like it does feel like, especially when it comes to timed exclusivity. Because I've always said, you get the right timed exclusivity, that's devastating.
Stop with that time exclusivity with this Final Fantasy, man. It's more than that.
Yeah,
you playing dirty tactics. You playing war games.
Yeah,
you're taking what I'm saying. You're blowing out of proportion.
No. I'm being a joke right now. This is the joke. The joke is you want those dirt at people. You can't say how he reacts to what you did. You can't say that.
That's what I've been saying for the longest.
That's what I'm saying. Like you have people like me that aren't getting the Final Fantasy VIIs, the rebirths. It doesn't look like Tactics Ogre's coming to the platform, and that's another Square Enix type of game.
Soon.
So it's just like you look at stuff like that, and it's just like, I get it. People are upset. You know, Call of Duty most likely, a lot of the marketing, probably, you know, a month of exclusivity on some of the DLC. You probably have some like some form of exclusivity in terms of content on Warzone. People are like, that's not right. You know what's not right? The fact that these games were multi-plat for like 10 years, all on exclusive to a platform that they weren't multi-plat. It's not like Sony owns these studios. They don't. So
they
it's just
did
like
tactics in the background.
Yeah.
Yo, that's what I'm saying.
But
money had it.
I want dudes to remember this. In the beginning, dudes was happy of how stuff was going.
Yeah.
Wow, talking down on Microsoft, like, you got all this money, you this big entity.
Yeah.
How come you ain't doing it?
That's a fact.
How come you
They
ain't
used
doing
to say
it?
that. They used to say that all the
Yeah,
time.
you don't
Until-
remember? I had a whole conversation. You got all this money, and they treating you like the
second class citizens. That's what it
Yeah.
is. We get treated. What was it? The verbiage was, we over here at PlayStation get treated like first class citizens, and they're investing, so it's okay to money hat and buy exclusive content and keep it off your platform because they care about us. They care about it. Why don't you? If Xbox was serious about gaming, why don't they spend the money? And to your point, I hate to interrupt, King, but to your point, I gotta ride with you on this one because it's like, what's that expression? You can't control how somebody react. If you bully someone and smack someone in the face and he come back down the street with the gun and shoot you, that's on you because you've been bullying and you've been shooting. So now they're utilizing the war chest that they have, and then it's like, oh, not like this. No, I didn't think, not like this. No, it ain't no like this. It ain't no like this.
They brought a gun to a slap fight.
Exactly.
Microsoft went home, came back, and they're like, all right, you bullied me for a couple years now. I'm buying your house.
Yeah, but
I'm buying your friend's house. I'm buying your dad's house.
And that's why I don't really listen. I know this is a legal thing, and I want to be clear. I want to give the context. So shout out to my boy Ben Smith. We had a good conversation from last stand meeting behind the scenes, and I wanted the context is yes, they have to. Sony has to respond, right? It's like you almost think of a subpoena in court. Yo, what do you think about it? You got to talk about it, and I get it. You got to protect your business. All I'm saying is, They not essentially snitching. They not essentially snitching. They've been ordered in court to talk. So
you ain't got to take the stand.
They could have played the fifth. They could have played the fifth.
Listen,
they coming in with the 6'9" face.
Nah, they ain't 6'9". They got subpoenaed.
No, I'm sorry, Sony might not have the whole 6'9", but they have like half of it.
Nah.
Like the top of it, man. They got like half that 6 and a quarter of the 9. Now they are being a little cinching, man. They come up there like King. He's literally coming up to him and he's like, "Yo, how do you feel about them?" He's like, "Sir, I don't like this at all. I think they're taking all of our toys away from us."
What he said was, "Do you see the perpetrator in court with you today?" And he said, "Yeah, he right there."
He didn't say that.
The one wearing all green with the black on it.
Did not go.
Right there. So who took your lunch? Who took your cookies? That dude right there.
Listen,
Microsoft. Do you need me to spell a name?
They're not
green box
snitching.
right there.
They're not snitching. They've been ordered in court to respond.
They sitting there. They in the whole witness protection program. Why you gotta go to Brazil? Why you gotta go to Brazil to get a secret indictment out? Why you couldn't do that in the U.S.? No, but you had to slide in the back door. You wanna act like nobody gonna know that was you.
They're like, you don't have to come with us. You can go to, you can go to other friends. There's no friend like Call of Duty.
All I will say is that's the
everybody
shit,
was
King.
sitting there. EA and everybody was sitting there. They was like, and you heard this. Did you bring the witness to the court? What? And everybody looking at Sony walk up like, what? I know they didn't. Yo, so everybody played it cool. Mob boss is sitting there. They was like, yo, so Call of Duty going over there, how you feel? EA was like, it's no sweat off my back. So they asked Ubisoft. Ubisoft was like, man, we don't worry about those dudes. We got our own thing. They asked Nintendo. Nintendo said, let me tell you something.
Wait, premium balls. Let King get this. Let King get this.
Team right here, so we don't care about what Call of Duty does and Activision does. And they asked Sony. Sony was like, but I'm gonna tell you, man. Last time I was over there.
King, imagine them.
You can't let this go down. You ain't gonna stop this.
King, imagine them talking to like other publishers after the Activision thing was done, and imagine like conversation in the background, like Sony's talking to Ubisoft. man, I think Microsoft's about to buy Activision.
Mhm.
And Ubisoft like, oh, word? How much they gonna buy them for? I'm hearing rumors like 70 bill.
70
oh,
bill?
really?
Mhm.
And he's like, you think they buy us?
Listen, everybody, I will say, even though this is hilarious, is that the thing that I think is being missed too is I know King's going on his scared snitching route. I know what you're doing, but I think what's
They are
interesting, they're not snitching, but what's interesting is, yo, besides the Call of Duty concern, right?
They didn't talk about anything else.
They actually showed how much they were concerned about Game Pass. That part, bro, because they said Game Pass.
Said they got guns. They said, yo, I know where they hide the guns. They said, yo, they keep it in the blue van over there.
So they said, the thing they said in that document where they expressed the concerns about Call of Duty, they said,
Oh my God, hold on.
What?
$2 super chat from Megatron. Sony out here acting like a carrot.
oh, y'all messy. Y'all messy. I know what y'all doing. Y'all got to behave. Shout out to Megatron Parent.
Bring the doll. Where did Microsoft touch you?
Listen, y'all messy. All I'm going to say is that in that document, though, they say, according to them, Game Pass manages to capture 60 to 70% of the global subscription services market and about 70 to 80% in Brazil when it comes to PC subscriptions. Then they said
talk about this part of the snitch.
Sony also explained that Game Pass had 10 million subscribers after the time of ZeniMax with the Bethesda deal, but they said this number of subscribers increased to 25 million as soon as far as the Activision announcement. So basically, what their concern is, they're saying because of Game Pass, that's actually thing they're concerned about.
Get to the other
Right,
part of the
I'm almost
secret
finished.
indictment.
So they like the secret indictment. So they said because of Game Pass, they're looking at it like, well, it's gonna hurt us because we got a $70 version that they could put in their service, you know what I'm saying? So that's the part I think a lot of people, besides the brand recognition, the marketing rights, and all of the other stuff that is associated with, the fact that this could potentially be a Game Pass day and date to their $70 version of Call of Duty. Because let's be clear, the thing, to Saul's point, I was a little weirded out, like, why are you so upset? Because it's not like you're gonna lose it. You're gonna have it on PlayStation platform. But the thing they're saying is, yo, it's not entirely not true though, King.
Hey, you know what?
When you see Game Pass version day and date of Call of Duty, and the casual, and then you have the marketing on top of that, and then we talked about a little man and $200 and all these things that could potentially happen. And we just had, Lord Justin on from esports. Call of Duty esports league is all this association.
A lot of people don't put a lot of effort, a lot of energy behind Overwatch, but that's a big brand too. That they're gonna have in Game Pass.
But that's not what the snitching is about.
But you know what's funny, King? It's like they went and they asked, Sony, and Sony just started snitching on the whole family.
No, they gave
the daughter did this, the wife did this, the father noticed Game Pass is running around. Like, I can't keep none of my people
lawyers have to present.
He said, let me tell you something about them dudes, man. They got this Game Pass thing, and 70% of the crowd, they just... I was laughing at them. I thought it was unsustainable, but obviously they sustained it. and then they got this cloud thing. Did y'all ask me about cloud? Oh, not yet.
So you implied they're telling all the business.
They snitching on the whole organization. They said, well, listen, this is where he goes. This is how it goes. So he makes the drop off over here. He talks to this dude.
This is what's gonna happen too. After all that was made and they went home and everything was settling down, you're just sitting there and the people get a phone call and they're like, oh, it's Sony. They pick up like, oh, now they got a family pass. Please do something.
Oh, I forgot about the family pass.
Yo, let me tell you something. I'm gonna pull up in front of Sony, the big building. You know how you go with those big giant inflatable rats?
Mm-hmm. Oh no, yo.
I'm gonna be out there with the bullhorn.
With the scabs.
I'm gonna be out there with the bullhorn and Crash Bandicoot. Yo, stop snitching, bro.
Yo, messy. But look, I mean,
we gotta get stop snitching shirts with Sony name and
no, we don't.
No, we don't. We do not need to do that. We do not.
Somebody make me a stop snitching shirt. I ain't out here. No, this is actively right. We don't condone this. How you gonna be part of that situation? Don't ever come at me talk about you rep the situation and you sitting over there repping and snitching. You are not from the block. You are ostracized right now. I can't even look at my PlayStation the same no more. Like, yo, I go inside the room. My PlayStation got on a mustache. It's in witness protection.
Oh,
yo,
man.
What is going on over there? Who's in charge? Because this ain't the Sony I know. See? He's in witness protection.
Added to witness possession.
My name is Sony. How you guys doing?
I'm done with
Wow.
This is completely messy. Like I was saying.
Yo,
I regret everything I did.
Mhm.
I shouldn't have.
You know when they have the video and they show the guy in the silhouette?
Yeah.
And
Oh,
they
you stupid.
They muffle his voice.
So, Microsoft, Microsoft has Game Pass, and yeah, I don't think they should buy Call of Duty because it hurts
Not the
everyone.
silhouette king. Not the faceless, shadowy figure with
They
the
give the
with the
black
voice.
face. Yo, they like this. They like, so tell us everything.
Well, you sure they won't know it's me?
Not
I
like
don't
that.
need nobody to
They
know
got
that.
ordered in court. They have to respond.
Witness protection.
King, tell the insider everything, man. Tell the insider everything.
Well, basically what they do around 3 o'clock, they launch new stuff
Stupid.
inside Game Pass, and the retention rate is crazy.
And do you feel threatened by that, King?
We just launched a new service and we still can't compete.
You know, it's kind of crazy. They did say nothing they could do would be able to compete with Game, but that was kind of funny.
King, what do you want? What do you want the insider to do? How
I
you want me to
want
react?
somebody to stop him. Nobody gonna stop him.
Why is it nobody stopping this?
Well, King, if you send the insider $50,000 in PayPal, maybe I'll move a little bit.
Listen, we done paid all the appropriate places, and nobody seems to be stopping this fight.
King, you paid everybody but me.
Listen, man.
when can I cash app you that cash? He said, do I need to go to Brazil to complain? Yo, they said, give me the proper route to complain. Yo, this is the best. I don't care what y'all say. Y'all part of that organization now. Y'all got the face on it.
Look, there you have it. The King's assessment of how this deal worked. Clearly, I think me and Sam are the only two that think that they were ordered to respond, legal response.
I do think it was a legal thing. It was just jokes.
Yeah,
But,
not a joke.
Like at the end of the day, like I don't care. Like it's like, look,
They don't care though.
It's like the whole thing with Microsoft. They made their bed.
Yeah.
And they
I
had to
agree.
catch it on fire to remake it.
And now
So it's just like you put all of this energy behind Call of Duty,
Right.
and now that it's been bought up, you didn't buy it up. You mad
Yeah.
because you didn't buy it up,
What
not
it-
because someone else is buying it.
Yeah, what it is to me is it's a lack of foresight on some instances, because the way I look at it is they are the king of the just one narrative experience, right? That movie level experience, right? But we've already
Now they're
said
like, we just need just one game to play on a
ridiculous.
multiplayer.
But we've always said that it's the casual that moves the audience, the zeitgeist, the Call of Duties, the GTAs, the Maddens, the 2Ks, all these games that hardcore gamers don't really care for. If you look at the engagement, these are the games that move the industry. Call of Duty is clearly that. What I think the foresight lacking, it's just my opinion, is that even though as great as the games that they make, right, what they did was they used the third-party marketing deals and said, you know what, let's clear up our deficiencies with that. So we don't have to necessarily, we won't make them ourselves.
And they did that too long.
Right, and they did, right. So now they looked at what 360 did maybe on some level, say, look, they had that marketing right. When that deal goes up, we have to get it, which was smart. I felt with them taking the PlayStation, the Call of Duty marketing rights. So now, when they have the marketing rights, they think they're good. They hear this announcement because let's be clear, Saul, in King's defense. Now, this is the part I will say is scared talk to me, because when the announcement first happened, before all of this Brazilian regulated stuff, out of nowhere, Sony's like, yo, I hope you guys are going to honor the contracts of Call of Duty where it's going to be.
And they were stuttering just like that.
And then Phil had to make the statement and preemptively say, because it's Microsoft's best interest for the deal to go through and not get attention to them with the FTC. So in my opinion, they probably made the concession, look, let's make this thing multi-plat. We don't want the heat. We want this deal to go through, right? And now with Sony, this is my only thing, is that when now it's setting in, right? at 2024, whatever the marketing right is over,
Acceptance.
and Game Pass is allowed to say day and date, this is over here, right? Now you look at your multiplayer live service offerings, right? And you see the deficiency. But what I say to it is, you look at the Bungie deal, right? You just countered that. You just said, okay, we have to have something of our own. Now it makes sense why the Bungie deal happened after the announcement. So that's you trying to shore up your weaknesses. Now you're saying 10 live service games and things of that nature. That's what I think's going on here. Me personally, I don't have a problem with the competing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've always said, as much as I give Xbox, yo, where's your hashtag just one, bro? Where's it at? I always say to PlayStation, yo, where's your multiplayer? You guys did Resistance. You guys did SoCal. Like, what's going on there? I want them both to get better. So my thing is, this going to have to light a fire to get your multiplayer, your live service in order. And I don't have no problem with it. You know what I'm saying? So it's just funny to me to see how this thing play out. But that's how I look at it.
All right. I done beat this dead horse.
Yeah. Yep, I'm good. Unless everybody else, we can move on. But I thought it was interesting. Anyway, so super chat, sir.
We can just skip my topic, man. It ain't really that big.
I can combine both. It's dumb easy. Both
combine both. We have 2 more topics.
It was easy. It was a little Series S made an update. That was it.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me roll back a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, so while he doing that, I can get back into the mix. Let me get back on your bumper.
Sony
you don't want no more squabbles,
Sony was like, Call of Duty's being bought. Go spend Ben Studios' budget. Go buy Bungie.
I can't.
They said, yo, we're going to squabble. He said, no, I don't want no more squabbles.
They're in there for a long term. Sony and Microsoft in there for a long term boxing match. And Microsoft got them against the ropes. Like, stop it. Stop it.
Stop squabbling me. He look over at
Ref, separate us. Please separate us, ref.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Don't spit out their mouth.
All right,
please.
ready. Let's go. We got Mandingo McThickens, $20 super chat. The ponies have been buried. How can any pony utter a word after those statements by Jim Dance Move Ryan? It wasn't Jim Dance Move Ryan said that.
It wasn't.
I lied and swindled you. I'm not committed to you. Game Pass can't be matched. We need Call of Duty. Ryan, PlayStation is what? It's something is cat poop. It looks like. Oh my god. Disclaimer. These are not the thoughts.
These are not the thoughts. These are super chats.
Then we got the Taco member for 15 months. I love how King talking about the same topic on Boom Show is so different than him on ILP. You behaved on Boom Show.
No, I call them rats.
So we got Mandingo.
All right, you guys fix this. I gotta fix my mic. It's about to come off.
All right, gotta go get it.
We got Mandingo McThickens once again. $2 super chat. Hey Sony, ever heard of the pot and the tea kettle? Oh my god.
It is.
Then we got baby father. $5 super chat.
I love that name.
Then we got Snitching to the Brazilians. They can still get some COD. Warzone maybe. We overcharging Sony for what they did to the Cold Crush.
Well, one thing we forgot about is that revenue too that Microsoft Styles going to get. You know that Sony not going to get any revenue, but
They said they taking our bread. Stop them.
Then we got Zero back, $2 with chat. They said nothing about King, the money maker, for real.
Done.
Damn, they worried about that COD.
Then we got in the mobile market right now. They don't care about King.
Yeah, that's true. Well, King is that's other money.
About me. You better watch out for me. What you gonna do when you see me?
I can't with him.
Then we got JD Gamer, $20 super chat. Sony out here scared as hell. Confident men, like companies don't talk about how no matter how many little blue pills they take, games they make. They'll never measure up. Confident men, companies pull up, pull out, and perform.
I can give you the best TV show ever. It's called Scared and Snitching.
Wow. Y'all messy with this.
Starring Sony.
Then we got Remedy Live, £4.49 super chat. Sony to their hardcore gamers, you ain't enough. Sony to their studios, you ain't got the skills that matter. Yeah.
Yo, they going in. I can't.
Oh my God. Then we got Mandingo McFish.
What he do
$10 super chat. Can someone tell Chris Blue Oyster Heart that Sony can't pull MLB or Destiny? Why? Because they are some success and they do not have the authority to pull them. Sony and MLB got Sony, but Bungie and MLB got Sony by the cojones.
The cojones. You know, Chris might be right though, man. Chris might be right.
Why do they call him Blue Oyster Heart? Sure.
Chris is right. Chris is right.
Listen, it's in my opinion, I just think it's not in the best interest for Sony. I mean, for Xbox to pull Call of Duty from PlayStation, and it's not in the best interest for Sony to pull Bungie's Destiny stuff from Xbox, because the regulators are on these guys, and at the end of the day, if you start doing these bad faith things, you try to make other future deals.
Ain't happening.
It ain't gonna happen, because look at that.
Bungie, first of all, told you in the beginning, you ain't telling me what I'm doing. You understand? Like at the prenup, there's no prenup. I'm not signing that paper. I'm doing what I want to do. I'm going to see who I want to see because I really like feeling them. I see you on Monday. I'm going out. It's Friday.
Wow.
I can't.
There we go. Flame, $2 super chat. I completely agree with Xbox. Call of Duty is trash. Oh my God.
Shout out to Flame, Messi.
Then we got Abacab, 72, member for 19 months. To be fair, Activision Blizzard King went to Microsoft to be bought, and Microsoft wasn't even their first choice. Microsoft was the first to say yes. End of the day, that doesn't matter. They bought them, and that's it. Like, we got Hollywood Rules.
Tell your man stop snitching. Tell your man to watch. Keep my company name out your mouth.
Yo.
There
we got Hollywood Rules, $5 super chat. Lord Cog throws the best alley-oop in games. Are you implying, sir?
Listen,
the Magic Johnson of podcast.
I just let King work, man. I got the best podcast panel, period. Like, I let y'all work. Y'all do your thing. Then Addict does tag teams and Solve and me. We here. We the straight man. Like, we try to, you know what I'm saying? We just let them rock.
It's fine.
Stockton to Malone.
Stockton to Malone.
We're coming close to get Solve on our side. We're coming.
Now, as long as I got some, I'm good. Y'all too, when y'all get going, it's nothing.
God.
It's the funniest joint going. It's nothing stopping it.
Then we got Lord Metroid, $5 super chat. Sony crying. Meanwhile, at Nintendo headquarters, private VIP room, Ted DiBiase crashes the party. Yo, Nintendo, money.
You know why Nintendo don't care? You know why Nintendo don't care? Because CrashBandicoot was outside their front door talking that stuff. So they said, remember that stuff you said? Handle your business.
Hold that.
We don't got no problem with Activision doing anything with Microsoft.
Yo, then we got JD Gamer, $5 super chat. Let me say this clearly. Sony is scared and there's nothing that their fans can do to say otherwise because Sony said it themselves. Now, who does that?
Listen, man, the papers were supposed to go out. Those are sealed documents. I'm just
Then we got Ham Solo 05 Gaming, $2 super chat. That was so damn lit. Thank you, brother. Oh, and I gotta answer your DM. I got you.
No doubt.
Then we got K Johnson, member for 7 months. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Bungie looking at Sony after their COD statement. Am I a joke to you? COD is Mr. Right. Bungie is just Mr. Right Now. Wow.
Bungie is for the streets. And Sony knows it.
Then we got the Taku, $10 super chat. Sony literally doesn't have an argument to say that COD will be detrimental to their business because the Switch is outselling both consoles without COD. How they going to explain that?
Yeah, he's right. I mean, listen.
Say, yo, stop talking about me. Don't bring me inside none of this.
Yeah, don't bring me into your conversation.
This is for the regulators and people. The regulators, as much as Sony, whoever compared, like they're looking at what's best for the gamer and the consumer.
Yep.
Having it on a Game Pass service is best for the consumer. So it's going to be hard for them to win that argument.
Yeah,
you know
they're not going to win by snitching. Sit down, shut up, and take your lumps.
Then we got JD Gamer $5 super chat. Sony running scared reminds me of that moment in Friday when Smokey was standing over Debo saying you got knocked the F out.
Yo.
Not like this, Sony.
Yo, smack somebody for a generation. Don't get mad. Somebody come back.
Ice pack. Tell them sit down and shut up. Take your lumps.
Then we got JD Gamer again, $5 super chat. Microsoft is Craig, and he was taking Debo ish early on, and then Sadia hyped him up, and not Debo on the ground getting robbed after getting knocked out, knocked the F out.
Yo, he slid him the brick.
Punched him with the brick
Call
like
of Duty. He slid him the Call of Duty brick.
and put him to sleep.
That's right, Craig.
Oh, hold on.
That's right, Craig.
You're a savage. Yo, shout out to my man Harry Cuts. He bought that classic ILPT in black. Salute you, Harry Cuts. You already know, got that drip.
You know what's funny?
Salute.
The fact that it's Craig and Craig face was using Halo. That's right, Craig.
Stupid. There we have Dan Lazaro, $5 super chat. When Godzilla put his foot on Kong's chest, that's Xbox and PlayStation right now. COD is a checkmate.
He said, sit down and stop fighting. Shut up, before I burn you. You see?
We got
Don't make
JD
me
Gamer.
burn you, you see?
Yo, and Kong was on the boat snitching to the humans. He's in the water. He's in the water.
I can't get him.
He's trying to drown me. Somebody shoot. And ain't nobody gonna stop this.
Stupid.
Sony is King Kong. Oh my God.
I can't.
We got JD Gamer, $10 super chat. Microsoft doesn't need to make COD exclusive to put Sony in the ground. All they need to do is what Sony did. Sony provided the blueprint, just follow it. Exclusive COD content, betas, and time content. Rest in peace, PlayStation. Jesus.
It ain't no PlayStation 6 around here.
Messy.
Snitching like that going on. Once the hood finds out that you were snitching, it's over for you. You're finishing. It's curtains.
Time.
Then we got Pixelman G, $2 super chat. The other studios not messing with the gooch.
The gooch. Remember that? Wow, the gooch. I've heard that in a minute. The gooch is here.
Then we got Flame, $2 super chat. Xbox to PlayStation, snitches get stitches.
Yo.
Sit down and take them lumps.
This man having a good old time kicking with this news.
The Megatron one that Attic read before Sony out here acting like a Karen. Snitching.
Shout out to Megatron.
Oh my God, this snitching stuff.
Then we got
hard
want
with
a
this.
shirt.
Mhm.
People want a shirt with snitching.
Oh God.
Then we got
stay away from
we can
that.
do a limited time shirt that says
We
stop
gotta stay
snitching.
away from that.
And then we got
nothing wrong with just a
Let's
yeah, just
not.
you know, just getting called an Xbox podcast. That's
Yeah, let's not make one brand associated with negative connotation.
Then we
Don't do that.
Platano J, Platano J, $5 super chat. Best podcast in the world, coño.
Platano J.
No doubt. Splendiferous. Member for 10 months. Sony, we can't let y'all buy Activision, son. Xbox, y'all bought Bungie. Sony, oh, that was different. I can't let you body my console in one purchase.
Yo. Crazy.
It's a lot of scripts coming, falling out of here. What's going on? And we got JD Gamer, $5 in the chat. I want that Stop Snitching shirt right now. I need like 10 of them.
Nah.
I tried, guys. I tried. Call
I gotta shut that down. I gotta shut that down now, man. You're not doing that.
Gotta put the foot down.
Cannot do that, man.
Then we got baby, $5 super chat. Sony exec's gonna wake up with a horse head next to him in the bed for being stool pigeons.
Yeah, they taking this ratting thing.
Godfather, big time.
Yes, son, he called him a stupid.
Hold on a second. Then we got JD Gamer, $5 super chat. Somebody stop it. Somebody stop this beat down. Debo is begging for your help. Please help him. Or you could just rob him while he's laying there.
Wow.
and then snitch about it later.
Savage.
And we got Necromancer Zale, $10 super chat. Cog and Solve. Who are you putting your chips on for winning this generation based off of what we know right now? Microsoft or Sony? No fence sitting. Oh, because we sit on the we don't speak facts. We just sit on the
that's
fence.
why he directed that towards you guys.
Yeah, he did.
Hey, Ray, you know what side I'm on. Knock him out.
All I said,
Knock him out.
every generation is a clean slate.
There you go.
What
There
the
you go.
super chat asked
Ain't
for,
gonna be no next
That's what I
generation for this one.
They told me there was nothing that Xbox could do and this generation could be. And I
they
said
want to know who you think's winning.
every
Nah,
generation is a
this
clean
is so
slate.
funny, Cog.
So you know what's funny, Cog? Hold on. I gotta call Cog out a little bit. Hold
Go
on.
ahead, call me out.
I gotta call Cog out a little bit. King, do we not have guests all the time where Cog's like, you gotta choose between the children, and Cog won't choose between.
No, all right, but the
these
question, all right, the question is mad general. When, how, when, what? Software sales,
the
hardware
generation, I
sales.
assume.
But what does that quantify? If you're talking
guess just
hardware
sales.
sales, I don't know. But if you're talking about, who wins the zeitgeist and cloud and Game Pass as a service, then I think Microsoft is better positioned. If that's
There you go, folks. Cog says he thinks they're gonna beat PlayStation.
Listen.
What's the specific question? Who's going to win is so general. Like,
Generation isn't over yet. The deal isn't sealed.
Yeah.
When the deal is sealed, so is their fate.
I'm done.
They've triggered the trap card.
I just keep playing in this baby pool, man. Gabe is winning. That's it. Gabe winning.
Gabe winning today. He winning generation. No, I know. Matter of fact, you know what? My answer. My bad. I take that back. Switch Gang's winning.
There you go.
There you go. Switch Gang winning generation.
I rep the
Said
switch.
here.
You just get in, you just play.
I got you.
I don't want to take a wrench
That's
and
it.
screwdriver.
That's
in
what's
my-
winning between them all.
All I'm saying is that you could play the games from all of those platforms on one other platform.
Yeah. Stop with your illegal mess. Let's go. You do that over here at Microsoft too. Be quiet.
Continue.
There we go. Go ahead, Eddie.
I just noticed you misspelled our next topic, and people in the chat are bringing it.
They bring it up.
DeusEx.
Yeah, sorry.
You tell me he ain't ever played those games.
DeusEx.
2X. And we got JD Gamer $5 super chat. Christopher Hart, Sony's next move is to be a third-party publisher. Now I'm done with you, Chris, just like PlayStation is done.
Chris, you
Bye.
can't be out here repping these rats. You're better than that.
Repping these rats.
Yes. Listen, stop associating yourself with those dudes with the tail.
What's spelling? It's spelled correct. I don't know what y'all talking about. Hold on.
It smells like rats.
It look right.
It's DEUS.
Yeah, it's been right all the time. Look.
No, it's DUES.
Yeah. No, it's been like that. Yeah, I don't know what y'all talking about.
He's like, I ain't changing it now.
I don't know what's going on.
Maybe
that's how I spelled it.
Okay. I guess we just gonna say like we looked at it wrong, man.
Yeah, you know
Everyone
what?
looked at it wrong.
It was the angle. It was the angle you was looking at.
Don't ever mess with a tech dude.
Then we got JD Gamer $5 super chat. When
It's
Sony
still
got
wrong in the
caught,
title.
when Sony got caught in the Brazilian alley, Sony, pull your pants up and get that cream off your face.
Whoa.
You're embarrassing yourself.
Whoa! What is going on in this alley?
There's a lot of
You know what?
scenarios.
I get that scenario, but chill.
Wow.
Whoa!
Very vivid imagination.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
We got JD Gamer again, $10 super chat. We know how this ends. Sony standing next to Blockbuster in the afterlife saying, who did it to you, Blockbuster? Says Netflix and Sony. Says, damn, Microsoft is buying that too.
They said they snitching in heaven.
Wow.
They snitching to the next
You
player.
know what it's gonna be, King? Sony, PlayStation, and Sony gonna walk past Blockbuster. And they're like, "Who did it to you?" He's like, "I'm not talking.
I'm not
stupid
talking.
Get away from me, you rat. He's over there talking to God.
Yo, that's even worse. That's even worse. He walks by. They walk by Blockbuster and they try to be friendly with Blockbuster. I remember you. He's like, "We don't associate with rats."
We don't associate
Wow.
with everybody else say, come over here, Blockbuster. Get away from that rat. Yo, the PlayStation 6 walking around heaven. God, why did you let this happen?
I can't with y'all. Y'all,
I'm neutrals, my son.
out of pocket.
You don't like the squabble?
Sav.
Amazing Neil, $2 super chat. Stop snitching shirt in large, please.
No, we are not making Sony stop snitching
I
shirts.
got you guys in the background on the low. Just hit me the tip.
That is not
Don't
merch.
let nobody know we got it from.
King, like I'm in charge of the merch. You good? You got it.
All of a sudden, it appears on the store tomorrow.
I know, right? All of a sudden, He's gonna do what he did last time.
What happened?
Yeah. Remember when that 10K didn't go away?
Man. I don't even know how that got there. Yo, De Niro.
Then we got the Taku $5 for chat. When the deal goes through, Xbox gonna be playing 21 Savage, snitches and rats outside Sony headquarters. Chill.
That's crazy right there.
Then we got Jean-Marc Louis, $2 super chat. Sega screaming now that's some karma, mother effer.
Sega over there. Oh, now you snitching.
Chill. Everybody want to see Sony get their comeuppance. I see.
Yo, everybody in that room when somebody Sony did something bad too. They was like, nah, man, let it happen. Let that fight happen, man. You gonna squabble, B. You gonna knuckle up, B.
What's the voice king do though? He's, ain't nobody.
We ain't never getting through these super chats.
I know
they give them way too much time with super chats.
Then we got Splendiferous, $5 super chat. Mark Cerny knocking Jim Ryan window like, you thought you could do my job, right? How that stupid taste.
Yo.
All you got to do is say I was right and keep your pension. That's it. Wow. All right, hold on a second. Let me see. Yeah, we got jumped a little bit.
We got Donna Talk with the $2 super chat.
Yeah.
I already screenshot a COG. Hashtag snitch game.
Oh, you snitching.
Yeah, then we got 108 Dragons, $5 super chat. The only place I get my name changed and love it. Lemonius, now king with Lord Limpy. I love my brother's pack, no doubt.
Yo, I'm so happy that your surgery was a success, brother.
Absolutely,
brother. Recovery, please.
Please, man. So good to see you.
Take it easy, man.
He made me call him immediately.
Yeah, I called him.
Exactly. Chill up. Exactly. Feet up like a quadriplegic. Chill.
For real.
Then we got THX 1138, $5 super chat. Satya to Phil about the Activision Blizzard acquisition. Don't forget the cannolis. Leave the gun. Don't forget the cannolis.
This time we didn't forget the gravy.
Not the gravy.
No.
This is what happens when we take too damn long
with the super chats. Here we go.
Let me play with your joystick. $5 super chat, Sam. If I can't play with your joystick, can I at least try your plata?
Whoa!
Wow!
Hey, yo! Wow!
You know,
wow!
I have no idea what that means.
Wow! It's all right.
Yeah.
You don't need to know.
Yeah.
Google.
There we go.
Google, what is this?
Hey, Google.
Wow. Dímelo. Papi, please. Papi, please.
Necromancer Zell, $5 in the check, and we get Cog to wear Sony stop snitching on Ellis.
You're out of pocket, man.
Oh, we gotta get shirts, man.
You know what? No, we gotta take it a little further than that. We get a Sony stop snitching shirt. We send it to college.
Yo, y'all wildin'. Shout out to
what the hell is this?
We are not doing that shit.
He associating himself with that.
We got Amazing Neil, $2 super chat. Sony, aka Ratatouille. Wow.
All right, no. Go to the next one. Don't give him enough time. Keep going.
We got baby, $5 super chat. I think Sony was the hall monitor in PS 298 in Brownsville, Brooklyn back in the day. Still telling.
Wow, y'all really taking this snitch thing hard body karate.
Ooh,
all right,
my Lord.
We got paperwork.
All right, cool. Look,
I feel like Whack 100. We got paperwork on these
combo
snitches.
topic.
This is
So easy.
Clubhouse.
This will be bang bang topic gang early. So just two quick ones. Shout out to Jeff Grubby Grub. Eidos wants to come back to Deus Ex, which I spelled correctly. And they said they want to do what Cyberpunk 2077 couldn't. And they said reportedly, they said that they're looking to deliver a more polished experience. They hear about that they want to bring back the franchise. So that was the first bit of news. And then the second bit of news is I want to shout out Little Man Series S. Microsoft gives Xbox Series S more memory to improve graphical performance, and there's a new Series S SDK out, and Microsoft dev team talking about it gives developers more control over memory, which can improve graphics performance and memory constraint condition. So just two little things that came out, little news bits. We'll just fly through real quick. Attic, on your topic on Eidos and DeusEx and Series S. Little Man get a little bump.
I don't really care about the Series S thing, but
shout out to Jason Ronald.
No, it's not that. It's just after the Series S, I refuse to have the lesser platform anymore. Like after that Gears 5 fiasco, I went.
Oh, you mean on the 1S, with the 1S versus that?
Yeah, the 1S.
Thank
So
God
I will always have the higher iteration of whatever system is being sold.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, it comes down to it, like especially with the DeusEx thing. I think that we're going to see scenarios like this is why I'm glad that Square Enix sold all those companies, because I don't feel like they were going to ever let them make another one. So maybe, hopefully, it's not THQ Nordic. I don't think they're under that brand. They're under
Embracer,
which
yeah,
is under the same company.
Yeah,
so we're gonna go to that. But Embracer, hopefully, they'll actually fund them to make it. I'm hoping that they actually give them the proper fund. You see, what I'm worried about, these publishers that have been known to make AA games, I'm worried that they're going to try to make that game a AA game. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's the only part I'm worried about. It's just because it does cost money to make a game like that, to evolve it. And if they're coming out there saying stuff, maybe they're doing that to try to, get engagement, to show Embracer, look, this would sell if you just let us make it. I hope they let them make it, because I love that franchise. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I actually have both of those games. I have the achievement for not killing anyone in the entire playthrough.
That's nice. Stealth. I like that. No doubt. Solve. DeusEx might be back in the streets. Said Little Man with an SDK bump. What you think?
I mean, Deus Ex coming back after they said they were going to shelve it, right? Is exciting if that is the case. Specifically, not to challenge whatever what Cyberpunk did or didn't do, because I think those are two very different games. Like my hopes for Cyberpunk before it came out were that we're making that sort of immersive sim as an RPG and taking the groundwork of Deus Ex and even expanding upon it more. And that wasn't necessarily what that game is. So to see Deus Ex maybe come back and try to take that crown again with the immersive sim stuff is cool. But I'll be honest, man, the other games that are in their stable that they could bring back that I'd be more excited about right now, like a Thief 2 is one of the greatest immersive
Keep that game
sims.
in the talk. We don't need that.
No, not 2015, not 2015 Thief. And
I think we
rub it off on Attic. Attic said keep it in the tuck.
I would prefer to see a Tetris 1 through 8 remade, restructured before I see another.
How many games of Thief have you ever played?
I played the only one that
Saul pulled the
WAC 2015 one. The WAC 2015 one.
Yes,
the WAC one.
Okay, but here's the thing. How you gonna expect me to expect something different when I played one game that was WAC?
Well, I'm gonna tell you, that game is the old ones are better than Deus Ex.
Okay, then you need to blame the last developer for me spitting on that idea.
Exactly.
So came for the receipts.
Do your due diligence, young man.
I'd rather
I'm speaking time.
I'd rather take this fork and pluck my eyeballs out before I play another Thief.
Attic told you keep it in the top.
We'll put a Patreon tier for you plucking your eyeballs out.
We ain't doing none of that. That seems illegal, by the way.
No. Okay.
Continue.
So beyond that, but that's fine. That's fine. I get that. Yes. Honestly though, I want to see Legacy of Kain come back before any of that. Thank you. See, I had to appeal to the young man.
Faye Victus.
Give me Faye Victus back. So that's cool. It's cool. I'm glad they're not, because they had said it was gonna in the bushes for a while. Yeah. So the fact that they've been working on these old franchises, I'm happy about that. Now the Series S stuff, that's very cool, man. I mean, they said hundreds of megabytes more in terms of for graphics performance, right? A lot of games, it was initially touted as this 1440p system, and a lot of times it's more like a 1080p system, and that's fine. My thing is getting those games, the majority of those games, to run at 60, is the most thing. So I know they specifically spoke about graphics and improving the graphics, but at the end of the day, that memory could be used for performance as well. And
I'd
to me,
rather be performance.
exactly. So on that console, performance is key. If you're hitting 60 on everything, with again, it's 8 megabyte, how much 8 gigs of like
64.
RAM.
You know what?
Right.
But you know what? So I have an ideal that we can speak more about ideals later. You know,
You gotta stop saying ideal because Sinister hates that you don't say idea, and you keep doing it to bother him.
And I get the reason he wants me to say ideals, and I understand
So
that. That's
my
why I'm saying ideals. Like,
moving on.
you hear me, son? Ideal.
So that's it. That's it. Like honestly, yeah, it's cool. It's cool because you're gonna see these improvements, right? And maybe at some point we see an even smaller Series S, which would be crazy.
Nah.
No doubt. Lord King, DeusEx, little man with a little bump. Where you at?
I love Deus Ex. I always loved that franchise. So the fact that when I was playing Cyberpunk, I was like, wow, this just looks like a bigger Deus Ex.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. And to me, I thought Deus Ex did it better. So for them to look over and say Cyberpunk copied us in a bigger world but didn't do it better, let's get out there and show them how it should be done. All right, let's do it. Let's see. Competition breeds excellence. So let's see. So this is what I want. I'm not going to go into what they should be doing. They're talking about this specific title. So let me get this because I like this. I do like Deus Ex, and I do feel that there's room for improvement when it came to Cyberpunk. Yeah. Now, shout out to Jason Ronald. Little known fact, when the development kits matured, they send out a patch anyway. A lot of those games are 120 frames per second on Little Man and 60 frames per second. So what they were listening to was the developers talking about the graphical differences between the Series X and the Series S. And there's any way that the memory constraints inside the box can change exactly what's going on. I've always say Jason Ronald is a wizard. His team is phenomenal. The people at Microsoft listen to what you say and they try to engineer a way around it, either software or physical.
Yep.
It's a marvel to look at the Little Man. Right, at the size, the form factor, everybody laughed at it at first, talking about it.
Hold the generation back. It's why would you're going to confuse the audience, the consumer? Remember that?
And it's not, because the audience is not confused. They know that this console fits them. I have 4 of them in my house, and they fit what I asked them to be, as Series X as well. But I'm only saying this, that if you're giving the developers more without raising the prices, without asking the consumer for anything, that's not a negative. And that's all they've been doing. They've been quietly working in the background to efficiently show you that Little Man has actual value and he is not a barrier in this generation. This generation is not being held back by Little Man. Because when Little Man has more 120 frames per second games than the stronger competitor, and actually has stable 60 frames per second games equal to the competitor that has a stronger console or more powerful, however you want to do it. So to give the developers the ability to utilize the memory inside to get what they want to achieve out of it, I think that only shows you that they're listening. They want to be more versatile and they want to push this stuff forward. So no, this is fantastic stuff. When I saw it, I was like, wow, they're quiet. That don't mean that they're not working.
Right. Yeah, like I said, I'll jump in. Deus Ex, that's cool to hear. I'm excited. I know, shout out to Grub, who broke it, and then shout out to Jason Schreier, who actually said he does think it's a long ways away. Like, it's like rare early. They got so much else going on. But it'll be cool to see it come back, especially now that they're going to be most likely with Embracer. When that deal closes, I want to see the title's extremely ambitious. Say, hey, if you want to put your chest out and say what you're going to do with Cyberpunk, hey, do what you got to do. I want to see it with a budget and whatever. I'm really impressed with I gotta give Little Man his flowers. I'm really impressed with Little Man. There's a lot of skepticism when the Series S was first announced. And let's be honest, King, it's very risky to do a dual SKU approach. Yeah. People were concerned. Like, yo, is this the right play? Are you going to confuse it? Like, remember, there was talk that who would even want the Series S as the X being the more powerful, robust. Why would you, do this kind of thing?
Honestly, the people have spoken.
Yeah, the people have spoken. And like you said, there's a lot of people who necessarily either don't care about the 4K aspect. First of all, the design of the console is absolutely stunning. It is, when you own a Series S, it is really a beautiful piece of tech. It's small, it's light.
Shout out to all those people in Japan.
Yeah,
that
went out and brought it. And then I'm going to be honest, ever since I got that X screen, little man's with me all the time on travel. I take that thing on a plane, airport, hotel, whatever, and I still am playing my full experience the way it is. So it's a technical moment, man. So put the little man's in the chat. I got to give him flowers. But yeah, I love anything to give more resources because that was the only thing. People was like, yo, maybe a bottleneck. Yo, some devs are having issues. Giving them the tools that they need to maximize and getting the most out of it is awesome. Because one thing I did like is they make at least the chipset the same. That was my main concern because I know with Attic was talking about with the 1S and the X, you talk about a whole different, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The Jaguars for whatever. But he's doing his thing. And then the last thing is I don't think people are sleeping. People are sleeping on the markability of Little Man because look at that Fall Guys console. Look how it's cute. You got the little eye. Like you could get creative with it. It's such a cool looking. They got one, man. They got one. It's cool to see. And I think as we talk about Call of Duty, the generation and stuff like that, you're gonna see them get creative and do packages. Because that to me, when you win in regions that you never won before, like Japan, and you talk about trying to win a generation, and that to me is an entry point for a casual gamer that doesn't want to bust his pocket, doesn't necessarily care about all this 4K stuff. So yeah, shout out to Little Man, shout out to the team. They did their thing. I just wanted to give them their little flowers on that. But that's all I got. You want to do the super chat? You want to do the poll? We do the poll, then you get the super chats queued up?
Yeah, do the poll. Let me just run back to make sure that.
You don't need me to go back in. No.
Feel like I was saying.
Yeah.
All I got to do is just throw this back on, get right back into the mix.
New ILP poll with the recent response by Sony the regulator stating that Xbox owning Call of Duty has no rival and can influence console choice. Then Microsoft telling regulators that Activision Blizzard doesn't produce must-have games. Whose stance do you more closely align with? The choices are A, Sony stance is most accurate. B, Microsoft stance is most accurate. Or C, I don't care. We all, Sony and Microsoft, both try to finesse the feds. Everybody who rocked the IOP poll last week, an absolute pleasure. Shout out to the legendary Jason. I would go for, I think, probably one of our best. I mean, we've had some. That was something, and we've had some ones.
A lot of nuggets.
Yeah, he dropped some. Yeah, man. Nuggets. Salute to him, man. Chat was on fire. He was on fire. It was a good show. I loved everybody, the energy, everybody. So salute to that. But sorry, we'll get the super chats.
But we got Splendiferous, $2 super chat. IOP about to be on Jim's hit list. King is first.
You don't want to squabble. First of all, I ain't fighting no snitches.
Oh,
because all he's gonna do is he gonna get lumped up and he gonna be like, he over there on Iron Lords right there.
He gonna call the police.
Chains with the knuckle buster.
King, like I'm not fighting someone's gonna send me to jail.
I'm not fighting nobody snitch.
Y'all with the snitch jacket, bro. Y'all gotta chill.
We gotta get away from that, man. Hey, man, don't get around me.
And then he's like, he hit me.
Y'all taking this snitch jacket.
There we go. Amazing deal. $2 super chat. Sony, aka Master Splinter.
Yo.
Then we got Stitch, $5 super chat. I think Sony's statement was very disrespectful to their own studios, stating they can't make a game as good as Call of Duty. Hashtag snitch and Sony. So
yeah, for real.
All jokes aside, that's real.
How you gonna snitch and disrespect your team? They got guns and I ain't got nobody that can help me. Yo, how you gonna disrespect your squad, especially the new dude that just got there?
Yeah, but it's kind of crazy.
Then we got Lord Metroid, $2 super chat. Saul better get that mofongo ready. Ave Maria.
Oh my God, yo, that's crazy.
Then we got Flame, $2 super chat. The way Cog spelt it in the title was do sex. Let's do sex.
Listen, it was. I don't know what y'all talking about. I don't know what y'all talking about. It was correct all this time.
Yo, if you think about it, Sony went over to Bungie. Was
Oh
like, yo,
my
I need you to help me in this fight coming up.
Yeah.
And then went to the regulators. Was like, I ain't got nobody that can help me in this fight.
Sony literally walked up to them. And it's like, imagine like Naughty Dog, all Insomniac popping. It was like, we ready, man. We ready. Nah, I contracted for this. Go back, do what you was doing because you can't help here. Like,
Yeah, that took this crazy.
We got Amazing Neil, $2 super chat. Sony, aka Karen.
Wow.
And we are caught up with good.
No doubt. Lord Addict, where can people find you? What you got going on, sir?
You can find me on Twitter at Lord Addict ILP. You can also find me on YouTube at Gaming. I'm gonna try to do more live streams here. Trying to pull more reviews, but put in the chat what you guys would like me to review because I'm looking at all these games and like, I'm not gonna lie, like it's only a couple that that like interest me. I do kind of want to play Saint Row, but then part of me is like, do I really want to play Saint Row? I'm probably gonna review Destroy Humans Reprobed, the two
Repro.
There's a two-player component.
Yeah,
right?
because it's 2-player.
I want to play with you. Pause.
I remember back in the day, like you could like level up your ship where you could like grab cars and throw them, and like I want to do stuff like that. See, that's what I'm worried that they're going to do, X, because it's just like you look at something like that. That is a game that you don't feel like they don't have to put a whole lot of money into. You know what I'm saying? Like because you look at Destroy Humans and it's like that is the definition of like a really solid AA game, and it's just like when they picked up like Tomb Raider and stuff, and I'm just like, I love that they got them away from evil Square Enix, but it's just like, are they gonna let them properly fund them to do what Square Enix was doing? Because regardless what kind of bad rep Square Enix got for how they were handling that company, they did fund them. They just didn't like anything. That they did.
I mean, they're saying Embracer. They're making AAA games as well, right? So that's what they said anyway. I don't know what budget wise what that means, but they said there's gonna be AAA games as well.
Square Enix would sell 10 million copies of something. You know what? I think this was good, but we could have did 15 million. Like, why didn't we do 15 million? So definitely look out for that. We do have merchandise that should be coming up here in the next couple weeks. It's time consuming, guys. We got to have someone make it. Then we got to go back and forth on how we want the actual artwork to look. There are new products that is in Teespring that I'm probably going to work with King to get. They have like new like shorts that they got new stuff that takes like the entire area of your shirt. Of your shorts, so I do want to take more advantage of that. And they got a lot more women wear, and I do feel like we don't have a lot of stuff for women. I mean, I'm sure that we probably only have a couple % of people that follow us that are women, but we do need to do better on making sure that you guys got stuff to buy if you want to.
Agreed.
So we are looking into stuff like that. Like I said, I will be most likely next month. It's just ridiculous with the games that are coming out. Like, and then not to mention next year. This next 6 months is probably gonna be the best gaming's been in a long time. Like it's ridiculous, especially if Starfield and Redfall actually come out during that first part of the year like they say they are. Like
God of War next year.
Yo, no, you did not say that. God of War next year.
You know what, King?
You triggered my trap card.
I'm done. Anyway.
Oh, you didn't just answer my call to your call.
That's right, buddy. I got that too.
Anyway, Lord's off. We're gonna find
God of War is definitely coming out this
year. Yo,
you ain't got that right there. Next year, B.
I do, but I changed it to this.
Oh my God, I'm done. They talk about us extending the podcast.
Anyway, I do apologize.
It's just time when it comes to their narratives.
Yes,
their narratives.
Ain't no time. Yes, no time. So where can people find you?
I gotta go to work, so you can find me there. But you'll find Papa Gabe in the Steam Deck with me. So get ready for that Spider-Man.
We're gonna get you a Steam Deck emoji now. Use a Steam Deck guy.
Are we gonna start having weekly segments of your time with the Steam Deck?
Yeah, that's fine. But
along with the Steam Deck fanboy,
but along with the Steam Deck comes like you see. This is where you fail to realize that I'm upping my game elsewhere. Along with the Steam Deck, I am home sometimes, right? So then I'm gonna have the 3090 Ti, and then what you gonna say?
Ooh.
Then what you gonna say?
Oh no, he's
I'm just saying.
styling on
Now
it.
I'm ashamed, y'all. Now I'm ashamed.
He's shaving the crew. He's shaving the crew now.
Your car.
That's fine. Then
styling
we'll talk about the 3090 and we'll leave the Steam Deck confidential.
You just want me to talk about the 3090 version of the game?
We'll talk about the 3090. Well, nah, Steam Deck's cool. I guess like it's not necessarily anything to do with Ubisoft, but like the same people that like clowned on like Switch games, now they all about.
I noticed, Steve. Yes, I've seen some of that narrative online.
Yeah,
that's funny.
It's just like, to me, it's just like, dude, at the end of the day,
they're like 30 FPS
like,
is fantastic.
Like, see, I'm sitting there, I'm like, I don't mind playing 30 frame games if I have to. If I have to, I will play that. But I'm not gonna like demand 60 and then go to a platform that doesn't.
No, I'll tell you this. I mean, that's why I'm tweaking it so much, because I'm not really about that 30 on that Steam Deck either. You know what I'm saying?
Actually, now these dudes are gonna complain because they did 4 hours, but they
it's funny. It's funny. It's like it's too long. Hurry up. They sitting there getting their balls. I love it. It's great.
So yeah, that's it. That's what I'm gonna do. I got work today, so let me read these 2 super chats quick. Get them out of the way. Not get them out of the way, but get us moving.
Yes. Still got
gamer by choice. $5 super chat. Sony's a quarterback that said my offense sucks and wonders why they start getting sacked. Great show.
Salute.
Then amazing deal. $2 super chat. Still crying, laughing. Oh my God, great
Salute.
show. Thank you, brother. Salute.
Tell a friend. Hit that subscribe. Hit that like, y'all. Make sure y'all do that.
Quarterback that says, "I'm gonna go out there and win with those bums."
Yo, you stupid.
And I still want to see how that membership gift can work, man.
Yes,
I still want to see how that.
Oh, that's right.
We got that feature.
We've seen it a couple times.
Yeah, we have.
People have
That's what I'm like. They want to see how it works. You see the bad times.
I gotta see it again, man.
I gotta see it again. I don't remember how it works.
You don't remember how he didn't see it this episode.
What it looks like.
Anyway, Lord King, the king of the stop snitching movement.
That's right. G you not.
Where can the people find you? Jeff, go on, sir.
They can find me not snitching. That's exactly where you can find me. You can find me not in the witness protection program. That's what you can do. And you can find me holding my head up high as an Xbox consumer.
Still tall? You still tall?
Yo, you know what? From
Talk
now
that
on,
talk, King.
now on, man.
Here he goes.
You gotta, no more, man. You know, this shades is for the dudes that's in the witness protection.
Oh,
stupid.
You know, listen, man. We gotta see who you are out here. And you dudes is looking mighty funny, man. Yo, I've never thought I'd see the day.
King is definitely blind. He sent me a screenshot, and his texts are like this big.
Yeah, I love it. Continue.
Fantastic. So what? I don't care.
Let's go.
Yeah, you was blind way before me.
Continue, King.
Yo, now he keep bothering me. and I like to squabble.
Yeah, why you shooting me?
Unlike Sony. But yo, a young Sony, I would never have thought that this young brash dude that was out there knuckle busting, fighting, taking names, running in people's houses, holding people down, doing all the dirt in the streets. At the end of the day, as soon as he get mopped in his mouth, he was gonna sit there and start pointing things out and giving up the whole organization. Since when we do that?
Damn.
I thought this was like Costa Nostra. I thought we were supposed to blood in and blood out. You dudes is breaking all the rules. On all honesty, I don't know how you Sony dudes can rep these dudes like this. Like, and don't ever come at me talking about Sony got bangers. Y'all got rats.
Oh, man.
Y'all got cheese.
Jesus.
So this is an indictment against you. That paperwork that came out, I'm the new whack 100 for you dudes.
It wasn't no paperwork.
I got your paperwork. We saw you was in Brazil. We saw you was out there snitching. Yo, how everybody in the room ain't say a word but you? You the only dude. And everybody looking at you like, yo, come on, my man. You know how we get down. And you sitting here, you was about the game. Now you out of the game. And this is how I know it ain't gonna be a PlayStation 6. The PlayStation sold in the hood. The
The hood don't rep no rats. You're done in the hood. So I guess you're gonna have to sell to the suburbs. And you know the suburbs. The suburbs only run with the hood.
Oh my God.
So you done out here. Right now, you're gonna be at the gas stations. They're gonna be selling PlayStation 5 at the gas stations. Yo, how the thug, I feel so sorry for the scalpers that got these PlayStations.
They were sorry for them.
The indictment papers came out. They was like, yo, these worth nothing now. Y'all not selling because y'all snitching. Stop snitching. The shirts is coming out soon. Stop snitching. This is the movement. Yo, get behind me. Stay away from those dudes over there.
Oh man,
Find me on Twitter. Not snitching.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Somebody clip that, put that up.
Yeah. And I'm LordCognito. And this is another episode
of the King and the Other Guys podcast.
And the Other Guys podcast. I'm just happy to be here and let him get his bars off. Man, what a show again. Salute to the legend. Salute to JasonRubin. Salute to the chat. Everybody, call, bring the super chat because they're not going to stop super chat. They're not going to stop with these
the moment the super chat's over, man,
we got to click because they not going to let us go.
We got Necromancer Zale, $5 super chat. When is the new Sony Stop Stitching merch coming out? You got anything else on that?
All right, cool. All right, we out of here. See y'all next week. Peace.
They're going to work out, though.
you